intellectual. I know. Yeah. Even I didn't get it. I thought you will get it. But in classic marketing style, you guys are very familiar with that. This was
Good morning, folks. Thank you all for joining in today. We hope you'll stay with us for the rest of the day. It's much better to be indoors than breathe the pristine, beautiful air outside in your city. My name is Veera Raghav, and if you've settled down, my job here today is to disrupt the smooth flow of events. I'll do it to the best of my abilities. You must remember that you're all being watched. There are many cameras around here. You're being streamed live on YouTube. There's a recording of this that's going to be played out on Times Now as well. Twitter, social media, all of it is watching you. So at least act as if you're listening, right? And keep your mobile phones switched off. Or if you think you're very important and you can't switch off your mobile phones, like myself, put it on silent mode, all right? Most of you are aware of this. But for those who aren't, what is UPS? UPS is a multidisciplinary university focused on creating path-breaking ideas and bold approaches in the realm of higher education. It offers industry-aligned, specialized graduate and postgraduate programs through 8 schools of excellence: School of Engineering, Computer Science, Design, Law, Health Sciences and Technology, Modern Media, Liberal Studies, and the School of Business. Now, if you're wondering what UPS is going to do today and then tomorrow, I have no idea. But I'm going to call on stage someone who does have an idea about this and who's going to define to us what UPS is marching forward into. May I have on stage for the first act of today, the inaugural address, Sharad Mehra. He's a man of many talents, and in the world of metaverse, maybe many avatars as well. Sharad is a poet, a singer, amongst other things, passionate about women's empowerment, passionate about transformation in education. He's the chairman of Hydrocarbons Education and Research Society, CEO of the Global University Systems Asia Pacific region, leads the business and management operations of LSBF Singapore, Pearl Academy India, and UPS India. So Sharad, could we have you on stage? And there he is. He's dressed like the man of the future in his hoodie. It's some good music around when he's coming. So Sharad, University of Tomorrow. Is it just this fantastic catchphrase marketing tagline, or is there really some thought that's gone into this, or you really want to explain what this means for us?
Yeah, thank you. No, it's not a marketing tagline, because the marketing taglines usually that we do are pretty boring. This is something which actually came from the heart when we all sat down and really figured out that what's the purpose of what we are doing, and what came out very strongly that we are in the process of creating a better tomorrow. Now, if we look at tomorrow with so much of change that is happening, so the underlying thought was that how do we create a university that is meant for tomorrow, and it is not on the ideals of yesterday. So I was in a conversation with an advisory board, and we have so many advisory boards that I lose track of all the advice that we get. And this gentleman made one remark which said that ki 150 saal se to kuch badla nahi hai. So what is the point of changing anything right now? Which I think exactly is the point, that now we have to look at the future very differently, and that's where the idea of University of Tomorrow came. And the idea of this event and many events after this is really going to be talking about what is that tomorrow, how will the universities be tomorrow, and we don't have all the answers. We are expecting that today we'll have answers to a few of those, and we'll probably have some more questions to answer as we kind of go along in this journey. So that's what University of Tomorrow is all about. And I don't see him on the stage yet.
I've disappeared into tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that introduction, because last time when we had somebody on stage and talked about me, so instead of passionate about women empowerment, it said passionate about women. that did not go very well with a lot of people, but also went very well with most of them. So thank you for this opportunity, and I've been given 20 minutes to talk about what is education tomorrow. I'll do the best that I can to be precise in those 20 minutes. But if you feel that what I'm doing is interesting enough, then we can continue for a little while longer, because as we have realized that we don't really respect the value of time. Okay, everything set on the technology front, because this is one thing which really scares me, the clickers. Okay, so let's start with this small activity. You can take out your phone, scan this, or the TV is over there. One word to describe education tomorrow. So now you can take out your phone, scan, and whatever that comes to your mind. This is without any cue from us or me at the stage. Can you scan it? It's working for everyone. Can somebody confirm? Stuti is working. And if you are not able to access this, just raise your hand, so we'll have a lot of people to help you. Okay, you can also type slido.com, put this number 4107 957. Okay, apparently it's working. Wow. Uncertain. Life. Future looking, reality, provocative, AI, industry aligned. When do we stop this, Dev? In about another 30 seconds? Okay, another 30 seconds. That's your chance to put your vote up there. One word to describe education tomorrow. Did I actually read pessimistic somewhere? It's there up there, right, somewhere? Or something? Oh, it said optimistic. Pessimistic भी था कहीं. चेंज कर दिया तुम लोगों ने. Okay, I think we get the picture. And actually, when we were doing this activity, we kind of had a sense that the word technology is really going to come up there. So our initial thought was that we put the question that describe education tomorrow without using the word technology. But I think that's what it is. And Ravi, you seem very pleased about the fact that we've got technology right up there. So while we look at that, look at all the words that are there. I think one question that we have to answer today, that how much of this is actually in our education today? Because then the question of tomorrow becomes a little more challenging. If you are not talking about life skills, if you don't have metaverse, and if you don't have a futuristic approach, focus on sustainability, then a lot has to change in the future. This activity was basically done to get a pulse of the room and see where we are headed. Okay, so this is what it is. We're going to get a copy of this, right? Okay. Did we miss something?
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are.
It's not going back. Okay, perfect. Okay. Look, I think the whole idea of this conversation about the university of tomorrow is about the change that is going to happen in the world, the change which is already happening. And often it just comes down to this one word called technology. I mean, I was at a similar event many, many years back, and the panel was about innovation. And actually, the entire innovation that the panel could come up with was the innovation around online teaching and learning, and this was about 7 years back. And technology was still kind of the only thing that we could come up with. But the challenge for us is to not just look at technology as the solution or technology as the only thing which is going to change, but kind of going beyond that. So let's kind of really look and examine the change which is happening in organizations and institutions and countries all across the world, and then let's look at some of the big changes that are impacting the world of education. Now we can play the video.
No more. Going good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen. The future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
Just want to, play this video just to kind of bring the side of creativity, humanity, and what we do in education as a purpose to be the driving force when we have the conversations from this point onwards, because technology is a very simplistic solution to everything that we talk about. And when there is an overt emphasis of technology, then everything else kind of seems less relevant and important, whereas fundamentally we have to define what the purpose of education is, which, by the way, does not change tomorrow. The purpose of education has always been to make a better tomorrow, and for us to make students who will lead the change for a better tomorrow. Therefore, that purpose being constant, how we make it happen, I think, is important for us to deliberate and discuss and provoke, not only today, but beyond this as well, as we kind of want to be part of this conversation about the university of tomorrow and education tomorrow in general. Let's kind of look at some of the changes that are driving the change in the world of education. Tectonic word, and I've been told specifically to point out that it's a new word coined, so there is no mistake in it. The real spelling of tectonic is without the H, but we have kind of created a new word. We are very good at that. Sometimes we do it consciously, sometimes when we don't depend on Grammarly or some of the checks, we do it anyway. So one, of course, technology. I mean, all of these are kind of the buzzwords of today that you get it. AI, which is kind of so powerful everywhere. Augmented reality, blockchain, ML. So all of these are things which are now really converging to make things interesting. And what I wanted to talk to you more about was the Lucy and the Watson thing. You know what Watson is. It's a supercomputer that has been kind of created, and Lucy, of course, is a humanized robot. Now, these are things which are kind of really happening in different parts of the world, which can have a huge impact in the way the teaching and learning that happens in the classroom. Will we have a teacher in the classroom? I don't know, because if you have a humanized robot who's kind of doing all the problem solving out there, is there with all the information, can correlate with all the fact, crack a joke at the same time, connect with you, do you really need that human being in the classroom? That's a question for everybody to answer. कई लोगों के लिए तो नौकरी पे भी खतरा है. Maybe, I don't know. So technology is going to be really a huge differentiator or a huge change maker in the world of education as well. And when we talk about technology for education, I think we have a very simple way of looking at it, which is about online teaching and learning. Okay, now we've got an LMS, so we could do it, and we've got Zoom as well. And when COVID happened, we could teach online. So therefore, we are kind of tech savvy when it comes to the education of tomorrow. But really ask yourself that sitting in front of that Zoom, is it really the future of education as far as technology is concerned? So one big change, of course, is going to be technology. Again, the future of work. A lot of statistics are over there. 375 million people may actually need to shift their occupation in less than 10 years from now. This is a McKinsey study. 365 new jobs with new skills. So now the question is that as an education ecosystem, how many of our courses are really oriented towards the 365 million new jobs for which the skills don't exist? What's going to happen to the students who have already graduated from our universities, our pristine universities, very elite universities, for which there are no jobs that are going to be there? As an educational ecosystem, what are we really going to do about it? Do we really have the capacity to call them back and give them the new skills that they need for the future? In many countries of the Western world, longevity of human beings is going to create a huge problem. One, of course, in the social system, but also the fact is that when your average life expectancy is about 75 years, 80 years and beyond, the skill that you are learning at the age of 20, or the qualification or degree that you are going to be getting at that age, even thinking that for the next 30 years or 50 years will be relevant, is, I think, living in a fool's paradise. So these are some big changes that are already happening. So automation and technology is driving the future of work in a lot of ways, but it's also some of the skill sets that may be needed in the future are perhaps not there in the classrooms of today. We spoke about life skills came as a very strong thing about for the future. In the future, when you are working in a hybrid environment, when you've got your teams scattered all across the world and you don't have a really face-to-face connect, how do you really develop that skill of working with teams all across the world, across different cultures? What's our education system doing about it? It's really not about resume building anymore, that okay, now there's a company on campus, therefore we make a nice fancy looking resume for you, and then you go out and pass your way through the interview and you've got a career assured. It is these kind of changes which will be there in the future of work. The only thing interesting I find about this all of this is that one thing where I'm very sure is that by the time this hits, I'll be retired. Most of you would be, but some of you, especially the younger one and all the younger faculty, you guys can be without a job. So please be very careful here. Yeah, Sanjeev, thank you for doing that. I think the School of Media, a lot of young people, right? So we need to do that. Metaverse. Now this is really interesting, and we've kind of seen Zuckerberg's videos, and there's a lot of conversation around metaverse, and there's that whole belief on one side that everything is going to be metaversed, and then there is a strong belief on the other side that this is another fad. But whatever it is a reality. Yesterday we were having one conversation, and one of my colleagues pointed out to me, Rahul, where are you? Nanwal. Okay, he made a very intelligent point, comes very rarely from him, about the fact that when you're talking about education in the metaverse, it's actually going to the old way of teaching and learning. Where you're talking about a marketplace, you actually go to the market and you explain, ye haat hai, ye dukaan hai, this is how retailing happens. This is exactly what happens in the metaverse, is that you are just creating that virtual world will seem so real. So the pedagogical impact of that is absolutely immense. I mean, I've been working on metaverse with my team for a while now, and forget about everything else, with avatars and retail and whatever is going to happen. In education, I think the real impact is the immersiveness of learning that happens while this conversation is happening, an absolutely high level of engagement that happens. So therefore, we can't kind of wish it away. There are multiple universities across the world who are creating their campuses on the metaverse and giving a real life experience. Berkeley did their convocation on the metaverse. Some of it was driven by COVID, but the reality is it's happening. I mean, look at this video. It's a very small illustration of. Okay, play the video. So of course, I mean, as you saw, this is just one small example of how universities are now going to be metaversed, and the experience that we are giving to the students is going to be really completely different. Of course, it opens up a new set of challenges as a society for us. These multiple identities, your avatars doing what they are doing. What is the social impact of that? How the world is going to react to something like this, and will life just be then that one headset that one wears and you are transported to a different world? So it's going to create a lot of complex problems for us as a society, and I think it becomes the responsibility of the entire educational ecosystem to deal with those challenges. How do we deal with the legal implications of what's going to happen in the metaverse? Whose jurisdiction actually is that? Now there are parcels of land being bought and sold in the metaverse. So who actually owns that space? And if you encroach on my land, what's going to happen? Now these are some of the challenges which perhaps the legal education system has to kind of deal with. And for us also to look at how do we want to create a different experience for the students. So every time when I show a video like this, if we talk about the metaverse, so all the those in the age group of, let's say, 30 plus are kind of awed and wonderstruck by Alice in Wonderland. But all those who are our students, that 18 to 25 age group, they always come and tell us that they have seen this before. So they know exactly how this is going to be operating. So they are already in that. We did a little bit of a survey with our students to find what they are doing in the metaverse. So they were already doing some exchange, some commerce was happening, some cryptocurrencies was being bought and sold. They were creating their own networks of doing things. I'm also part of a design school, and there we figured out that there is so many designs that are being created purely based on the AI technology that's out there, and all you need to do is to create a design is to key in the right words. So we're hosting an event in December. It's an international conference, and I want to carry some gifts from India, which are like typical Indian. So we settled on a scarf and a stole or something like that, and now of course we need to get it designed. Now conventional way would be go to a designer, give a brief, and all of that happens. But this is actually now fairly simple now. My AI expert has asked me for certain keywords. So I gave them the keywords: Indian motifs, kalamkari, pulkari, katha, vibrant colors, and all of it. And there you go. You've got hundreds of designs to choose from. So now you can pick within seconds that this is what the design that I want. Now if this is how it's going to be, and anyone can actually do it after a while, then how do we look at what the designers are going to be doing? This is the power of technology and metaverse, huge change. This is another very interesting slide on the scale of what is needed in the future. Let's take the example of India. Today we've got about 37.5 million students who are engaged in higher education, and look at what's going to happen. By 2035, this number is going to be 92 million. This is a very conservative estimate. We've got about 1,000 universities which are catering to 37 million, which means that if we just allow things to be the way they are, we'll need twice the number of everything what we have right now. Maybe even more, 2 or 3 times the number of universities, 2 or 3 times the number of teachers, that infrastructure, that investment that we need. That's the scale of what this country needs. We are extremely proud of the demographic dividend that we have right now, the youngest country in the world. But if the youngest country does not have the means to educate itself, for the scale of the educational ecosystem, we are headed for a complete anarchy. Because you don't have education, you don't have jobs, you've got young people, you know what happens then. Therefore, the scale of what is going to happen and what is needed is also immense. So when we kind of talk about the ways in which education access is created, and we kind of brush it aside, that this is not serious education, what you have to also understand that where is the alternative? How many new universities would have come in the last 1 year? Ram, 20, 30? About 15, 20, that's it. And I don't know, what is the size of these universities? In India, universities are typically very small. We don't have any university which will probably be having 50,000 students or 100,000 students out there. And then the whole debate of excellence versus quality, excellence versus scale, or scale versus quality. is absolutely a moot point, because where is the alternative? है कहाँ आपके पास इतनी colleges or universities करने को? So if we don't scale up and if we don't dramatically scale up, we are headed for a very difficult time. What's also happening in the world of education is that a lot of interesting models are now kind of emerging, because एक चीज़ तो है कि हमारा तो belief है कि 150 साल से whatever we have done अब हम तो बदलेंगे नहीं, but if you don't, then options will be created, alternatives will be created, and they are already happening in the world. These are some examples. So let's take it MIT. So you may be aware of the open courseware that they have. So everything that they have, all the intellectual property they have, the content that they have is open source now. Anybody can go and access through it. They will not give you an MIT qualification or a degree or a piece of paper, but they are providing access to that knowledge. Now if education equal to knowledge, education not equal to degree, then this is a perfect solution. That MIT level content that you are getting at what you have, basically without paying anything. Why do you need to go anywhere else? Interesting model. Skills over degree. There are so many companies in the last few years that have made it public statement that they don't want to look at the degree, they just want to look at the skills that you have. So IBM, Deloitte, EY, and these are like big employers. This is what they are now really looking for. So the piece of paper is, in some ways losing its relevance. The commute MBA, this is very interesting. So this is this university in Kuala Lumpur, the University of Kuala Lumpur, I believe. So they've got their entire MBA into extremely small, 2.5 to 3 minute kind of modules. And the whole idea is that when you are commuting, you can just kind of go through it while all the world is moving around you. You have that access. In 3 minutes, they're telling you what you're supposed to be doing. Now, contrast it to our typical lecture or a class of, hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours. Link it to the engagement level of the student, which is about 2-3 minutes. And then you see what we are really doing versus what's really available out there. So if there are a number of students who are actually wanting to be part of a community like this, then there is something that is kind of seriously happening in these bits and pieces, and it's just a question of all coming together. KAIST Kenya is another example. So this is a Korean university called KAIST. They wanted to open up a campus in Kenya, and the Kenyan government approached them. Now, of course, they will be setting up this campus. That's the way, a traditional way of doing it. Buy the land, building, hire the teachers, and do whatever you can do. But what they have done is, they have opened this entire campus on the metaverse. So there is not a single movement of a person from Korea to wherever. The entire content is there, the classrooms are held, and students all across Kenya can access it, and eventually, you can have it all across the world that the students can access it without moving out of their house, because commute across cities was a huge problem identified in Kenya. So when you're looking at access, there are these models that are emerging. Subscription-based learning is another new thing which is happening, that you subscribe to a university or a education system, and you have the entire content that is available to you for a small fee, pretty much like the way Netflix works. So if you are having that access, then kind of, and then you have metaverse where you can do these interesting things. You've got MIT with you, and there are companies that don't value that piece of paper. Then what's going to happen to all of us and what's going to happen to universities is a question mark. The learner, I think that's another big change which is happening. Perhaps this always was a change that was happening through the ages. Something says time's up. What's in it for me? That's what WIFM really stands for. So the students is kind of really actively asking this question, that what am I getting? The value for money question comes. So somewhere when we are in a room full of academics, the value for money is something everybody wants to keep aside, and let's kind of not talk about it, because what we are doing is valueless and priceless. But that's not the point, because your consumer, the student that is there, is asking this question. During COVID, a lot of these debates started to happen, that why do universities in America charge so much for education when they have got their coffers filled with millions of dollars that are coming from everywhere, and that's a very valid question. So your learners are digital natives, as I said. They know about metaverse, they know about everything. The K-12 system is kind of, I believe, a little more modernized. But if we therefore don't change our system, so our pedagogical system, it's no longer that conventional way of teaching and learning, that I'm going to be the knowledge disseminator here because I know more than you, because the fact is I don't know more than you. There are so many places where content is available, information is available, and the learner is a very smart learner seeking that value. So that's going to be one big change which is going to be happening in the classroom. Since my time is up, I'm going to try to move fast. The role of the teacher, because that's something we've kind of always discussed, and often what we all agreed and settled was the role as a mentor, because mentor is a nice word. It's got a safe tone to it, and it's got a decently big halo around it and a sufficiently large pedestal. So that was kind of a unique consensus amongst all the educationalists, that mentor is a good word. But reality is that you also need entertainers in the classroom. If you don't have entertainers, you will not be able to engage with your student in the classroom. You also need people who understand technology very well, not just a brief understanding of how it works, and it is not restricted to the computer science teachers. It's also there across all domains, that if a teacher who's teaching law does not kind of really understand how law is going to be impacted with the impact of technology, it will be a very difficult conversation within the classroom. And I believe that the word co-learners, it's like you're also part of that learning process, rather than standing here and giving a lecture out there. This is a very significant change where I feel that as an educational ecosystem we have not been able to evolve. There is still kind of a certain aura about the way things are done, and still a lot of emphasis on things that were extremely relevant 100 years back, but things have kind of really changed now. How do we make our teachers entertainers? And the very thought itself is something which is going to kind of create so much dissonance in a room when you're having a conversation around it. But if your students are looking for something else, then the challenge would be that if our conventional education is run this way, there will be others who will be able to create more impactful things. And that is why you see a plethora of content which is available on the YouTube, where you can actually learn and do things in a certain way. My daughter did her schooling from a very good school, but they did not have a great math teacher. So her entire 4 years, from 9 to 12, was actually free on the YouTube. Khan Academy and the others, and they do it in such an interesting and engaging way that you kind of just get the concept right. So somewhere I think as we design our programs for teachers, that's also something that we need to look at, that how do we make you a kind of a stand-up comic and also let you engage with what's happening in the classroom. This was a question asked, when Veera asked me this question, that what about the university of tomorrow? And I think this is where it is now. So what do we do? I don't think so that I'll be having all the answers today. I'm just going to be leaving you with a few thoughts and few provocations. Do we really need universities now? The content that is available, companies not needing degrees, there are so many of the best universities opening up their doors to knowledge through the MIT or OCW kind of programs. Do we really need universities? Are we equipped to meet the demand? Where are we going to get twice the number of teachers? Where are we going to get the infra which is needed? Education is supposed to be not for profit, is something which is fundamentally mentioned in our constitution. So if it is not for profit, government is not putting the money into education because they don't have the money, who's going to put that money then? who's going to be investing in the larger cause of education. So where is the scale going to come from? And if you're not going to provide that scale, there's going to be somebody out there, the Google of education, who's going to come and perhaps take it away from all of us. Degrees or skills. What do we need? In our country, BVOC is seen as something which is like one level lower than higher education, because I don't look the idea of this word higher there. But what is going to be needed? If the companies are looking for skills and attitude, whereas we are providing what we are calling it higher education, our students have a slightly bleaker future going ahead. So that's a question that hopefully we'll get some answers to. So will Lucy be the cool new prof in the classroom? The robot. And can we actually have so many of them in the classroom? And what Sunil was telling me, it will be a great place to be, because then at least all the teachers are listening to what he's saying. They can be programmed very well. They'll say yes sir to everything that's really happening, and they are not resisting change, and you get a consistency of education going there. Is it possible or not? And really, frankly, our metaversity is the future. This university I told you about, KAIST, they're setting up this metaversity for Kenya. The investment for them is roughly about $1 million in the metaverse real estate, whereas the actual reality investment they would have done would be close to about $70 to $100 million. So why can't we create a metaverse university and provide that solution? Is that possible? Is it doable? Is it going to happen or not? And how do we make education accessible? Finally, our entire education system of highly ranked and elitist university is based on this absurd notion of denying admission, because the prestige of your university is dependent on how many you deny access to. And how fundamentally flawed that idea is, that if the idea of education, the purpose of education is to provide access so there is a better tomorrow, here we are going to be denying access. 99%, 99.25% is the acceptance rate of universities in India. What happens to the average, mediocre student? Where does that student go? How do you create access? How do you make it more affordable? So these are, really some of the provocations. So hopefully you are provoked enough. So this is another activity for you, that how are you feeling now after looking at everything that I just shared? What's your feeling? So describe that feeling, whatever you are. कुछ लोग हैं जिनके जॉब्स खतरे में हैं, कुछ लोग हैं जिनके बच्चे अभी कॉलेज में जाने वाले हैं, कुछ लोग तो सोच रहे हैं पैदा ही ना करो अभी, कुछ अभी अनसर्टन है, थोड़ा और टाइम देख लेते हैं, and then we'll really figure out. टेक वाले आर वेरी हैप्पी बिकॉज उनका वन वे और द अदर जॉब भी सेफ है, सैलरी भी बढ़ने वाली है. स्केर्ड, we have a nice emoji here as well. Okay, but somebody has written that traditional way will stay, so all is not lost. All right, so 4, 5 participants tapping. Another 10 seconds? Yeah, okay. 30 seconds, okay, another 30 seconds. 30 seconds you have a chance to put, Suti, what are you thinking? Come on, get your feelings out there. She's thinking, yeah, she's very nervous that because I like this screen now, because there's no time's up thing out there, okay. Thoughtful, optimistic, anxious, worried, lost. I love this. two participants that are typing, if they would type, oh, 6 ho gaye. Okay, you get the picture, right? And this is pretty much what is really expected. We are nervous, scared, excited, intrigued, concerned, and we should be. Because what we are doing as a group here, collectively, is fundamental to the way the world would be many years from now. And this should be, in some ways, the number one concern of, I would say, the political leadership across the world as well, because this is really what the future is. And if we do not make the changes that we have to make, if we don't accept what the reality is, and if we do not transform our way of thinking, it's quite possible that we will be left behind, and we don't really have a tomorrow as far as the current educational ecosystem is concerned. So with that, I leave you with these provocations, and I've just left it blank. You guys figure out what you want to be doing from this point onwards. Academicians are notorious for reflecting and thinking, so do all of that by all means, but please do end up doing something about it, because if you do not do what is expected now, our education is headed for something which is not the way we visualize it to be. So thank you everyone. Sorry I took a little more time.
We're going to keep you on stage.
Okay, lovely. I like the lights.
If I get it right, what you're saying is you do what you have to do, but I don't know what you have to do right now.
Yes, kind of. You had so many do's in that, but yes.
It's for all of us rest to figure this out. So I'm saying you've put our jobs at threat. You've said we are heading into an anarchy. You said the student knows more than us. And then finally you say do, or you leave it with that. Give us the one word that you think we should start with before I call the next panel. Give us that one word. You've been playing one word games with everybody else. Now you give us one word. Where do we start?
Disrupt. Disrupt and revolutionize what you are doing, because that's the way it is. And maybe there's a better word than disrupt, which is destruction. Start the destruction now. Yeah. Destroying your beliefs, the thoughts that you've had, destroying that notion of 150 years is kind of what the way it was. So once you destroy, only then you will be able to create something. It's really not about not doing something that we have been doing so well in the past, but having that belief ki isko hata ke let's try and create something new. Maybe we'll take some elements from the new, but we will not go into this journey with the belief that whatever has been doing, whatever we have been doing has been so great that let's continue with it. And by the way, what you have been doing hasn't been that great.
Right.
If it would have been great, we would have had no wars. We would not be worried about everything moving towards the right or to the left. We would not be having the gender bias that we have across the world. We would not be having problems like poverty and the fight over water for the next world war. So as a group, we haven't done a great job. If you want to have a job in the future, let's go and change.
Well, thanks, Sharath. Thanks for disrupting our peace of mind. Thanks for destroying our peace of mind. You can please go ahead. Thank you very much. Of course, you've raised all the top questions. Now it's to the rest of us to figure out the answers and to start with the disruption process. And remember, for brownie points, I started this conversation with saying that I'm going to disrupt a peaceful flow of events. So I'm now calling upon stage the first panel for today is of course technology, right? Potential of the biggest disruptor of things all. And to discuss technology and figure out how you can evolve a university of tomorrow, I call on stage Professor Ravi Shankar, a fellow Tamilian who speaks very fluent Bengali, trapped amongst North Indians in this stage. Ravi did his BTech in electronics from IIT Madras, later on went on to do his PhD and worked with Motorola, Siemens, has led $100 million, and given the dollar rupee rate now, that's a lot of money, $100 million revenue stream. So Ravi, go ahead with your panel on technology to answer these questions that Sharath has raised. You need a mic. You need a mic. He needs a... He needs a mic. So why don't you invite your panel from here? They'll get you a mic too.
I assure all of you that I have a louder voice than what you're experiencing right now. Thanks to the Delhi weather, my voice is down. So please bear with me. And to start matters rolling, I request Professor Kalmishu to come on stage and deliver the keynote address. I would like to introduce Professor Kalmishu as the chairman, let me get this right, the chairman of the Scientific Computing Panel for Naval Research at DRDO. But to me, it's a matter of great pride to introduce him as a Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award winner. He won it in the year 1993. And for those of you who may not know it, that's equivalent to winning the Nobel Prize in India. So it's an honor, sir, to have you on stage. Now, to set the stage for his presentation, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that those who forget their history are doomed to repeat it, right? So Professor Kalmishu is going to walk you through his experience of multiple decades of watching technology evolve, one. More important, he has also identified a few invariants in it. He says that despite whatever has been happening and the threat people have experienced in these evolving technologies, there are certain things that have remained static or invariant. And may I request Professor Kalmishu to elaborate on that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you very much, Ravi. Can I have my... Okay, so what I will discuss. Okay, what I will discuss is the power of mathematical modeling and systems research. Based on my experience in, 1971, I passed out and became a lecturer in University of Delhi and taught at several universities in Canada, Germany. What I find, mathematics has become the language of modern science and technology. Not only in science and technology, even humanities, social sciences, biological sciences, everywhere you find mathematics has penetrated. First, next, please. In recent decades, as I pointed out, mathematics has become the language of contemporary scholarship. Each discipline has its own idiom and vocabulary, which researchers in other disciplines find it difficult to comprehend. So there was a great need to find a common language, and that common language is provided by mathematics. Mathematical science has come to play this vital role by bridging the gap. Next, please. Next. So mathematical modeling, this has become essential feature of scientific inquiry. What Sharad Mehraji was saying, all your metaverse, if you look at the mathematics, is really hi-fi mathematics. Whatever technology is there, there is an underlying mathematical structure. If you don't learn that mathematics, you are out of business. So maybe I will be very provocative also. It will be equally disruptive. Because basically, if person doesn't understand the mathematical, whatever mathematics is being developed in the last 30, 40 years, or that has become so relevant now. Particularly boundaries between different fields have become fuzzy. Researchers tend to move freely from one field to another. For example, if you are a physicist, you can easily move into economics, you can easily move into management, you can easily move into political science, you can easily move into a variety of areas. And new areas like computational political science, computational economics, computational biology, all these areas have come in such a big manner that you find that becomes the semantic force of all these disciplines. So emergence of fields like synergetics, Hermann Haken started in Germany, dissipative structures. Ilya Prigogine, he got Nobel Prize in chemistry, catastrophe theory, nonlinear modeling, all these things, cognitive science, brain science. Brain science is the most important area. Was Donald Knuth from Stanford University says, next 500 years are devoted to biological sciences. And these are the mammoth, if you look at billions of neurons and that connectivity. Even the fastest computers will not be able to reveal everything. Kenneth Wilson, Nobel laureate at Cornell, he was a physicist. He did work in renormalization phase transitions. And then after retirement, he became professor of mathematics education. He says, mathematics, computation is equally important. Computation, experiments, theory and experiments. So he has put all the three things on the same footing. Next, please. ये time लग क्यों है? The real message of new concepts of science. All these breakthroughs came, say 1970s, 80s, 90s. And I was lucky that I was a witness to all the developments which were taking place internationally. I was there in Stuttgart with Hermann Haken. Change and disequilibria are probably more natural than equilibrium and stasis. So basically all systems are constantly evolving, and this is all leading to new changes, and those who can learn and adapt will survive, and this will depend on their creativity. I was looking at this, all this dynamics and how the changes are taking place. I found out a great psychologist, Piaget, what he says, rejected the idea that learning was about memorizing. Learning depends on understanding how ideas fit together. There are several ideas, how these ideas fit together. Next, please. Piaget proposed that students have mental models. All of us have mental models that mapped out the way ideas fit together, and that is your equilibrium state. When a new information comes, what happens if you are not able to fit into your mental model? Then you are very uncomfortable. Then you have to change it. You have to enlarge the mental model. And when these ideas do not appear to fit, they enter a state of disequilibrium, and this leads to wisdom. So basically, all these mental models, and you keep changing, and you essentially keep evolving. So the basic message of all new sciences, there is all the time evolutionary, and their phase transition, their critical point system moves from one state to another. That is all evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology, all these evolutionary aspects. And people have put everything on the mathematical footing. Next, please. Now, what people found out, all these technologies, people have found out that there is a very important aspect, that is the brain, because all of us had a feeling that the person has given intelligence and you cannot do anything with that intelligence. But what they have found, all the technologies have found out that this particular brain grows, they can adapt, and they can rewire. And this was on account of brain plasticity. Brain is a massive, massive important thing. Brain plasticity, and if you have some ideas and if you go again and again, and it will lead to some sort of structural pathways. And if these are structural pathways, and deep learning can always lead to structural pathways. If there is a superficial learning, then immediately it goes out. So now if this, we look at it, then it means everyone can learn mathematics, everyone can learn anything, but only is the question that one has to say, we have to do it, that determination, that passion. So I think underlying thing is, if you have passion, you can learn anything, you can do anything. But what is happening, if you go back, I was talking to Dr. Sunil Rai, others, because at one time, people who came from background, who were not very economically strong, parents struggle, children also said that we will achieve something, and they became big. And they achieved something, and all the Indian professors, if you see, abroad, They are coming from with meager means, and they have done exceedingly well. And now if you say, now I pose a question, the persons who are coming from very rich background, I am finding that excitement is missing because everyone is looking all the time, 1 million job, $1 million job, this job. But a person who is coming from a weaker section, weaker background, if that fellow has a passion, he will say that I will do something, I can also make a name, I will also try to get Nobel Prize. It is this thing which if you carry out the survey, you will find the students who come from poor background, and if they have a passion, they can change the world. So now similarly what they found, this was a great breakthrough. Dweck, she is a professor of psychology at Stanford University. There are two types, growth mindset and fixed mindset. And growth mindset is person who keeps learning and the brain starts growing, and there are structural pathways, they can learn anything. That is a growth mindset, whether it is a business, whether it is a management, whether it is anything you take. It is a growth mindset that is most crucial. And next is, no, sorry, please, let us go back. Growth mindset, and if you see, there are two. One is a fixed mindset. They say you are endowed with a certain intelligence and nothing can be done. So even if they carry out mistakes, conduct mistakes, if you look at the scanning, all this brain scanning, they find 0 microvolts, but the other one is 13.7 microvolts. That is lighted up, whole area is lighted up. So it is a mistake which also plays a very major role. And because after all, if you look at the entire space, there are number of steps you take right and left as a random walk, and where on the basis of that, you find that the mistakes, you start learning many things, and that is very important because failures are very important. We have to learn to fail, and from these failures we have to learn. And this brain plasticity, giving the brain this synapse, this fires, this electrical pulse, and this firing when it takes place, you start. In the process you're learning, that will create a pathway. If someone learns superficially, the pathway is created, and just like a pathway on the sand, it disappears. So it is a deep learning that is very important. Next. So Fortune 500 most valued skills. So these skill set also keeps changing. 70 writing, computational skills, all these things were very important. But 99 they found that teamwork, problem solving, interpersonal skills. So basically what you are finding, now it is the teamwork, the collaboration, interpersonal contact. It is not, and these computational skills have gone down. But computational means you have some power, you know all these things, you can do it. But the real problem is general perception about mathematics is that it is a problem solving, you get the answer, you say, I've done it. It is not. It is the connections between different disciplines. If you say Mariam, she was a Nobel Mathematics Field Award winner from Iran. She was in Stanford. She was doing on hyperbolic and all different surfaces they can create. And this lady got field medal, and she recently died because of cancer. But the issue is, the mathematics is the connection. That is what is important. It is not getting the answer. How you solve it, how logically you comprehend it. And that creativity is very important. Next. So now all these things, systems. What our educational system is, we say that life is linear. Life is no longer linear, it is non-linear. It is a non-linearity and randomness and uncertainty. That is a crux. Entire evolution is nothing but interplay of chance and necessity. The system starts evolving, there are bifurcation points, and given the bifurcation point, system again bifurcates, and at the critical point, the noise becomes a very crucial role. The noise decides which state you are going to occupy. So it is an interplay of chance and necessity. That is a message of this molecular biologist, Mono. He says, and he is a Nobel laureate, that entire biological evolution, because all the big ideas are being generated in biological sciences. So, and people are trying to put everything on the firm mathematical footing. So linear approach, this is what we find, that given any system you take, you say, I can decompose it, and there is if it is a linear superposition principle means, all of us one student takes one part, other student takes another part, third student takes third part. And we say that if it's a linear system, if I increase some input, then it is proportional to, the output is proportional to the input, and if I superpose, then I will get the entire picture. But the message is, if the system is nonlinear, you cannot decompose, you have to take entirely in this perspective, and that has led to number of institutes like Santa Fe Institute in New Mexico, where 6 Nobel laureates, and they have almost invested billions of dollars to understand the stock market and the brain. What is similarities, brain and stock market? New Mexico, if you look at the Santa Fe Institute, 6 Nobel laureates, physicists, economists, biologists, so they are part of that Santa Fe Institute. That is a message of new science, what is happening. So this linear superposition principle, that is what we teach up to BTech level. But real thing is stochasticity, randomness, and nonlinearity. These are so crucial. If you take American university, people teach. In India, the real problem is all educational system. If you say that this is a great university, if you look at the number of faculty members in mathematics, MIT, there are hundreds of faculty members. Even IIT Bombay, you will find 50 faculty members in mathematics, IIT Delhi. But somehow in all private universities, I'm finding they hardly have 3, 4, 5. And the worst thing is, they have put this into Department of Humanities and Applied Sciences, Mathematics, Humanities, everything together. So it means we are not giving real thrust to the mathematical sciences. Next, research productivity. What I will mention that Shockley, who got Nobel Prize in transistor, he was a crazy character. He was saying that, okay, now he was working in Bell Labs, how much we should pay to the scientists, how the scientists are productive. So given on the level of productivity, we shall start giving them salary. So he looked at the publication profile. What he found, that the publication profile follows a log normal distribution, just like income distribution. That is also log normal. There are some persons who are very, very rich. They are always in the tail, and generally people are not. So that is a curve log normal distribution. He argued that in order to publish a paper, you have to have a number of factors. Factor 1, factor 2, factor 3, you can list. You have to get an idea, you have to write it, you have to send it for publication, then the paper is accepted. So you can just enumerate some ideas, and then you can say these are the probability factors, and if these are all independent, roughly you can say this is a product, and if you take log, mathematically log, then it will lead to, by central limit theorem, finally P will follow log normal distribution. So Shockley found that there are persons like mathematics, Paul Erdős, a great number theorist. He had about 1,700 publications. He was one person, he will come and discuss with any student, and all students are following him, Paul Erdős. So this was the idea that Shockley, and Shockley was also a person, when he was in Bell Labs, there were 2 Nobel laureates, another. They produced. Shockley was asked a question. Okay, now there are 127 players, and they are playing tennis. How many matches I should have so that I can have the winner? And this fellow immediately answered that, okay, it means there should be 126 matches. He said, how? He said, I have to play against all this, and if I'm the winner. He said, how do you know all this? Have you heard this question earlier? He said, no, I just answered it like this. Because Shockley thought that he is the greatest. But the idea is that puzzles, analytical, logical ability is very, very crucial. Okay, so this is log normal distribution. Next, I will make 5 minutes and try to. This is also emergence of multiple equilibria. Given some potential function that is a linear, and if you are perturbing something, it can lead to multiple equilibria. Similarly, if you look at visual perception, if you see the middle, it is a vase. And if the perception changes, you see 2 faces. And it is this multiple existence of multiple equilibria that is what happens in all, or whether it's a biological science, brain disorder, all these things are essentially this multiple equilibria business. Next. क्या हुआ? Okay, so I just looking at the ideas of Shockley, I thought that we can also do some modeling stuff. So I attempted that. Does PDF, probability density function of employability, potential depict tail behavior like a log normal? So one can argue that you require technical skill, problem solving, analytical, communication, collaborative. And if by Shockley's argument you multiply, then everything follows a log normal distribution. So some of the institutions will perform very well on employability and some will not. Next. So modeling the gap reduction between academia and industry. So you say this is a desirable goal. So one can say what is X star? That can be modeled as Cobb-Douglas function in economics. These are all factors. And this is your present state. So what is the speed of adjustment? So one can model it and one can see how fast on what time scale we can achieve it. Next. So some evolutionary issues pertaining to academia and industry. Education evaluation may be, not evaluation, sorry, education evolution may be linear, but knowledge growth is non-linear. Industry application of knowledge, theory precedes technology, development of critical thinking in education that will lead to knowledge. Next. Invariant, as pointed out by Professor Ravi, invariant in ever-changing technological background. Good grounding in fundamentals needed, linear algebra, discrete mathematics, number theory, probability, optimization. So these are the things which even 160 years back, who were good in mathematics, and still all your deep learning, you take all big data analytics, that is a must. So so basically what we are finding, it is a symbiotic relationship between education, knowledge, and technologies. University to trigger inquisitive spirit. Individual collaborative projects concerned with emerging technology. Collaboration is very, very important. Next. So this is Bloom. Hofcott is a Turing Award winner at Cornell. Ravi Kannan, he was at MIT, then Yale, then all IIT Bombay, and now he's at Microsoft. They have written a book, Data Analytics in Foundations. And what they are arguing, that next 40 years are, what if someone learns this analytical skills, they are going to survive in next 40 years. He says, computer science discipline 1960, programming languages compiler, that was a part 1960. At present, fundamental change. Focus is more on wealth of application. Next. So why? Merger of computing and communication, enhanced ability to observe data and this. So interestingly, if you look at the book by Networks, Crowds, and Markets, Kleinberg is a famous Google scientist, Easley is a sociologist, and they have joined hands, and both are at Cornell University. So future is using computers and extract usable vast amount of exploration, large structures, web, this, Markov chains, random walk, this. Next, I will just, deep learning and regularization, Sajanowski in this. Basically all deep learning, because what is happening, now this is deep learning is becoming like a packaged, so people just blindly follow it. One should understand what is deep learning. And if you look at it, all it is optimization. So it is, if you have a convex optimization like a glass, if there is so there is a thing, so everything will settle down here. But these learning in networks with hidden units is non-convex. So there are large number of minima and system can get trapped. So solving problems in low dimensional spaces, networks would get stuck in local minima. What happens in high dimensional spaces? So what they're finding, deep learned networks, millions of units and billions of weights. So he got the idea, Hinton. He was a neuroscientist. He said that the cerebral cortex, there are all neurons are not working all the time. So some are dropout. So he just applied that idea, dropout, and he found that the solution worked. But what is mathematics? Tishby from Israel, people are working. So what is the rationale for this? But the important thing is total number of synapses in cerebral cortex, order of 100 trillion. And whereas human life in seconds is no more than billion seconds. So if you say every second so many neurons you connect, so each individual brain is such a massive thing. So dropout mechanism, how can brain? Next, just let me finish it fast. Computing for a better world. Now this is whole thing. Societal impact also. Whatever you are doing, whether society is benefiting out of it or not. This is, Wilson was there at Cornell. They started this, now this, Carla Gomes. She is a director. So she wrote an article in Communication ACM, Computational Sustainability, emerging field that aims to apply computer science and related to discipline. Next. The range of problems under computational sustainability and encompassing computational challenges this. So this is basically, if you go back and read this computer science, Cornell University computational science, you will find all stuff. Next. So this is also computational. This is whatever the mathematical tools they require. Because everyone is emphasizing mathematics, mathematics, mathematics. If you don't know mathematics, you're out. So transfer learning, that is also a part of information theory, all your mobile networks, everything, phone. It is the cloud. Shannon said that this is the upper limit and you cannot do better than that. And next, but I'm 2 minutes, I will just. Next. So on the dynamics of technological evolution, what Montrell says, all technologies have some, whether it is a random walk in one dimension, that life is very simple, you just understand. But if it is two-dimensional random walk, it is difficult. But if it is an n-dimensional random walk, it becomes it becomes prohibitively expensive. For example, what he did, if there are n dimensions, n dimensionless constant like fusion reactor, energy from fusion, thermonuclear fusion, stability of plasma, there he says that it will require billions and billions of wealth you have to invest, only then you can. So at least nation we should decide what is best for us, and that is what we should do. Next. So Montrell, that is genius. Montrell was the Einstein professor at Rochester. Next. Last, I think. Next. Knowledge economy, innovations, technological, scientific breakthrough, how to promote innovative thinking. And outcome of creativity and knowledge. And this last, please, next. So this is the picture which I want, that is for the university. That normally our educational system is, we get trapped into this dormant state. And if there are persons who want to go up, so the system always tries to bring them, and the system is stagnant and nothing happens. So here is the role of the university, if there are some bright persons. So whether they can be driven and they can be brought to a higher level. Because my experience of 40 years, many times I find the colleagues really pull you down. So the management role is how you can uplift and bring them in the higher stage of evolution. Thank you very much. Sorry. I have rushed through, but I'm sorry anyway.
Thank you very much, Professor Karmeshu. It's been an honor having you on stage. And the takeaway in my considered understanding of what he said is primarily that don't throw away your math textbooks. They are there to stay, number one. And the second thing is, after this presentation, I'm sure you understand why he won the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands for Professor Karmeshu.
As a student, he was an Olympiad player. And that
item on the agenda is the panel discussion. So without further ado, let me invite the panelists for this discussion on stage. Professor Madan Gopal. Professor Madan Gopal is a former professor and an internationally acclaimed specialist on control systems. He has, post-retirement, written a couple of books on deep learning. So it's my privilege to invite him. So please. Next is Archie. Archie Jackson is from the corporate side of things. He represents new tech. He is deeply involved in cybersecurity. And most important is, please, Archie, do take your seat. I would request Vivek to come on stage. Vivek is a senior director and in charge of the country. He's a country head at Oracle. And he represents a multinational that's so-called deep tech traditional companies, right? And last but not the least, Usha. Usha is an accomplished, is accomplished in many ways, right? But most important is she and her husband have been involved in putting together the new IITs, IIT Bhubaneswar, IIT Patna, the others. So she represents the human side of things, the people side of things. So let me set the ball rolling. First, I have to thank Sharath for making my life easy, because he's introduced a lot of stuff which I had planned to introduce here. So may I start with Usha? Usha, going forward, that is, as Sharath said, you're looking at the next decade. What are the major technologies that you see coming into play? Yes, he mentioned metaverse, you mentioned 5G, you mentioned a whole suite of others. But I'll let you take the center stage and discuss what we see.
So what we think, from being from the industry for such a long time, and we feel that metaverse is a word which can be interpreted in many ways. So we are looking at things being, students will have to end up being very creative, and the technologies we are looking at is AR, VR, blockchain, anything which will take us in building NFTs. You see, each person now will start building his own NFTs, and that becomes part of the system which can be accessed everywhere. And it could be anything, right? Once he becomes creative, the same thing what we learned or what we looked at it, he looks at it from a different view, different dimension. And all this needs technology behind it. And I agree, math is there, everything is there, software is there, platforms are there, we may not be even meeting each other, but over time, everything will have to be done very ethically. We'll have to be very careful. The people's skills have to be there, because guys, we can put anything, everything we want, right? So somebody will have to comply. A lot of things will come around it. So I'm expecting technologies, AR, VR, everything, data sciences, all the creativity, UX design, different management skills, everything to come into the new world.
So, first of all, thanks for inviting me to be on this panel. So, first of all, I want to touch upon a point that Sharad raised, right? So, the future doesn't look that dark, right? It presents a lot of opportunities. So, one of the things that I've seen before answering this question on tech trend is, are you trying to resist the change, right? Change is going to happen. So, it is the opportunity is about adopting the change and moving on with it, right? And leveraging that to drive benefit to either the society or nation or there is a lot of opportunity that is presented. Everything that was said there, that someone said worried, someone had an emoji. I don't think we need to really look at this change as something that is going to take things away. Human touch is not going to go away. It is just becoming more efficient. now coming to the trend part of it, and I'm assuming the trend was more from a tech standpoint. So if you look at over last decade especially, the transformation is happening at a much faster pace, right, than ever before. Also because of the availability of the compute power, right, or technology itself in the hand of innovators, right? Whether you're running a business, et cetera, et cetera. So as my personal view is that cloud is going to be the underlying platform for every disruption which is happening there. Whether then you talk data on top of it, blockchain to enable supply chain or different business functions, or to go and drive AI, machine learning for smart traffic, future of farming, and future of many other things that we talk about. So technology is going to remain the core, but the real trend will be set by the business logics that is written on top of it. That's where the real opportunity is. That's why I think you were also talking about, right? That eventually the business logic will define. Interestingly, Archie specializes in cybersecurity, so I'll let him speak. But when I really read a lot of these tech trends which is going to happen, and I read that cybersecurity is a trend, I actually amazes me, because cybersecurity has been there for many, many years. It's just that the need of cybersecurity is probably more than ever before. So that also remains a trend. But eventually I would say that cloud will remain as the underlying layer for all the tech disruption or all the business disruption which is going to happen in future.
Thank you. So if you look back, if you just look back from the transformation is continual. Earlier, there were landline telephones, and then the telephones moved to the mobile. So every change in the technology front, if we go granular, is driven through communication or driven via communication. Transportation as well as communication between geographies, communicating between devices, communicating between people, knowledge, everything. So the fundamental behind that is communication. And with the help of technology, as it has been evolving over the period, as communication evolved, the disruption has been continual. We are in the current generation. If we look back like the past 2 decades, disruption has been there from mobile telephony. The QWERTY keyboards moved to the touch keyboards, touch devices. So the present moment is again a leap to the next transformation or next disruption, per se. At this moment, the few of the technologies, the fundamental basis that drives is 5G, because that would enhance the speed of communication. The evolution behind that is as cloud. However, metaverse is a disruptor. If we go deeper into the use cases, there could be phenomenal plethora of use cases around. And we are at a very early verge of getting into that disruption cycle. The sooner we leap into it, the faster. I mean, it's just like a Mumbai local train. All we need to get onto a local train is to stand there. So if we are a party to it, we would be in that particular journey. Use cases from universities, use cases from medicines, use cases from travel. Metaverse is one major big disruptor on the fundamental 5G, which is communication that is happening. If we are closely watching, and again, what Sharath was talking about, is it something that we should be worrying about, or is it something that we should be cherishing about? In my perspective, we should be cherishing this transformation as well. How soon this would happen? How soon? I mean, we cannot say this is a long journey and metaverse will evolve over the period. We never know how quick this disruption may happen. Elon Musk is working to migrate people onto Mars. The life, the water, it only needs to heat up the polars, the north and south poles, and life can happen. So when the work in that particular direction is happening at this current moment, so metaverse is something where investment in terms of time, energy, and use cases is one of the disruptor. Second is, as I talked about the 5G, the communication around satellites, SpaceX and other various different providers are across the low orbit satellite communication, which means communication would reach out to places where communication is not reaching as on today. Outskirts, mountains, oceans. So the level of communication is going to expand. And we are at the right pace, right time, right place, and there is so much to do, and looking forward with a lot of excitement. Thank you.
Thanks, Archie.
Well, friends, as far as academics and industry,
So your microphone.
technically speaking, they should be at par. You see, they should be at the same platform. But you see, the gap exists, and that gap will be visible the way I speak. You see, I will speak with respect to academics and how it is going to impact the education and how should we train our students so that they sit on the industry side. So see, from that point of view, if I see digital revolution, a people-centric revolution has almost matured, you see. Now we are using it, and it has become a part of our daily life. There is hardly anything which we are not doing digitally, today even. You see, but the next phase of transformation is a digital transformation, which is based on combinatorial set of technologies like AI, like data science, like 5G, like blockchain, like so many other technologies are in shape, and the digital transformation phase is dependent on these technologies. This is not purely people-centric. So we are still in the present physical world. You see, people are talking of metaverse, but let us first talk of physical world. In the physical world, we are in these technologies, and these technologies are not still matured. They are evolving, and therefore our students should learn these evolving technologies first before they go to the next step of the ladder of the metaverse. Now, as far as metaverse is concerned, to me, my friends, it is still a fuzzy concept. So I realize that the big corporates are creating their own metaverses and are marketing it as a product. So you see that is not a complete definition of a metaverse. Metaverse is a virtual world where every person is given a digital identity, and through that digital identity, the person can travel in the total virtual space, which is the digital creation of the physical space. So with respect to that, you see, that state has yet to come. But yes, the modular form of it, the usage of it for the students have already started coming, as was pointed out by Sharad Mehra. Now the question is how our education goes. Now you see, as far as the technologies of the today's world are concerned, these are going to be ingredients of the metaverse also. So the challenge before us to train our students in the present day technologies of the physical world, so that when they move up onto the ladder to the metaverse, they can appreciate the metaverse better. So this is the ramping way of education, to my mind, we should be careful about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And there are 4 points that came out in this conversation. One is, of course, a list of technologies that you see going forward. I mean, Vivek mentioned the cloud, 5G technologies. There is an aspect of interworking of these technologies. For example, one thing that has been missed out is the emergence of IoT, right? So we see a lot of technologies coming together to make the future happen. So there are a couple of implications to this. One is, of course, the use cases or the utility of these technologies. But in my mind, there is also a social, shall we say, relevance. A lot of us during the COVID times started using UPI, and today, I mean, you can make payments even to a Pani Puri wala using your cell phone. So the adoption of technology within society has accelerated. But having said that, the implications of those from a behavioral perspective, the patterns of behavior seen in students, those are things that have their pros and cons. So may I request you to share your thoughts on those and your points in terms of what can be done to make sure that these are better received by society and better utilized by society, especially the student body.
So, I mean, I touched base with the students who were working on some AR and VR outside, right? And he told me he's from the law school, which is very great. He's doing something which has nothing to do with his subject, but he's using technology, and he's doing it to hit the space sciences. So I asked him, now think about it, what happens if that asteroid had hit the Earth, right? Which got disengaged on the other day. So I said, why didn't you not put that in? So he says, ma'am, I never thought about it. But what I felt was the students look at what's happening in the real world, and they are sometimes way ahead of us. We just read the news. They actually are making the news. So while they're making the news, he could have said, if it didn't go that way, it actually hit us, maybe we won't be existing today, we won't be here today. So this is, please understand, children always think out of the box. They always want to break the rules. Let's encourage that. And Metaverse will let you hit at kids whom you thought were disabled, have disabilities like autism and things like that, which actually such children are brilliant. Maybe they'll use, I've seen these kids being very good at computer technologies, but they can't communicate with us. Somewhere there's a problem, right? So Metaverse will include everyone. Guys, it's not just gender, everything. It will include people who have not had a voice in the world. Let's bring them as this technology will enable everybody to come part of it. Be part of us. We are going to be part of them. So I think we are there. We are getting there. We are getting better and better at it. Open society, open source was so common, but guys, let's be open society too. So I'm hoping that we get there someday.
Yeah, so I think some very good points made by you, right? When you are talking about let's encourage if they're breaking a rule. I think one of the things that I have seen businesses which are successful versus businesses who are facing stagnancy, etc., is the difference in attitude there is, are they ready to unlearn and learn, right? I think that is very, very critical. That's not only critical for the students, right? That's not only important for academia, that is not only important for industry, it's actually important for everybody, that we should be ready to unlearn and learn, right? Because that is where the world is heading, right? The world is heading wherein there is a lot of innovation which is happening. I was reading about Metaverse the other day, right, out of curiosity. about what is the real usage, because you keep reading about many things, right? Like I was reading an article by Goldman Sachs wherein they were saying that it can be like $2 trillion or $3 trillion industry, right, to $25 trillion over years to come. I was reading another Forbes article wherein they were talking about metaverse being actually used by some businesses, right? Like Dr. Madan was talking about that every business is trying to go and create their own metaverse. Like this Forbes article mentioned about IKEA, right? That they are trying to give you an immersive experience so that you can place their furnitures in your home, and then so that's their form of metaverse. Likewise, I was also reading about how it is used in education, right? And interestingly, in Poland, there are a couple of institutions who are using metaverse. So they've created their own metaverse to teach science, right? So net, this will keep expanding, right? Archie talked about use cases, right? It is the technology will actually go and enable anything that you can think of, right? That is what we eventually call as innovation. So my view, again, going back to where I started, right? Change is inevitable, right? It is going to happen. It is going to empower each one of us in a very, very big way. Coming to academia, I think it is very important, right? It is going to play an important role. It is not going to remove any human intervention. You will still need a professor, right? You will. It's just that the experience may be very different to what you can potentially do. Instead of writing theoretical books to clear an exam, you may actually end up doing something. And I think that's what industry is looking at, right? How do you really get trained resources, right? Rather than someone who comes on board and then you are training them over a period of time. So a lot of things are getting enabled. Actually, I think it's a great time. It is going to empower everybody in a very, very big way.
Well, the impact of these emerging technologies, metaverse and others onto our society. So if you look at, I mean, let me first address this with an analogy. So when I was young, I used to have a lot of soft drinks. As time passed by, with awareness, knowing about the sugar, knowing about the impact, that is reduced. And if we look around, the consumption of soft drinks have gone down substantially. The fundamental around this is awareness. Yeah? Any impact, any negative impact without awareness is inevitable. So in parallel to these technologies, everything has a pros and cons. With metaverse, with 5G has strong radiations. It may affect a lot of biological changes and impacts. But on the other hand, the positive side is we humans are adaptable. By adaptable, I mean with the air quality, for example, right now, we are still surviving because we have been in that particular environment for quite some time. Somebody foreign being in this surrounding, that person will get sick very easily or have some issues around breathing and all. But we are able to still breathe in such a polluted environment. Which means, I mean, from analogy, with anecdotal thought process, it's our body is very adaptive to the environment. With these technologies, so there may be long hours of sitting, there may be neurological changes, and that's why there are some guidelines like the years, the age, the minimal age to use Oculus and all those devices being exposed to. Apple Watch is not configurable below 15 years of age, even today, yeah, because it has those sensors, yeah, and as children are growing, so those sensors may impact. So awareness around these will help adapt better. Now, from the social perspective, Now, from the past, our trend or the past generation, couple of decades, there have been changes in technology as well. In my time, there used to be those video games which had those CRTs. The distance between those CRT was merely 12 inches. That level of glares onto our eyes, those were the concerns back then. Things evolved, computers came in, then the CRT changed into the LEDs, LCDs. The distance reduced further. Now with Oculus, the distance is in very limited inches. But my point is, again, being optimistic, being futuristic, these things, our body will adapt, body will change, and with awareness, the transformation will happen. Yep. We sailed through, we evolved, and that will sail through forward. There may be other technologies, you never know, we have those contact lenses. That's there. We have those contact lenses, those Google lenses and all, which gives information onto our retina itself. So that level, I mean, would that have some negative impact onto our health or socially? It may not. But evolution, adaptability, that's per se, which is something that would take us forward. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I will speak on the point of education as to how do we educate our students. As far as the technologies are concerned, I think in every aspect of life, good and bad go together. But because of the fear of bad, we cannot throw away the good. So the good has to be taken. The only thing is the bad has to be filtered out properly. And as was mentioned by Archie, that well, as far as the bad filtering is concerned, even the technological steps are being taken to filter out the bad. But as far as education is concerned, education, to my mind, should not start from the top. We cannot start telling about the students about the metaverse and all that and how does it work. You see, one of my friends was telling that they went to MIT University and they showed that how the metaverse works, was showing them the parts of an engine. But you see that, well, I personally feel as an educationist that we should ramp up, you see. We should start from the lower end and go to the upper end. Now, as far as the lower end is concerned, consider about today's physical world. We are talking of virtual world. In the physical world, the technologies like 5G, artificial intelligence, data science and all that, they are now maturing. Talk of artificial intelligence. Now, algorithmic point of view of deep learning and all that has already almost matured. It is the application side which is important today. Applications in different areas. Now, artificial intelligence has matured, but we have started thinking about the next step of that. As per the University of Stanford, the next boom in the technology as far as this part is concerned is going to be transfer learning. Take 5G. So we are talking of 5G. 5G has yet to be implemented in India perfectly, but we have already started about talking about 6G. So should our students not learn these technologies first in the physical world before they go to the virtual world? Now you see, what is the virtual world? It is the vision of the next generation of internet. Now you see, I was talking to my students, they were doing some data collections on the health sciences. So in the health sciences data collection, they had to go to the various internet sites, the websites, they had to go to different apps to get the data from different hospitals, different clinics, different doctors of the world. This is the present state of the technology. I understand that in the virtual space, they are the digital identity and they can probably see the total virtual, in the virtual world, the total picture at a time. They have not to depend upon passwords, they have not to depend upon other things, you see, they can see the total picture. But you see, they should know what is data and how the data is collected. So my point is that ramping towards metaverse in education should be the right step. The students should be given training on the technologies in the physical world first before they are given the vision, the training of the metaverse. They should know what the subject is, but they should ramp up in the education. This is my viewpoint on metaverse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. So, as a quick summary of what we have discussed so far, we started with the technologies that are going to have a significant impact over the next few years. We also discussed a few use cases, especially from Vivek, about what are the applications of these technologies working together over the next few years. But most important is a sense of optimism about the use of these technologies per se, or applications that use these from not only a behavioral perspective, but Archie, thank you very much for bringing in the health aspect. Last but not the least, the takeaway from Professor Madan Gopal's statement is that we should let our students actually dabble in these, let them figure out what is right. And this process of adopting technology, especially from a university perspective, should be more organic, should be more natural, and let things fall the way they do after, say, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. With that, I conclude this session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Flow of events as well. So most of you guys are hungry right now, so we're going to adjourn for a working lunch. They call it networking lunch, but let's make it a working lunch. Get back here by 2:30 because we're going to have the next panel, which is a panel on by the Department of Social Media, School of Modern Media. And the question, of course, that you may have to think about while you're going back for lunch, one of the ideas we had is that one panel flows into another. Does technology drive content, or does content drive technology? We'll come back with Nalin as well as Ravi on stage at 2:30 sharp. Don't be like the students who don't end up back in class on time. 2:30 we'll get back here to start the next panel because we have a tight schedule ahead in the second half of the day. Thanks.
Thank you, and bon appetit.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check, check, check. तभी एज इट इज चलता रहेगा हाँ आप लोगों का लंच ब्रेक नहीं हो सकता आप लोगों का लंच ब्रेक नहीं हो सकता यार जाते हैं और कर ही रहा क्या आ रहा है कौन सा बनाया है सचिन कैमरा अभी तो ऑडियो चलेगा केवल बड़ी वाली करना हाँ भाई, हाँ भाई, बोल दो ना, आया, आया ना पक्का। सुनने इसको, हाँ थैंक यू, अन्ना बोलो, हाँ पिए दूं,
celluloid drains and narrow neighboring dependent drugs. I'm working.
ये सारा तो दवा रूट करते यार, रूट करते यार, यार हाँ भैया ठीक है भेजता हूँ, ठीक है भेजता ये पे नहीं एक बार पॉज करो,
Dilip Kumar's death in Mumbai at the age of 90.
चलो खाना खाना बंद कर दिया आपने, फिर आ गया ये मेरे पे हाँ ये अरे कोई नहीं ना तो आए मेरा मोबाइल अन्य जी खाना खाने के लिए बोल रहा बोल देता हूँ ना आ जा तुम्हारा टाइम नहीं इनको भी हम आप है ना इनको कल रात का सेटअप है यहाँ का आईटी शेडिंग वाला थोड़ा सा उसका देख लीजिए कैसे एलिजिबिलिटी क्या जाएगा यहाँ पे बात करेंगे ठीक है किशन नाम का किशन पिक्सल चेक करने के लिए बोलते हैं ठीक है दूसरा बस ये देख लेना एवरीथिंग कितनी है ऑफिस में कहाँ से है कोई दिक्कत ना आ रही है जो जैसा हमने प्लान बनाया था वैसे ही ठीक है ना ये मेरा पागल हो रखा है फिर घर वालों ने पागल कर रखा है गड़बड़ी गड़बड़ी कर रहा है कल रात को क्लियर कॉम जाने थे वो भी नहीं पहुंच पाए ठीक है ये सारी चीजें बना ली तुमको बतौड़ी आप ठीक है और तो अगर चला जाएगा तो ज्यादा अच्छी बात है यार पूरे पीछे के सामने देखेंगे पता लगेगा है ना पूरा प्लानिंग कैसे सामान कहाँ जा रहा है क्या और सुन विशाल भाई का नंबर है तेरे पास विशाल भाई का ना मैं नंबर भेजा भाई एलईडी का है एक बार ना प्लाज्मा का बता दो कि प्लाज्मा कितने के लिए कहाँ है ना नंबर लेके सात आठ दिन का काम है ठीक है 2 मीटर नंबर ही देगा हाँ अभी तो रश है हाँ ठीक है कौन सी चलाऊं बोलो कौन सी यूट्यूब भाई तेरा खाना खाना बहुत क्या खाना और बोलो ना मैं एक म्यूजिक लगा के रखना वो तो चित्रपट में कौन सी भाई जल्दी बताओ आपने खाना खा लिया नहीं खाया भाई आप लोग खाओ जाके नहीं सब छोड़ो आप पहले खाना खाओ फिर सेशन शुरू हो जाएगा फिर अब सुन मैं कहता हूं ना एक लाउड म्यूजिक चाहिए जो हम चाहेंगे लेकिन बता देंगे नो पॉइंट भाई तू पहले खा भाई आप भी पहले जाओ खाना क्योंकि फिर टाइम आप लोगों को सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है तो कैसे फिल्टर निकलते हैं
कैसे होगा उनका सिस्टम लिंक करना है, कैसे होगा उनका सिस्टम लिंक करना वहाँ से? हाँ हाँ, और स्क्रीन दोनों साइड में जाएगा दोनों। हाँ हाँ, देखना है तो मैं कर देता हूँ। टू हैंडल और ये लेकर तो मैं अभी बात करूँगा तो लेकर चल ये लेकर इनका स्पीकर में ऑडियो टेस्ट करना है, टेस्ट कर दो जो आपका माइक ऑन कर दो।
Is this okay? Can you hear me?
माइक ऑफ
इधर प्रोजेक्ट करना
Mic off.
इनके लैपटॉप
प्रोजेक्ट करने ऑडियो उनका दे सकते हैं
कर रहा हूँ
40,000 का मैं
Is this okay? Are you getting audio? I just switched on. Yes. थोड़ा
कोऑर्डिनेट्स ऑफ है बीच में ऑफ है ऑफ मोड है बड़ी ऑन करना वहाँ
हाँ उसको कैसे दबाना
हाँ पावर बटन को ऑन कर दीजिएगा चालू है
आप यहाँ से मैनेज कर लेना ये ऑन ही है
ठीक है
ऑन ही है और मुझे ये
ठीक है
ये भी ऑन
चेक करना है तो चेक कर सकते हैं आप ऑडियो
है
बोलिए मैं उसका ठीक कर दूंगा अरे इन दोनों का खाना तो खिला दो हाँ
जब ये प्रॉम्प्ट करेगा हटा देंगे हम बस ये रहने
लाउड अभी
लोग आएंगे
दोनों एक ही है
senior editorial positions at several leading news organizations, India Today, as well as Times of India. So he's sort of overseen digital transformation in the newsroom. And the question that then I have from Ravi to Nalin, to build a bridge between the panel that we saw pre-launch and now the one that we're going to start post-launch, is that, is technology driving content? And what I mean by that is that, is there a need for a particular type of content because of which we are inventing technology, or are we then evolving content because there is an evolution in technology? Which way is this working? What's driving it, Nalin?
So, it's like a chicken and egg question, but fundamentally, it's like there was a Canadian theorist, Marshall McLuhan, who had this very interesting sort of bumper sticker line: the medium is the message. Every time a new technology comes, it defines the way you make content. Very quickly, when the printing press came, it catalyzed a shift that led to the creation of the Renaissance. It led to the Reformation. It led to changes in Christendom itself, and ultimately nationalism. When television came, when radio came in, it led to an entirely different kind of mobilization. When television came in, it led to a new kind of politics. What we are seeing now with digital is a revolutionary, cataclysmic shift of the kind we've not seen for 500 years or so. We are in the early birth pang stages of it. The shift you're seeing in Facebook and Twitter now, or Meta now, these are birth pangs, if you like. But the direction of change is transformational. The choice is, I don't think we have a choice on that.
And what do I do to learn technology, and what's going to happen next? How do I factor technology into my way of life?
See, there are three aspects to it. The first is you need to see, there are multiple technologies which are similar, which are developing. So we need to make sure that we bet on the right horse, one. Second thing is we need to understand what the implications of a particular technology are. Like he mentioned, depending upon the platform you choose, the kind of content that you're going to develop on those. And that medium is going to serve a category of audience that you're not aware of yet. So you need to essentially understand that nuance of technology first. Lastly, technology development per se is an expensive proposition, right? There's a lot of capital that needs to go into it. So we also need to find out who are the backers, who are the people betting on a particular technology, and the direction it is going to take.
Okay. On that note, I'm going to hand this over to Nalin. You have a power pack panel to discuss journalism and the future of media in the age of the metaverse. So go ahead.
Thank you very much, Veera and Ravi. Let me first, before we get the panel on stage, let me ask Rohit Sir. This conversation as the keynote. Rohit Saran, just this week, till last week, was the chief editor of Times Internet, now is advisor at India Today Group, has pretty much led transformations at the Economic Times, Business Today, India Today Group, Khaleej Times. And I asked Rohit to talk about 5 or 6 things that keep him awake at night as somebody who leads big media organizations. 5 or 6 big disruptions or questions which are going to define our futures, with examples from his recent work. So Rohit.
Thank you so much, Nalin. Let me just do the basics of adjusting so I'm audible. Thank you so much, Nalin. I'm so happy to be with you and the audience here. Can you all hear me? Okay, thanks. Because as Nalin said, and Nalin has been witness to what I'm going to say, we slightly lower. Is it clear to people at the back? Okay. Is this okay? Okay. Now, what I was going to say is that Nalin said, when you're in the newsroom, recently I was talking to Menika Doshi, and she said that Rohit, newsroom is the most sort of ferocious time killer. You can go in the morning and come out in the night and not know how hours pass. So what happens therefore is that it's very important for people like us to be with you, to be able to share ideas with you, because we sometimes just lose track of how the audiences are perceiving our work, what they're doing, which actually is a death wish. So Nalin, thanks so much for having me here. I'll just, as Nalin said, I'll just share 4 or 5 thoughts and try to show you some examples of what I talk about through actual stories. I think one thing is very clear is that one big thing that digital has done to any newsroom, I'm talking from digital newsroom perspective, but I think it will largely be true, and then we'll have a panel people who know television more than me, is that first thing is that it's very clear that the best days of storytelling and journalism are ahead of us. They're not behind us. And it's important to say right upfront, because for some very valid reasons, there's some despondency and very severe criticism, well-earned, of the way journalism is moving, not just here, all over the world. All of it is well-earned by the profession that I belong to, but do not confuse that with the fact that fundamentally the craft and technology for storytelling is improving. And with that, the work that journalists do is also getting better. It's just that the shallower work, the not so good work sometimes get more publicity. But I'll try and prove in my next 10, 15 minutes that why what I'm saying is what likely to be, why best days of journalism are ahead of us. From the craft point of view, which is the most critical part from students' point of view and teachers' point of view, the craft of journalism itself is fundamentally changing. The tools that we apply to tell our stories, I think, are so much better now, and they will get so much better in very foreseeable future. And most importantly, the audience reach and audience understanding. Good part of my career went in print journalism, and we had no idea once your story came out in a magazine or a newspaper, who's reading when, where, what time, for how long, how many paragraphs. There was a very unguided intuition that was going into making the product. But today, for each story that you do, you can know everything about that story, who's read which part of the word. Firstly, each story that you push the publish button on digital goes to the entire word. So there's no distribution in that sense, because everything is distributed universally. Especially if you're English language, you have that slight advantage that you're reaching everywhere. And that same audience understanding adds so much if you're a recipient to the ideas that you're getting from that audience. So so I think that itself is huge. And so I want you to understand that no matter how sad you feel when you see a bad piece of journalism, as a profession, we're getting better. Why I'm saying so? There are 2, 3 points. One is that in a typical newsroom, broadly speaking, there are thousands of types of stories that are told, but let me just put them in 2 broad buckets. One is this news report, something that's just happening, it is going out. In digital, it's 24/7. In newspaper, it's once in 24 hours. In magazine, depending on the periodicity, but it's happening and it has to go. Let me just say, it's pure news report. There, I think some foundational changes are taking place in the speed, quality, and cost, all 3. Usually in management schools, you'll be told that in any environment, you can't get faster speed, higher quality, and lower cost. You have to choose 2 of the 3 is usually the wisdom is. But actually in a newsroom with modern technology, you can get all 3. And there are enough examples. And that is a huge power to us as journalists and my colleagues on the business side who have to make business model behind whatever we do. In fact, I'll try and show, but before I come to that, I'll show you an example. When COVID struck in March 2020, I was working with a person called Rishabh Shrivastava, who Nalin knows, and we have collaborated. Some people in this room may know about him. He came up to me and said, Mr. Sun, I can create. So government health ministry had started putting out data on COVID cases, and everybody wanted to know that time the interest in how many COVID cases going on. And I think by mid-April, health ministry was releasing state-wise data morning and evening. Then they reduced it to just evening later on. And he showed me a work which was ready where if health ministry was releasing data at 8:30 or 9 in the morning, within 10 minutes, he will have a complete story on 29 states of India, 5 paragraphs and 6 graphics in 10 minutes of government releasing the data. So all the PDFs that government is releasing, government loves PDFs. They never release data in Excels or Google Sheets. They always release in PDF. But so he has the backend which could scrape the data, visualize all of them in beautiful trend lines, tables, bar charts, write paragraph each. All the text, including headline and introduction to that article, was being automated. And he was putting it out. So I don't want to right now go into the brand that took it, but a relatively small brand decided to use his work between mid-April to mid-May. And 1 week after he started giving his content. Every morning he would send out 29 stories, and those 29 stories will be updated 8:15 in the evening. Within 10 minutes of government releasing the data, all the 29 articles used to be ready and published. That small news outlet, and this is the business side and the readership side, within a week, they started seeing disproportional visibility on Google search. What was happening was that all the organizations, including Times of India, which has the might of, I think in English newsroom, there's no bigger newsroom in India than Times of India. There's some 800-900 reporters on the ground all over India. But most news organizations would do what? They will say, oh, Delhi, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, these are the highest states with COVID cases. So let's do deeper stories there. You forget what's happening in Northeast. You forget what's happening in Karnataka or wherever there's. But because this story was automated with Rishabh's technology, that organization was the only one in India which was twice in a day giving updates on all 29 states. And Google rewarded. Within 1 week, Google search figured out this is the only organization which is giving you unique story. By the way, these were unique stories. These are not cut and paste of government press release. Each text was uniquely written. Each graphic was uniquely visualized. And so to me at that time, this is 2 years ago now, was just a great living. Unfortunately, I don't have the link. Otherwise, I would have shown it to you how they were looking, so you could see how out of ordinary they were. But I'll try and jump to another link just to prove the point of how lower cost, higher quality, and speed can happen. So Jitain, one of my Times of India colleagues, is here in this room, and he and his another colleague called Indrajit, we were discussing that every day at 3:30, when stock market closes, so many stocks websites put out hot stocks of the day, that is, Money Control does it, you can find it on BSE website. But can Times of India do something unique, which is out in 5 to 10 minutes of stock market closing? What would that unique thing will be? That Times of India reader will be interested, not a typical day-to-day trader, because the trader will not come to Times of India. The trader doesn't need Times of India. So we thought of this, but I just have picked up a random, which goes out every day. So the idea was with this story, sorry, let me just browse. The idea was that we will do, I hope you can see, yeah, you can. We'll first show 10 hottest stock of the day, which is nothing but 10 scripts whose prices rose the fastest today or yesterday. That's all. And then you can give some extra information like which industry does it belong to, which sector. But this is still only traders information that you'll get from this. And you go, okay, how do we add all of this to, okay, how does this 10 compare with the week's top 10? Then you start saying, oh, what I saw in today's top 10, does it also figure in week's top 10? Because is it a better stock 10? And then we added week, then we did month. I mean, I can click on all of these and show it to you. But the idea was, then we say, okay, how does today's table compare with 6 months winners? So 1 day winner, 1 month winner, 6 months winner, and then 1 year winner. And then the ultimate table, if you ask me, and I don't know how many investors are there, which stocks are common across all these? Because there may be a real winner there. If there is a number one stock, which is daily, weekly, monthly, 6 monthly, and annual, is that a unique stock? And do you want to talk about it? Now, if we were to manually do it, it would be impossible. There's no way. You would have put out this article maybe at 9 p.m. And if 3:30 the market closes, can we get out by 3:40 was the idea. And again, we worked with a tech colleague, and this is now a reality. Now, this has to be showed up more, stories have to be written, this has to be propagated better. And in this, there are many examples, but I just wanted to show you that even when news breaks, technology intervention can substantially improve the quality and speed of what you deliver in any newsroom, frankly. You just have to think of any idea, whether it's cricket, whether it's hockey, football. We were discussing some football properties. And at the moment you discuss that with tech and design colleagues together, it changes everything. Your offering changes everything. There is something else that technology is doing while enabling this, and which is, I'm using the term that I have used with Nalin in several conversations, what I prefer to call is pre-content. And I'll tell you what pre-content means. See, all newsrooms and journalism schools have a common aim. How do you improve the quality of content? Okay, speed is fine, but is it good content? Will it be paid for? Will you pay to read this? That's frankly the biggest commercial and creative challenge for all newsrooms in India, across the world too. Is it creative enough and fast enough that people will say, oh, I'll pay for this? And I think that objective will not be met till the content generators are sitting on a very high quality pre-content platform. And the pre-content is basic. It could mean, again, many things, but I've broken it down to two fundamental things. Do I have real-time research on most things that I cover on my computer when I'm writing the story? And then do I have the tools to convert that real-time content into compelling visual or paragraph? Now, I think the changes happening in this pre-content are amazing. I'll show you one example of this. There are thousands of examples. One example is this person who had developed this, the COVID story platform that I told you 2 years ago. He gave up and he's now developing something called data narratives. And this, I think I was telling Shelly before the meeting that his objective was, can I type anything that I'm writing story or want to just have a chat on and get, like Google search, can I get charts on that topic? Just charts, nothing else. So here, let's say, I often search, I think all of you search a lot on Delhi pollution. So I was searching on Delhi pollution and let's see what happens. If I search, the product is still under development. So it's still a startup product. And I don't know what the internet speed here is, but see, this is it. So there'll be series of charts on, each of these charts is real-time data on Delhi pollution. Nothing stored, nothing is. So I can go here, I can say, what form do I want to use this? I can export as PNG, CSV, SVG, and I'm writing a story. I'm writing a 10-paragraph story. I simply do embed code and write my text. In 2 months, each of these charts will have automated 2-paragraph text written on it, which will change the moment data changes. These are all interactives. I can go and change my date. I don't want 24, I want 30-day data. It will change it to 30-day data. I want 2-year data. It will change to 2-year data. And so on and so forth. I'm showing you pollution. This is all India pollution. So you want to write 2 paragraphs of Delhi pollution. Then you move to what is all India. Which centers in Delhi are more polluted than others? What is the wind speed, by the way? How is temperature correlating with pollution? So the thing is, so far in the newsroom, and I'll not go too much detail into data narratives, but so far to realize the importance of, you could have all of these thoughts while writing the story, but where we got hard data in an auto-visualized form to just embed as you write. This does, so this is what I can tell is that I think we need, and I mean, you can later on take this and you can search on other things. This is just not pollution. It serves you real-time data on a whole lot of things, including, by the way, elections. There's no real-time data right now, but when Gujarat and Himachal go on polls, you'll see industrial production, GDP, crime, so on and so forth. I think second big point, I think, is that quality of pre-content has to and is improving. Our newsrooms and students of journalism making this full use of it and actually contributing to improvement of pre-content. The other pre-content thing, which is, this in a way is a good case study of research and tool coming together and being served to you. But often you will not have it. You will have a CMI database, you will have an NCRB database, you will have this, that, but you will not have a tool to visualize that data and put it out very form. So again, I think some of my Times of India colleagues are here, and we had a tool called Data Wrapper. which we use extensively. And the great part of this tool, and I just like 2 seconds, I'll show you. It's in a way, it looks wise it confuses you like data narrative. It's not data narrative because none of the data belongs to data wrapper. Data here belongs to the user. If Times of India is the user, for example, all the charts that you're seeing right now on the screen do not belong to data wrapper, they belong to Times of India. But the beauty of this, if anybody here who has worked in newspaper or magazine will say how graphics get made. You tell your designer, I'm doing the story, these are my 5 data points. They will make a chart in a very static form. You can't reuse that chart in fact. And so today, if you're doing an inflation story for this month, next month, new inflation data comes. If you want to redo that graphic, you'll have to start from ground zero. You have to give them all the data again. You'll redo the entire data. You don't even know the shape of your trend line unless you have auto visualized in your head. And sometimes the shape of trend line is important for you to raise your headline and introduction. So there's a tool like Data Wrapper, which I thought the beauty of this was it had something called Data Wrapper River, where you can pick up any chart, for example, and see there's a reuse button. All you need to do is to reuse this chart. So you have whatever chart, you just want to update the last point on this chart. Rest of the chart is ready. And the moment you click on this, like I showed the data narrative, it gives you what form do you want to use. You want to use it online, take embed code. You want to use in print, just download a PDF, resize it to your requirements, ready to go. So I'm a little data biased person, so I'm showing you a lot of data tools, but similar tools exist for pictures, for videos, for text editing. Tools like Quillbot, Longshot, you can write 5 bullet points and they will convert into 5 paragraphs. You write 10 paragraphs and they will give you 10 bullet points. These tools are real. They exist in the market. They're no more in the realms of imagination. You write and this tool will give you 5 headlines. You ask for 5 more headlines, it will give you 5 more headlines. And I was looking at the tool called Longshot. Yeah. And Longshot was giving, is also suggesting you, they have a feature called Unstuck Me. So you're writing something, you're stuck. You don't know what my next paragraph. You have a lot of confused thoughts in your head. You click a button called Unstuck Me and it will unstuck you. It will just write a paragraph for you. And then you choose whether that's the thought that you wanted or not. This is all open AI coming into the newsroom. So I think along with pre-content and news report, the technology is really redefining both. One last point, Nila, I wanted to bring out is this, which is a very less understood concept. And this is where I think books and what happens in the book publishing industry and journalism have a lot of commonality, is that I think as journalists, we are trained not to think, unfortunately, of lifetime value of our work. If I'm doing an inflation story, a COVID story, or crime story, I don't know, Gujarat election story, I think this story is this. Tomorrow somebody will read it, day after, that's it, that story is dead. This is apart from the bad journalism, it's very bad business model. Because my owner should be able to get lifetime of value from my story. And I think it's important that journalists start understanding that. And here I was talking to Nalin the other day, I was giving a lot of examples. And I was telling Nalin, so Nalin's book, actually I had it open here. I don't know whether I can move my screen. And I was looking at it, Nalin, I was looking at your book and all the beautiful charts. And some of these charts I had seen before you had actually put it out in the book form. And how good it would have been for me as a reader to have an annual subscription where, sorry, I am trying to see, yeah. I'm trying to move to charts. If I had bought this book and I had a digital copy, can I actually have a system where every year or every 6 months, you're updating the chart? And all I'm doing is then your publisher can come to me and say, look, you bought this book for 6. Sorry, I'm unable to jump to charts. Something has happened to my screen. But suppose you use something like 100 charts, maybe more, right? Say 150 charts. So imagine all the charts getting updated as and when data get updated. What it does to me as a reader is that every 2 to 3 years, and if I'm really in love with this book, I don't have to buy the entire book again and again. All I tell Nalin's publisher is that I bought this for 600 rupees, fine. Every year I'll pay you 50 rupees and I'll just update the book. I'll just update the book. What Nalin has to do is to say, I anyway update. I'm invested in BJP's book. I'm passionate about it. I'll just update all my charts on the back end. And I will happily plug my book into Kindle or whichever server you want me to plug into, and I'll get my book updated. Similarly, in newsrooms, we have started thinking, but it's only at a thought stage. It has not reached the execution stage. where when you write even a very breaking news story, are you using elements in a modular form that are timeless in nature, and are they getting stored for subsequent search, where if I'm doing a subsequent story, they can be brought in and reused again. So I'll pause here or stop here, Dalil. But basically the point is that I think technology has the capability to deliver to a biggest challenge of our time, which is, will people pay for the work that I do to improve journalism and make our owners richer so that they invest back in us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rohit. Thanks very much, Rohit. There's a lot I wanted to respond to that, but let me first introduce this very stellar panel we have to take this conversation forward and add other dimensions to this beyond journalism, to media entertainment as a whole. Shelly Chopra, she is the founder of She the People, one of the most prominent TV journalists in the country, content creator. Burgess Malu, senior director with ShareChat, representing one of the biggest social media platforms. We have Ranjit Pratap Singh joining us from Bangalore. Can we have him up on the screen? He's a co-founder of Pratilipi, which is pretty much the largest storytelling platform in India, the publishing industry, with about 30 million unique users a month in 12 languages. Is Ranjit online? Can we have him up on the screen? Thanks very much for joining us. The first thing I wanted to do, and Rohit, I wanted to respond to you on many things, but let's open up the conversation first. Let me ask Ranjit first. Ranjit, thanks for the patience for waiting, and to both of you also for waiting, because we were behind schedule. Ranjit, you heard Rohit talking about journalism. You run the largest platform for storytelling in the country in regional languages. And it is user generated. That's very different from this big media perspective. So I wanted to ask you, when you're dealing with content today, I mean, all of us old foggies, I think we are all old foggies, Rohit, from the old journalism world, think of us only as content creators. But there are 1.3 billion people out there who are making content, sometimes much better than any of us who've been trained to do it. And Ranjit runs the platform that does that. So Ranjit, how do you respond to what Rohit was saying and your views on this?
So I absolutely relate to almost everything that Rohit said. I hope that I'm audible here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I could relate to almost everything. And in fact, some of the things that he was talking about are things that we are building that not just Pratilipi can use, but hopefully other companies that may not be able to invest as much into newer technology can use as well. So in general, I think a lot of times people are afraid of changes. A lot of times people think that they can fight against technology, they can fight against progress. Typically, we have seen this happen industry across industry, market across market, that change is an inevitable law of nature. That is always going to happen. Like technology is going to become more and more important to how we operate, to how we live, to how we create content, to how we consume content. Either we can fight that and we can live in a hubris that somehow my industry is special or somehow my country is special, or we can actually utilize technology to become better itself. It doesn't have to be that technology essentially makes everything works. It can make things better. And I think Rohit gave a bunch of examples around the same lines. And I'll just add a couple of other examples. So one of the things, for example, that we're trying to build is that, do people really have to create stories individually in each language? Like if there is a great story in, let's say, Tamil or Kannada or Malayalam, and which could be a journalistic story, which could be a research story, which could be a fiction story, why shouldn't that same story be converted into different other languages where others can also benefit from that story? So can we increase the catalog multi times without having more people doing that? So that's just such a better world to live in. Similarly, across formats. So if a journalist has written a news report, for example, or a writer has written a story based in, let's say, a mythological era, do we really have to say that everybody either read this book or wait for 3 years before it becomes a movie? Can we not build technology that can convert that story into audio automatically, comics automatically, or even a movie automatically? So I think over the next 5 to 10 years, what we'll see is that great IPs, and they could be fiction, they could be non-fiction, they will translate almost seamlessly across different languages, across different formats, across different geographies. So it's a very, very exciting time from where I'm sitting. And I don't think that there is any reason for us to fight and say that things either have to be as they are or things have to end. There is actually a world where both of them work together to achieve a much better outcome.
I think, Ranjit, if I can add to what you're saying, we're already seeing that in the film industry where all the big Bollywood films are failing, but all the South Indian films are doing phenomenally well across the country, across the language barrier. Shelly, I wanted to ask you this. I mean, we talk about this gig economy, we talk about the creator economy, content creators now. You are somebody who was one of the pretty much at the top of the profession in the older economy. And then you're one of the first people who moved out and set up a startup, a very successful one, along gender, She the People. She's got a new book out, The Sisterhood Economy. What were the challenges then? What are the challenges now? Now that it's become fashionable and everybody's talking about content creators and so on, outside of big media. If I just want to reflect on that.
So first, hi, good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd say, I believe I am big media. I see myself as big media. I don't necessarily believe that that differentiator works anymore in today's world. The chance of me stepping out and having close to 1,200 tags from this room and outside is much higher than perhaps big media talking about what's going on in this room. Just to put context, because not all of you are familiar with She the People, 2015, I stepped out of a television studio with a small mobile phone, maybe 2014 actually. It was really small, those days, the iPhone earlier version. And I said, guess what? This is my new studio. And everybody laughed at me. One was because I was just at the cusp of 30. And second, I said, I'm going to take on media with this new studio, which sits in my mobile phone. But even more, the laughter grew even bigger and louder because I said, guess what? I will focus on stories of women. 7 years down, we are 20 million views a month. And we have 3.2 million social following. And we have a community. And when someone says different from big media, I say, what are you talking about? We are big media, right? So I think this is one overhang that we all have, perhaps as journalists, we all often have overhangs. So I think that's one thing to shed. But in many ways, what I really think is changing for us is that while technology is shaping, we often forget in the rut of keeping up with technology, is that stories are about people. This hasn't changed in centuries, and it will not change in the centuries going ahead. So to something you started with, is technology chasing content or content chasing technology? I really think the point is people want great stories. Now you tell me with the dance of data, or you tell me by bringing tears to my eyes, or you put it on a stage like this. We've got to just totally focus on that. The second part of it is that where is content going today? I think one of the speakers here earlier talked about formats. That's also another overhang of the past. We see content journalism in formats. Why should content have a format, right? You can tell the same story in 1,000 different ways. And therefore, those who embrace formatless content will really see the story. Now, the question is challenges. I think the challenge is no different. The challenge for centuries has been, how do you tell a great story? How do you get it to maximum people? And how do you move something in somebody who's watching that story? Nothing has changed about that. Nothing. I can watch a piece of data and feel totally moved and excited. And it can be otherwise as well. Yes, we were a first mover. We continue to see a large number of Me Too kind of products emerge. But there is, no pun intended, but for those who want to take it, you can. That said, it's fascinating to see that content isn't anymore about consuming alone. It's about engaging. We all interact on our social media every day. We don't just consume, right? There is a large growing interest in having that content by saying, how do I participate in the pollination of that content or a reaction to that content? And I think going forward, those who can get that out of audiences are actually making, content have the life that I think our friend at Pratilipi was talking about. You need to, or you were, Rohit, that, the longevity of a story, right? How long can people come back and interact with it is another element I feel that we all should think about.
Oh, thank you. So, sorry, Burgess, I wanted to ask you this thing. So, see, we've heard from a content creation point of view from different viewpoints. Burgess, you are with ShareChat. You're a social media platform. Um, how does this look to you? Because you work in your platform is in multiple languages, in 12 different languages, if I'm not wrong. 15, yeah, 15. And fundamentally, a lot of us, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Meta, whether it's Instagram or ShareChat or whatever it might be, we are all consumers of content from that. But there is now increasingly a feeling that for content creators, what do they get from a social media platform? What they get is publicity, but they are being monetized by the platform. How do they monetize their own thing for themselves? And how do you deal with that challenge? I mean, that's a question to you.
Thanks. So I think creators have now found more ways to monetize, right? Platforms are also assisting them. So it could be in-app gifting. You're a big fan of the creator, you start gifting them in-app, and you're seeing this across platforms. The other way is there are creators who are now selling products on the platform. So there's e-commerce that's happening on the platform through creators. And this is, I mean, in China, for instance, there's one creator who sells about $1 billion worth of goods on Singles Day, right? And if you're getting about 10% of that as the creator, that's a lot of money. And we are seeing that now grow in India. And then there's obviously brand deals. There's, you know, the reach that you get on a platform can be far more than you get on big media, for instance, right?
You should point over as well when you say big media.
Right. Or new age, you know, traditional media. We are new age media. So I think that there are ways for creators to get money to monetize on platforms, and you're seeing that across platforms, right? You're seeing that on social media. You're seeing that on blogging platforms. So even a Substack, for instance, right? People are now donating money to their favorite writers, taking in subscriptions from them. So there's different ways for creators to monetize on platforms. It's not.
Let me ask you a question.
Let
me ask you a question. When you look at different languages across India, and this is an important point, that do you see what are the common things you see across consumption patterns with content, and what's different between, say, North India, South India, and the rest of it?
I think more and more content is becoming video, right? Considering now you have 5G, and I was surprised I got 5G this morning. More and more people want to access content that's visual, content that's easily understandable. And in the case of video, for instance, you don't even have to know how to read. You can just watch it and you
3 seconds, right? I mean, you've got 3 seconds to catch attention.
Yeah, but the other problem is that if the first 3, 4, or 5 seconds are not interesting enough, our attention spans are so fast that you want to move to the next video. So the longest, I mean, on our platform, for instance, 60 seconds is the limit on our short video app March. And you have the first 3 or 5 seconds to actually capture the user's imagination. If not, the person goes to the next video.
So I wanted to bring this to education. What is, when we're talking about disruption, what does it mean for, so we did a survey, Shelly, recently with our students, and we asked them which are the companies you want to work for, which are the sectors you want to work for within the broader media sphere. Vikas is here, he heads the Times of India. And it, to our great, well, not to our surprise, but fundamentally, out of this entire lot of students, not one said they want to work in television, not one said they want to work in a newspaper. They all said, there were 11 or 12 categories they said their first preference. All of them started with the word digital. And maybe about only 10% said they want to be journalists, but they said web journalist, right? So I was talking to them and I said, look, when you were saying, okay, firstly, out of say 100, only 15 want to be journalists, and nobody wants to work with TV or newspaper. Now, among the journalists, you were saying web journalists. So what does that mean to you? Will you work for, and they said, well, Aajtak, or, so I said, but does it mean platform like Shelly's, which is digital only or digital first? Or does it mean the TV, the digital arm of a Times of India or an Aajtak? They said Aajtak or Times of India is fine. So I said, but you know, they're very different things. One is from a television thing, one is from a newspaper thing. And they are also very different ideologically and otherwise. So do they mean the same to you? They said, they mean the same to us. I don't see them as TV or newspaper. I see them as just digital. The only thing is because they have a legacy, maybe I'll have better, maybe slightly better job security than going to a startup. That's the only difference. Rohit, do you want to react to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a surprise, Nandi. And I think So I mean, Shelley started in digital. So I think for traditional or legacy, however you want to define people like Times of India, Hindustan Times, Indian Express, the old brands, let's put it that way. I think the thing is that, and that's important, that your kitchen of content creation has to be digital. You cannot have your kitchen anywhere outside. You can have restaurants in print and television and wherever else, but because digital is already and must already be the most demanding kitchen. I have infinite space. I can put videos, I can put pictures, I can put GIFs, I can put audio, and I can tell a story. Actually, rightly saying, is it moves the people most, right? That's what you want. And if I can, and if I was earlier writing 10 paragraph story, after 2 paragraphs, there will be a 30-second video, and then there will be an audio voice of a quote. Why am I reading? I can listen to that quote. Maybe something about the voice is so compelling that I shouldn't read, but I should hear. I have those tools. So I think it's very important, and I think that's what your students are going to demand from content creators, that no matter which brand, old, new, your kitchen has to be digital. You can have 1,000 different restaurants. You can run out of it, and you must, because actually, like I said, sell a good newspaper, run a very successful video. But digital is the most demanding, most creative space.
Rohit, I wanted to add something to what you were saying, and I'll throw it back to Ranjit after that, and then to Shelley and to Burgess. You showed the example of the stock market stories. Now, those are fairly, okay, I don't want to say the word easy, but that kind of stuff is much more easier relatively, because it's simple data. It's just a question of coding it and doing it in the right manner. But when you, and asking the right question and the time, what I'm saying is, that is chart. What you, I think, alluded to but didn't necessarily show is the text writing itself. And that becomes far more challenging when you start going into things which are more than just business. When you talk about politics, if a story which is written on the election, which talks about Modi versus Rahul Gandhi, what language is that AI engine using? You can get sued for it, right? Immediately. So now, one of the things that, you can be Luddite and say, I don't want any technology because, whatever. But one of the things that we did, and we did that together, you remember that? In the elections of 2019, we got an AI engine, we built one, which did a live thing for all 543 constituencies of India, where a 800-word story was being written live, updated live with 10 graphics every second while the result is coming out. Now, typically in a newsroom, at best you will cover VIP constituencies, at best you will cover big trends. You will not cover all 45, 43. What this allowed us to do was that your AI engine is writing all of that. So that's your bread and butter, which is what is getting you maximum viewership, Google, all that. And you're freeing up your reporter to do the real stuff which the machine can't do. The insight, the analysis, why this happened, all of that. What does this mean if Modi wins? All of those things. But it took us 4 elections to get that language right, in a way that I won't be sued for it, right? So, so I think the point I want to ask Ranjit is that, we all think that we all know how to make content, but fundamentally all these big shifts came outside of our kitchens. So you showed the example of Rishabh. He's never worked in a newsroom, but he brought us technology that, we had never thought about. So Ranjit, you have just bought a publishing platform, a traditional publishing platform called Westland, which by the way is also my publisher, which you know. Why did you buy an old world publishing platform? Because we're talking about tradition, we're talking about change, destruction, and then next thing, but you just bought an old world thing. Why?
So,
by the way,
I think you're exactly right. So generally, like hard technology, it's typically built by people who are essentially technologists. It's not typically built by people who are coming from the industry that they are working in. So the largest, for example, let's say hotel company, practically for all practical purposes, even though Brian Chesky may not want to say this, is essentially Airbnb. The largest media company likely is essentially YouTube. But these companies are built by engineers, not necessarily people who are coming from a hotel industry or from a movie or Hollywood industry. Having said that, there is real value to insights and experience. There is real value to curation. So I think the best of the both worlds happen when you have a combination of both. When you let technology people build the technology, and then you let people who have expertise to essentially build insights on top of that technology. So our thought process is and has always been that, for example, can Westland find me like the stories that are likely to be the best Harry Potters and the Game of Thrones of tomorrow? And it could come from literature or our other UGC platform as well. What technology does is that once I actually have that IP, what technology does is convert that IP into as many formats as possible. So as you rightly said, for example, in your own example of elections, right? So I think Cricinfo does this brilliantly for cricket as well, that like a commentator typing it out entirely is difficult. Like a AI engine can type scores and can tell you whether the ball was a good length ball or short of pitch ball, but it's very difficult to say whether the batsman felt scared or delighted at facing a delivery. So what good companies of tomorrow or media companies of tomorrow, in my belief, will do is that technology will solve for the parts which are more factual or utilitarian by nature. That the ball pitched at this length, it came at this height, at this space. That is something that technology can do it in a much faster, much more reliable manner. But what that actually meant, how should people feel about it? That is the part where I think curation and judgment and expertise and insights comes along. So our thought process has always been that customers don't care whether it was a story written by a human or whether it was a story written by an AI or whether it was something of a mix. A customer cares or a user cares whether I like the story or not. How does that story make me feel? So our belief is that when you combine both is when you get the best outcome possible.
Shelley, you still haven't answered the question why you bought an old world publisher. I noticed that.
Because we did not have the skill set that Westland does. Like Karthika is so much better at judging whether a story will work or not than Ranjit is.
Thank you, Ranjit. Shelley, a question to you. When we talk about disruption, and we heard about the metaverse this morning, AR, VR, that's where a lot of the storytelling thing is. That's another, the fundamental thing is like in the days of the cold cavemen, it was telling a story over a fire. It's the same skill, but tools are different, like whether it's AR or VR or XR now or metaverse. When you hire talent, when we were learning journalism or content creation, we were taught in a particular manner. Today, the way you produce it is very different. The way you distribute it is very different. The way it is consumed is very different. The business model is very different. And you're an example of that. What do you teach kids today and who are you looking to hire?
I think that's a great question because it's the greatest struggle of all when you're setting up a space and you have to sort of change real time, right? Every year there's a new piece of technology to embrace. And you just talked about metaverse. Less than a month ago, I did my first interview in metaverse and lifted my new book in metaverse. That interview should be out soon. But I think this is, this has fundamentally got two elements of it. One is the fact that you don't want to change the very core of what you need, which is a person with a fire in the belly to get the news, right? Much that it seems like a formula, getting news is about having some kind of feel in the gut, an eye for it, and the ability to go and ask a question that somebody else won't. So I think fundamentally that's very, very traditional in terms of what you look for in people. But the other thing that I really gear up, what is a team of an average age of 24, 23 in my organization, is to say, please come here to learn skills. Don't come here saying, I know how it's done. Because I am learning and I am 42 and I'm learning every few months a new thing. Like now this metaverse thing, like every day I'm asking somebody, teach me a little more, teach me a little more. We are going to be in that phase for a very long time to come. And it'll get much faster, more crunched. It won't be like, 2012 to now, where we've had the luxury of time to understand digital tools. The tools will change much faster. So I think in that sense, it's really relevant for organizations that are training students and future talent is to get them to just be nimble. I'd rather have nobody with a degree, nobody with excessive skill set, come to the place and learn the skills of the job. Those people are far more valuable. I mean, I really think a lot of people who survived and then transformed in current journalism to the past journalism and so on. I mean, I'm the cable TV journalist, right? That's the reason I got into journalism, because I saw Gulf War on cable TV. And today I can't believe there have been 3 media cycles in my own life, which means that we will have to be people who are willing to change to whatever comes our way. That's the only way to look at it.
Burgess Karnika is here and she'll kill me for saying this, but she said, please be mean to Burgess on the panel. So I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if it's a mean question or not. See, at the moment, very broadly speaking, with honorable exceptions, the creator economy fundamentally in the country is still limited to the educated creators, artists, some people who are subject matter experts or leading lights of various fields. How do you broad basis beyond, or is it already a question that is redundant already?
Are you speaking of journalists or are you speaking of regular content creators?
Question came from Karnika, so she's speaking of journalists.
Because journalists sitting in South Delhi feel they are the only educated ones. Even when they write fake stories in The Wire, they'll think, no, this is God's gospel truth. Even after the whole world says, boss, you're just writing, putting data sheets and making nice data maps, but it's all fake news. But content creators, if you're asking about people on the ground, I think there's millions of them. They're on Instagram Reels, they're on Moj, they're on ShareChat. We are a 6-year-old startup. We have 3 billion views today, right? We have 400 million active users each month across our platforms. People are creating content across the length and breadth of this country. People are making content, right in the smallest villages today. I think everyone should thank Mukesh Ambani for that, because data is so cheap today. And it's not even, limited data, it's unlimited data. So to say that creators are only educated, I mean, that's a fallacy. That's us sitting here and assuming that, only English speaking folks should be verified on Twitter and everybody else shouldn't, right? That's what Elon Musk is talking about. This whole lord and peasants belief that, oh, only we because we are educated, only us because we have got a master's degree or a PhD, are journalists or are the truth tellers. I think that's very inaccurate today. The internet, the actual benefit of the internet is that it's democratized the entire space. Anyone can go and see the people or on ShareChat or on Facebook or wherever else and put out their view. Anyone can go on Substack and make a blog.
Exactly, absolutely.
Right?
So let me ask a question to all three of you, which is a question that Sharad started with in the morning. Do you need universities anymore? When you bring it to education, and especially for education in the media space now, because we're talking about that in particular, do you need a degree anymore? Do you need that, or do you need to reshape how it is done?
I just want to add to what Burgess was saying, and particularly, I've been a journalist for long enough, and I'll say this with honesty, journalists are content creators. We need to just come to terms with it, because we get a sense of privilege calling ourselves journalists. Content creation has truly democratized how information comes. I mean, I still remember that Twitter when the Osama bin Laden case was playing out live, and she or he, I don't know, was just tweeting away. Yeah, amazing. I mean, like, we got the news from that person. Which journalist is that person? Please tell me, right? To me, that person is a journalist. Second is in terms of degrees. I haven't asked a single employee in She the People from its very start to furnish their degrees. I don't ask for them. I don't believe we are needing them. And that has nothing to do with the fact that I don't think that, there's anything wrong with education per se. But I think education gets you till a point. After that, everything is about skill, which is why skills will be what take us to the next level. I mean, degrees, etc. I think universities need to rethink. COVID reminded us that even if you can't get to Stanford, you can get to it. And you did, right? So that's really fascinating to me that we need to rethink education. The only place where it's making its marks and having an impact is those who want to get into engineering too. And I think that's also playing out interestingly.
So let me put it to Ranjit. Ranjit, you hire people across the board. You run a podcast platform, you have a publishing platform, you have a whole bunch of things. Do you agree with what Shelly is saying on the kinds of how you hire?
So in general, I agree. In fact, I just disagree on one part. I think engineering is possibly the one field where education has the least amount of value. Like the best engineering companies don't even care whether you are 13 years old or 30 years old. And ShareChat is a good example. Like best engineers are just best engineers. Almost all of them are self-taught. Like almost none of them have been taught by professors, because they are working on things that were not even built when the professors were learning things. Having said that, just to be clear, I definitely think that education has a lot of value. It's just that education as it exists today is probably not, or is probably less about building skills, building network, and it's probably a lot more about other things. So I think education as a field would definitely stick around, just like how we spoke about journalism. But what new age education would look like, that is likely to change. I think a lot of the world is going to become like how it is for engineering, where like a lot of people learn on their own, could be via internet. In fact, it is usually via internet. Like for example, in Prakriti, let's say, some of our best engineers are not computer science engineers. Like some of them, at least one of them that I know, doesn't even have any degree. It's just that he liked coding, so he started coding. He did not ask someone for permission. He just watched videos on YouTube. He went to Stack Overflow for the questions that he did not have, and so on and so forth. And I think that is going to happen in other fields as well. Like way back in the time, people used to be apprentices for certain kind of professions, most importantly journalism, for example, or VC industry, for example. I think that might be one of the interesting parts where people learn from their peer group, people learn from people who are a couple of steps ahead of them. It could be in a university setting, it could be in a boot camp setting, it could be on internet. I don't know how it would look like, but it's probably going to look like quite a bit different from how it looks today.
Rohit, the same question to you, but one more, which I think Shelley alluded to about communities and so on. So answer both the questions. See, 4 years ago, when we were looking at Times of India together, we were selling eyeballs to our advertisers. Then it moved to engagement and interaction rates and all of that, because eyeballs were pretty much useless. No advertiser pays for that anymore. You have brought in another new thing called lifetime value of content. Just talk a little bit about how the distribution model is changing along with the skill set that's required. And is it important to teach that? Because in the classical media education way, we were told business is something from the dark side, right? Content creation is something which is pure, and the other side is Darth Vader. But fundamentally today, if everything is in flux, you can't create content if you don't understand the business of it. So just respond to that.
Yeah. No, I think, since you talked about Darth Vader, I think we have to be Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker at the same time. But two quick things from education and see, partly education, and this is whether it's UPS, any Columbia University, whichever, I'm talking about journalism education. I think partly the education system, and I think Ranjit and Shelley both are good examples because they are employers. I'm an employee. Education will run because the employers would want to go to campuses, right? Where do you look for talent? So, at least the old media will go to the campus. But on a more serious note, I think it's important what are you teaching, and are those skills are the highest demand in the newsroom. So I was talking to Nanil yesterday, and I think Vikas, my colleague, former colleague, is here. If you go to Times of India today, and I'm just giving you a very important life skill, in Times of India front page, they have something called below the masthead. There's a panel of small news, which is bigger elaboration inside. And this is today's anecdote. So there's on the right-hand side, Times of India has run Elon Musk response to it, UI plus article, because Elon Musk on Twitter responded. Now, why I'm talking about this, why is it related to life skills? It was a story in New York Times, which I had seen and a colleague had seen, and we thought the headline was very boring in New York Times. But it worked for New York Times because New York Times is a 100% paid website. You cannot enter till you're a subscriber. Times of India is not a 100% paid website, right? Some produces lots of stories which are still free. So we changed the headline. And the headline is what caught Elon Musk. Notice, because we had said, has Elon Musk gone crazy since he took over Twitter? And we gave examples of him seemingly going crazy. Is that
Yeah, actually, the story was a very simple story, which compared the Twitter pattern of Elon Musk before buying Twitter and after he bought Twitter. How many tweets he's doing and what he's tweeting about. And Times of India did nothing. They just took the New York Times story, published it on their platform because they have the rights to do it, and they changed the headline to has Elon Musk gone crazy after buying Twitter? It didn't tell you anything about data or Twitter or anything.
Yeah, and he was tweeting more and he was deleting more tweets. So that was the thing. He's deleting at a much faster rate than ever. And his response to this tweet, the story was, no, I was born nuts or something like that. And he used the nuts. I was always nuts. No, so the point that I was making to the question is that I think the skills, if you ask me, the skill that has gone from the bottom of the pedestal to the top, almost unnoticed, is headlines. What is a great tweet? What is a great post? What is a great... There has to be a compelling line that I read and say, wow, I have to read this. I have to read it now. And so I think if journalism school, if you can give your students headline exercises, because if you get a great headline, you've understood the story. It's an X-ray vision.
because this story was not written by Times of India. New York Times wrote it, which is part of his ecosystem. He doesn't read Times of India. He doesn't even know what is Times of India. But he reacted to Times of India because of the headline and not to New York Times.
Why I'm saying it at the bottom, I mean, Shelley and Nalin will relate to it. In traditional newspaper or a magazine, headline was the last thing you gave to a story. Last thing. Often the the press guy is chasing you, boss. Deadline ho gayi, mujhe do. Press mein article jana hai. So, the sub-editor is giving you a headline, soch raha hu, jara ruk jao. So, so it's like so headline was given not by the person who's writing the story, never ever. And that, I think, was the worst poison pill that newsroom took to themselves, because the person who's writing the story doesn't care about the headline. And headline is what's selling the story. Yeah, or is it this spin? Yeah.
But
So
I think just one thing you should realize is that all of these stories, even this Elon Musk story, is based on his tweets, right? Half of the online media, if you look at Times of India or smaller publications, they are sitting on content platforms like Twitter or Facebook or whatever else, picking up content from there and trying to monetize it themselves by putting it on their website with a headline.
yeah, sure. No, but with the one point, no, very true what you're saying.
Right?
But and I'm not defending Times of India because
I mean, it's not. I'm not
for
blaming
last
Times.
10 days I'm not working for Times of India. But to any other thing, I'm saying that
They're an investor
there
in
are
us, so I
news
can't blame them.
There are news organizations, whether it is Shelley will relate to the point, they have boots on the ground. And what I did not show you is the ability to put. You can't just tweet 10 tweets into a story. You can do some stories like that, but not. Because Modi will not give you time for an interview, you will do that for Modi tweets. But there are stories to be done. And one Times of India story example that I was talking about is the Har Ghar Jal Nal scheme, where we sent a reporter to 15 villages in Bihar. Do you have tap water or not? And he took videos, took this thing and said half the villages don't have tap water. And that was one of the highest subscribed story in timesofindia.com. You can't get that out of Twitter. And this, I mean, I don't mean anything wrong, but social media is changing journalism in a big way. But I think, Nalin, to the point of education, I think schools, journalism schools need to send out students to ground reporting. There's a smell of the story, there's a feel of the story, there's an investigative angle to the story. We found villages that had tap but no water for the last 2 years. They used to just look at empty tap. And we recorded their emotional trauma of sitting at the time saying, tap bhi nikal do yahan se. And we recorded that trauma. So, that's what Kelly was talking about. Are you bringing the human?
I just want to add one very small thing. And this is something that I think, we got a perspective from Pratilipi as well. We really think that technology will bring multi-languages, and that is the story. As somebody who's run a women's platform for 7 years, I can tell you, you need those feet on the ground for many reasons. Firstly, to get a gender lens to any story in the first place. But even more importantly, every language in the Indian context has an element that needs to come alive in that language. So today, She the People is in 5 languages. And we just launched our Tamil channel less than 30 days ago. We're adding 1,500 users a day. Why? Because we're talking about what these women want to hear in their language, not because some technology is translating it. And if you can translate, as you said, a political story, and took you so many years and so many reiterations to get the elements right, the spirit of the story right, on a women's issue, to get that fight out the way it needs to come out, it is layers of complexity. So I think we can't take away technology replacing feet on the ground and saying whether we are content creators or 3-second, reels attractors or whatever. At the end of the day, you need to have people who are storytellers getting the story.
Storytellers. And I think that's a very good note to end on, because fundamentally it's about storytelling, whichever platform you're on. So thank you so much. We had a great discussion. Please put your hands together for Ranjit, for Shelley, Burgess, and Rohit. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ranjit, thanks so much for joining us from Bangalore.
Thank you.
Stay on screen. Like, very interesting conversation. I was just wondering in the middle of all this that you guys were talking, if journalism was just a skill that's now added on to anybody else. You don't need that specialist journalist or specialist storyteller. I wonder what your panel thinks about it. Is storytelling just an art that needs to be taught to everyone? So a lawyer, a data scientist, all of them become storytellers, and the real storytellers like ourselves.
So I don't think there's any real storyteller. I think that's a misnomer that all of us have about ourselves, just because we started in that profession. I think storytelling is storytelling. Now you could do it in the journalism space. You could, I mean, we've been trying to hire a bunch of people in the non-news space for a while, but the core skill, whether you're doing news, whether you're doing politics, whether you're doing advertising, whether you're doing marketing, whether you're doing whatever, is how do you take complex ideas and put them in simple lines, pithy lines? How do you, whether you have the language or not, that core skill remains, and that no machine can teach you. And even when you code a machine, you have to put that skill in. So fundamentally, the core skill of storytelling, which is now become so democratized and available to everybody, I don't think you and I, as trained journalists, have any special USP to add compared to somebody who's not trained, if that person has done better homework and if their language is better and if they can say the same thing in a better way than you and I can.
So we run the risk of losing our jobs.
What we may have is a, it's like you do a thing 1,000 times, you do it better than the other guy. Because you've done it for so long, you're just better at doing it in your reflex memory. But somebody can beat you at it, yeah? It's as simple as that.
Well, the other question to moot for is Elon Musk going to be determining, or a few tech giants going to be determining the nature of content as we go along. But the next panel we're going to have is one on design. And as we discussed earlier, we're trying to flow from one panel to another. So for that, may I call on stage Funny Tetli, Dean School of Design, UPS. He started his career as he started his education BTech from IIT BHU. He's actually a mining engineer, decided drilling holes was not his game, went on, studied design, this side funny, went on, learned design from IIT Bombay, taught there for 30 years, and now is the Dean of School of Design at UPS. Funny, when you heard all these content creators talk about content, where does the designer fit in? Is there a sense that the designer is also potentially an equally powerful content creator, or should there be a synergy between these guys and designers?
I can be heard. Yeah, sure. So I think there's a popular misunderstanding, can I say, that, I mean, somehow people separate content and design, and they look at it as two different things. Whereas I think design is all pervading, omnipresent. It's there all around. So if you're creating something, there's design in it. So that's how I look at it. I mean, I don't think you have to separate them as two different things. I think design deserves that place. I mean, there is some kind of a misunderstanding, is what I feel. I just wanted to clarify that.
May I add something to what Funny is saying? Funny is absolutely right. Yesterday, we asked this question to Funny, and he said, "Arey, तुम लोग क्या सोचते? तुमको storyteller और designer सिर्फ उसको beautify करने के लिए आएगा बाद में."
Yeah.
But the point I want to say is that, look, we are, for example, Funny and I have been talking about creating a gaming degree together on the metaverse, a meta design gaming degree on how to make games and so on. Now, where does a media school come into something like that? From a storytelling point of view, in trying to construct a narrative and so on, because fundamentally a game is also a narrative. Where they come in is also on the storytelling part equally, as well as telling us how to do it better and so on. And it's fundamentally now, I think this whole idea that you're in different silos where every one person does this and one person does that, I think is a dead idea. You have to work with multiple people with multiple skill sets, product designers, tech. In fact, at every product that we built in every company I've worked in before, it always failed if you worked in one silo. It only worked if all people from different disciplines worked together from the design board itself, not later.
That's true.
Right,
So where you bring in the designer, well, that will be the topic for conversation in Funny's panel that's coming up next. For the moment, we'll adjourn for a quick tea break. We'll come back at 4 o'clock. Then after that, remember, there's a panel on law and legal education and how that fits into this entire scheme of things. Just as a recap for all of you, we started with technology. We moved into content creation. We will talk about design. We'll have law. And at the end of it all, we'll have all the moderators of all the panels together, along with the Pro Vice Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor on stage, to discuss how UPS is going to incorporate whatever knowledge they've picked up or whatever has been suggested into its academic framework. So we'll adjourn for a quick tea break for the moment.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, can you please settle down? We'll start the session now. So, welcome back, everyone. I thought that was a wonderful discussion that happened in the previous panel. It was really nice to see different perspectives. And I want to separately take that discussion with Nalin forward and probably have a further discussion on that. But it's turning out to be a very interesting panel discussion. So for this session, I would like to introduce the keynote speaker for this panel, Professor Shekhar Mukherjee. Shekhar Mukherjee is currently the director of NID Andhra Pradesh at Vijayawada. Thank you so much, Shekhar, for coming all the way from Vijayawada. Right, so please give him a big hand. So Shekhar started his career as a cartoonist at the Economic Times, Kolkata, before he joined the National Institute of Design to study animation film design in 1992. From 2002 to 2018, he taught communication design at NID Ahmedabad. And this commerce graduate received the Best Animation Teacher Award from CNBC TV 18 in 2009. So, Shekhar, please, I welcome you to come and deliver the keynote speech. Yeah, sure.
No. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Fanny, and pushing me to this stage. I still have stage frights, even at this position, being a quote-unquote director of National Institute of Design, new NIDs, National Institute of Design. Andhra Pradesh, started as a National Institute of Design, Hyderabad, then bifurcation, NID Vijayawada, then NID Amravati, then Amravati as a future capital, then it fell apart. Now it is named with the state NID Andhra Pradesh. Storytelling is everywhere. So yes, and I wanted to be an animation director, now more of an administrative director, trying to understand my role as what I'm doing for last 4 years. It's a 5-year tenure job. Government of India, Minister of Industry and Commerce entrusted me with this task. Yeah, being an alumni of National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, in the Department of Animation, the humor was the key, and laughing at oneself was the medicine. Reader Digest, laughter is the best medicine, still stays in our mind. So in this keynote, I don't know, I mean, from key animation to keynotes speaking, like, you know, and that too also in a foreign language. And in India, of course, we speak English to English, and we also translate English to English, because from English to Banglish and Hindish and, you know, in Teluguish, which I'm trying to understand now. Yes, this institute, what I was fascinated with, you know, like in this panel, we're talking exactly, it's so fantastic and so unbelievable, because it is before Corona and after Corona, like before Christ and, you know, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a completely a paradigm shift. It's 1 century is gone, and there are missing links. I mean, I was very happy to identify one of my senior who is faculty in UPS. And I took fraction of a second, because I believe that on the online lockdown, technology enhanced. I mean, we are very excited about it. But technology is not necessarily what we call by digital technology. It's an extension of my hand, extension of my eyes, extension of my mind. And the mediator is always, I believe, is the heart. So what we look at, that what made us sustain so far over the years. I think it is basic tools what we survive on. So definitely lockdown pushed us into first year in total panic, and we are in search of our grandparents. That what grandmother used to eat, what was the importance of spices, which played as the medicine which you don't have to really read hundreds of medical reports and then you said, oh God, I'm so sick. So on that line, I guess that what NID as a student I recall, certain thoughts I just want to ponder, that when we are dealing with, I mean, I really love to be with young students, and that is predominantly my happiness, that because they are the future, and we just carry and play as a role of a hyphen from the bag of experience which we learned from our masters or our grandmasters, and then we carry forward. And we depend on one hard disk called the brain and memories. If it goes everything. So that is something what we try to tell them, that, that none of us are downloaded, we are born, and we are part of the evolution and ecosystem, and we are also part of one ancestors called trilobites, and that is where art science also comes into the subject of design, and design touches everything. It is not isolated. And definitely art is a vehicle because it manifests certain truth, it manifests certain emotions, highs or lows, and in different culture and civilizations of migration, we see that some says it's rasas, some says it's aesthetics, oriental, Greek, or whatever it is. And then in certain manner, we try to make students mug up everything, saying that I know a little bit of Aristotle, little bit of Socrates, little bit of Lacan and Foucault, and maybe not anything about am I kind of something? So, is it okay? Is it audible? Okay, yeah. Mic close. Yeah, it's semi-automatic. It's not yet AI yet. So anyway, as long as we can make some sense, what I'm trying to tell is something is very unique about this country, I feel that, and that is what we are looking at, that, and any of the disaster when we see people community come together and help each other. And post-corona, definitely what we're looking at, especially being educators, that what is happening is we are kind of experiencing certain kind of disconnect. One case study I just want to tell you, that 2 years or 2.5 years online sessions, a student maybe from somewhere in Manipur not able to attend the class, and teacher in high-speed internet saying this student is absent in the class, and the student is failing. But student told that I was struggling to get the internet connection from closest tower in somewhere little bit far from my home, and that is also reality. So how you look at it? On the other hand, if a teacher comes from, if we reverse the situation where teacher is coming from a place where the internet is not good, but the student is in absolute supersonic, hypersonic speed of internet, saying my teacher is not in the class, and teacher is trying to struggle. So we are glad that we are here, we are meeting, and we really can make some thought-provoking sessions here. So a good education, I think what we look at is yesteryear's time to time, what we recall, that's the fundamental, fostering the culture of responsible and value-centric design education, rooted in the traditions of India and Asia, fostering developing an approach to design for sustainable development, and fostering a culture of design which improves the quality of life for the masses. So what is the point of design? I suddenly remember one story. I can't get into discrete detail, but stories like someone got excited visiting America, seeing some kind of punishment system, electric chair, got one chair, felt that it will be really nice method of punishment, and brought to his country, and the chair couldn't be used because there is not enough electricity generated there. So he used for his own chair, because since it's from United States of America, and even though it's an electric chair, but nobody had that chair in that country. Likewise, I remember one science fiction, it's called Sound of Thunder. One gun was invented. It will be non-violent gun. So you can actually kill your enemy without sound. So enemy will die, but there is no sound of the gun. And that person was a space hunter. So went to some different galaxy, and kind of his spaceship got kind of conked off. And then there is no communication. Rescue team visited there. After a couple of years, in future, mind it, maybe speed was much faster than what we imagine now. And they discovered that that person has become a futuristic Robinson Crusoe, living in strange kind of hut, which is being created with whatever in that planet was available. And then he asked that, what happened? Why you didn't use the gun? He said that gun didn't work. There are some creatures who attacked me, gun didn't work. So what worked? I said, I made bows and arrows. And I rubbed 2 stones and lit the fire, and they ran away. And what about the gun? He said, I made this fence of my heart using this gun as a hammer. So what innovates? Do you know how we see the India end of the day time and again seeing from Jugaad? We design for something. Today I saw one public bus as passing by, air-conditioned, automated doors, sliding. Like we kind of thought about something from Flash Gordon or something in different light years. And I saw that door is not working. And they have to close the door, otherwise the passenger will fall out on the street. And they locked the door with a mineral water bottle. And I didn't have a camera in my hand. I couldn't take the photograph. I could have presented it and show you. So we need to say, what is sustainable design? What actually our people want? What is affordable design? And that is what improves the quality of the masses. And in a country like this, where we speak so many different languages, and constantly we try to understand each other. But the beauty of it, that we connect, for many, many reasons, and I believe emotion plays a major role for our country. So what are we talking about? Is fostering a culture of design which ensures the participation of all social groups and improves access to products and services for the widest possible range of user. Converting, leveraging, and embodying tacit knowledge into explicit knowledge to nurture higher growth. So it means when we see the students coming from leaving the school, time to time, they belong to different time zone altogether. As we said, that internet become kind of a virtual panacea, where we can take a bicycle and travel across the world. In Triassic era map, if we see the Earth, and then we see that today it's converged. So students are more excited about getting access of online teaching and then going beyond. And they're also kind of used to one-way traffic. It is almost like engrossed. So when you are coming back here in physical reality, we are asking them to draw, but not on digital device necessarily when you are starting, to unlearn, because on a digital device, when you are looking at and trying to draw, I think it completely hypnotize you because you're looking at the light, which is a backlit device, and you stop looking around. And in design education, we said be sensitive to the traditional context, develop our observation skill, empathy. I really don't know where the empathy will come from. Maybe some peel will be available, will pop, and we'll have empathy for design. So that's why you say that on a piece of paper, when you draw, your hands are free, your minds are free, you look around. And you don't have Control Z. And I think these are the fundamentals, can't be changed. Perhaps this virtual tsunami called pandemic, maybe definitely to wake up to different reality, and it is kind of giving us these questions that yes, we have to converge in all aspects, and we have to connect. Art, science, design, technology, and everything is for a better society to live in. And this virtual panacea where I don't necessarily see that my fellow colleagues from where he or she is from and others from, because it is pushing us into a different way of thinking. And end of the day, what we are talking about that, we really can't live alone. we just can't live alone because our children definitely got affected. And we need mentors. We need mentors who, like recalling, if I say that design in this country came, if we talk about Bauhaus, if we talk about Ulm, we also have to understand it is exactly the 100 years of Bauhaus exhibition in Calcutta Asiatic Society, 1922, 2022. This exhibition happened where the artworks of Paul Klee Kandinsky is being exhibited with Nandalal, Gaganendranath, and many others. And I think that is something which we triggered the design education, which started working in this country in a unique fusion of the Western and Eastern amalgamation. So the design is definitely, end of the day, is not coming here as a value addition. It's not decorative art. It is not something, make it an exclusive one-hit wonder, but it should be sustainable, it should be functional, it should be understood by everyone. It should not keep me away in the stage fright that I'm not understanding anything out of it. So that's why I believe that the design education's role today will be, I mean, there is metaverse now they're talking about. Metaverse morning session, I was there and I was really enjoying it. Yes, I mean, we are talking about metaverse, but we don't know after 50 years what we'll talk about. I really don't know. Because I think we are going through complete transition where it is fog. It is quite a foggy path we are going through. And I'm sure something will come out of it. And something, I'm sure maybe good will come out of it. Even though we know there are worries happening somewhere. And it is a single planet. And then we are talking about, on the other hand, we see that I was seeing some advertisement on this new city in Saudi Arabia called Line. I don't know whether I'll get bank loan to live in Line, but I think end of the day, we need to see that what is the concept of home we talk about. So the concept of home, we talk about that we have to see that, in this home that we feel secure, we feel relaxed, we feel comfortable, and we give some confidence to the future generations. And they also understand they don't fight over the fact that whether you are 2D or 3D. What is very important is that the ability to listen is very important. To work together is important, and to reflect upon is very important. And I think that is why I want to revisit again that there are so many design schools, so many arts schools, so many technology institutes. Students, I guess, are very much in touch through social media and all these things. But how the institutional collaborations can happen, how each one's strength can be bring together. And that is, as a representative of National Institute of Design Andhra Pradesh, being a representative of a public service institute, and definitely the ministries from our side is talking about the convergence. The time of living in silo is gone. If still we live in silo, I think time will push us out and it will completely challenge us from safe and secure job. I think that 9 to 5 safe and secure job mentality perhaps is also gone or going. We have to see that I can teach, I can draw, I can cook, I can clean, so I can be a multitasking person. And that is how I naturally born designer here. And then in an education system, I can go for a choice-based approach. So I can say that national education policy maybe is a good intention, but imagine, I think it needs a lot more excitement here to say that, one, I can laugh at myself, so I'm not afraid of making mistake. So I'm not afraid of making mistakes saying that my English is a mistake. I think Japan can be another interesting model. We even fascinated by manga comics and manga hairstyle. We spend money on manga hairstyle, but we don't understand that Japan never bothered to translate it. Because I think something we have to tell our children that we have plenty of treasures to discover. And I think design, what it brings here, with a even simple cartoon, funny drawings, laughter is the best medicine, yes. And the role of tutors are also that tutors should be more of a performer, more of a jester. So a child should not be scared of my teacher. So do teacher also should not be scared of the children saying, don't ask question, shut up. Because if teacher and students perform together. And that is precisely, I think, my understanding and experience in design education. And I can see definitely this kind of platform will bring us and provoke us and push us into how we survive happily, how we embraces the loss and sorrows, and also the achievement and celebrate it together. I don't know whether I should drag it further, because, as I said, that I'm running stock of words and I'm speaking in foreign language. So thank you very much for giving me this chance, and maybe we can continue through our discussions and we'll try to make some picture out of it, because picture come before the words and picture speaks 1,000 words. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Shekhar. Shekhar will be joining us in the panel discussion too. I'll call out the rest of the panel members. Chaitanya Chinchlekar, please come over. So is currently the Vice President and Business Head at Whistling Woods. Thank you, Chaitanya. He's just coming straight from the airport. So thanks so much for taking the effort to come and join us here. Right. Dr. Anisha Sharma, she's the head of the Department of Design at IIT Delhi. Very happy to have you here. Very happy to have you here, Anisha. So her areas of specializations include UX design and communication design. Saurabh Singh is here. Yeah. Please come over, Saurabh. He's the head of design at Maruti Suzuki India. So he's an alumnus of ISC Bangalore. Thank you, Saurabh. Yeah. And Dr. Madhusudan Pal is a scientist and an additional director at DPAS at DRDO. Thank you, Dr. Pal, for coming over.
Hello. Yeah. So thanks everyone for joining us. And I actually wanted to start this discussion. I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion. I'm not going to ask any big technical questions or anything, but I wanted to know each one of your reactions to what I'm going to ask. So I'll pass the question around, and so that will be the format of this discussion. Right. So COVID, it's beaten the topic. So many people have talked about it and all that. And so just to set the tone for this, I mean, I wanted to know individually in your institutions, how do you rate the experience? Was it good or was it bad? Because we were forced to get into, and adopt newer ways of teaching. Because we're talking about education for tomorrow. And we weren't prepared. I'm very sure about that. Maybe some of you were, I don't know, but at least I wasn't. And it just suddenly hit, and we had to adopt newer ways of teaching. So I just wanted to know, maybe as a first round of your experience with your students in your institutions or in your organizations. Did it work out? Did it not? And how will it go going forward? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course, it was not a great experience. Of course, it kind of disturbed a lot of things. It was kind of invisible war kind of situation. So of course, there are some excitement, technology empowered and connect, but I really don't know. We'll know maybe some research will come out, some result will come out, but it disturbs the entire fabric and the certain humbling down experience of good education. So it is like almost like technology gave this alibi to technology is fantastic. I mean, you'll all all embraces it. Situation pushes into this. But for me, I feel that especially for a formative institute, it really hit us below the belt. It was,
all right.
Yeah, it is not necessarily something one can feel very great about it. We are restoring in a restoration process now. So, yeah,
Sure.
technology definitely helped us to manage somehow, scramble through. But I mean, it broke down lot of thread actually. So that we are trying to mend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, Chetan, you want to react to that?
Thanks, Funny, for having me. So we look at our educational institution having 3 jobs, 3 roles: to prepare students for employment, entrepreneurship, and research. In the task of preparing students for employment, it was horrible. In the task of preparing students for entrepreneurship, it was actually very good, because it taught a lot of students to figure out unique ways of applying the learning that they're getting, right? So it taught them to exercise even more jugaad. And in the case of research, it actually accelerated whatever research we wanted to do by almost 2 years. Because the entire institution, the entire research team was available, pretty much locked in to the city, no travel, none of that. So it actually got a lot of time for us to perfect our workflows in areas like VR, virtual production, immersive capture, anything which needs high amount of repetitive performance activities. So when it was happening, we didn't think it was a good thing, but once it got done, we actually sat down and took note, and we were like, but we're here. We were supposed to be here at the end of 2023. We're already here. So, I mean, we look at it this way. So it's been horrible for something, and it took us a long time. We had to extend batches by almost 9 months, which it's okay for us to do that. And in some cases, it was very good. So.
Right, okay. Saurabh, what about an industry perspective on this?
So, yeah. So for sure, there were tough, very tough time. We are into making products, tangible physical products, not digital products. So it was a very, very tough time for us, because certainly the connect with the customer was lost. Obviously, we could not produce. And as designers, as the design studio, we love to touch and feel, we love to touch those products, and then we are confined to homes. So how do we do that? So yes, there were, I'll say, an opportunity for us to strengthen the digital design workflow. We did, something which was there as a slow pace, suddenly gained momentum, multifold increase in the capabilities we had in-house, and we said, okay, all out into digital workflows, and made sure that we are able to touch and feel things, not really in the way that we were used to, but still having that experience sitting at home, how we used our TV screens, the bigger screens we had, and converted that into virtual screens, and it was quite exciting, have that digital workflow.
Right.
But I'll say one more thing as a designer, as a designer in my own capacity. I think it was an amazing time, because we could see the world in a totally new light. Definitely a lot of misery, a lot of challenges were there, so I sympathize with all that. But purely as a designer, as a creative person, when I see that, I think it showed us a world in a different light. A world that we can make for tomorrow, a world which we can potentially create from scratch, and say that yes, now is the time that we can really make some difference. And what a lot of people are calling it a bunny world, which is very brittle, anxious, incomprehensible, all that. That has creative power. We can really, really comprehend that and see it in a new light. So probably, I think there were a lot of good things also that happened. Digital, as I said, at the industry level, but as an individual level also, we could see things and do things in a very new way, which really expanded, at least for me, it really taught me a lot of new things. I learned a lot in 2 years.
Right, I'll get back to you on that. Actually, a few things I wanted to ask related to this. Yeah, please, Anisha. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Of course, COVID was a tough time. It was actually very confusing as well for us, but more so for the students. And we are in IIT, so technology support was absolutely great. But we were teaching design, so you cannot do everything in design virtually. There requires to be a lot more hands-on and in-person teaching that happens. So we did take permissions and have our students over, but all in all, it was quite challenging. We just, the batch of MDes during this COVID time graduated last week. And seeing all the students standing and taking their degrees was really very good. And I believe that we will all remember them as fighters. And yeah, so it was challenging.
Right. Dr. Paul, you want to add to that?
Sir, definitely.
Yeah, it's on.
Definitely it's a tough time. But as by our occupation, we are always searching for the tough time. Our main job is solving the problem. In that way, if we take the challenges, we have created so many facilities during the COVID time. As you everyone know, as per our organization, there is no lockdown period. Throughout 2 years, within maximum 2 months was the lockdown time, but rest of the time we have to visit lab in every day. And we have created so many facilities during that COVID period. Particularly, sir, in my institution, not the other or whole organization, within the 2 months of time, during the critical situation, our institute developed one COVID test facility within 2 months of span, and that facility, after 6 months, we are able to test more than 200 samples every day. That time, and now that test facilities become the ICMR approved, labbed and recognized by the WHO also. But if we take it is a challenges, it will so many beneficial for the decision making, how to control the crisis control, and main problem we have everyone know how when we are facing the going to a tough time, what will be the different stages, what will be the steps should be taken care. As definitely now come into the design point, so basically design is planning. Design not mean only the physical representation. Suppose we are doing when one woman cooking in the kitchen, she is also very good designer. Before design is the visual representation or planning of the product in terms of the shape, size and functionality. Suppose when she or he trying to cooking, at first she has to plan in what way, and within the brain she is design first, then doing the activity. But definitely, everyone should think, and we are not thinking one of the big drawback and big loss of the society because of the COVID. Because during we have said everything we learn by the interaction and visual cue and visual objectives. But most sufferer group is the younger age. Those are critical age of 2 to 5, because that time our brain development is critical phase, and doing the interaction with the others, playing with the interaction with the other babies and girls, anyone, interaction with each other, this is the critical time, but they are suffer a lot. But in future, for the education purpose, my suggestion should be, we must study during the critical COVID-like situation, what is happening in the socio-cultural development of the young generation. Sir, in case, when we are going through the education or any examination, if 1 year question is leaked, then it is media that this year student is maybe weaker because of the question leakage. But here must be, we have taken care during these 2 periods, what is the child brain development happen. It may be not only the educational purpose, their social, psychological development is a big loss, sir.
Yes,
this is my personal opinion.
Sure, Dr. Paul, thank you. So I started off with the COVID thing because of course it's beaten, but the thing is I just wanted to know what your initial reactions are to that. But then the lessons learned, because we're talking about education tomorrow and things like that. So do you see necessity for changes in the curriculum for the design programs that you have? And if so, what kind of changes do you see? I mean, especially after our experience in the past years. Yeah, sure. Please.
So, I mean, even before COVID,
we saw the necessity of change in curriculum. What happens with the creative arts, media and entertainment industry is that students don't see a pathway from higher education, from school to higher and technical education. You see, you study physics, chemistry, maths, you see that's your pathway to engineering. You study chemistry, biology, that's your pathway to medicine. You study literature, Hindi or English, that's your pathway towards that part. There is no pathway to the media and entertainment industry. 60% of your typical curriculum is maths and sciences, 25% is languages, 10% is social studies, and then 5% in some corner sitting under extracurriculars is art and drama and drawing and kind of that bit. So we've been wanting to restructure this for a long time. And one of the reasons also is that we want better quality applications. We want better students to apply. We want them to be better prepared. And that was something that was absolutely necessary. So with the new education policy as well as some of the other work that's gone into it, primarily with the animation, visual effects, gaming and comics, the AVGC task force for which we were writing the education policy, of which both Funny and I were in the same task force. We've actually recommended that. We've actually recommended that 25% of high school education be spent in learning creative and performing arts, in order to have that right brain development and make sure that students see that pathway to higher and technical education in the media and entertainment, creative and performing arts industry. Right? So that's one. The other thing that we need to start kind of getting in, and that applies more for higher and technical education and less for high school education, is to try and get students to understand that the pace of change has only accelerated, and that's accelerated even more because of COVID, right? So, for example, if an industry pretty much turned around in 10 years, now it turns around in 6 years or 7 years. Mm-hmm. So careers that did not exist in, say, 2010 or in 2009 or 2010 are among some of the most sought after careers today. And that's not just across the industry, but even within a particular industry. So we have to start trying to get students and, more importantly, parents to understand that just because you've done your graduation and your master's doesn't mean your education is over. Your education is never over. The ratio of the known to unknown is always constant. You're forever a student. And the illiterate of the 21st century is one who cannot learn, unlearn and relearn. Not so much about reading and writing. So it's these 2-3 conceptual, structural things which both Indian high school education as well as higher and technical education needed to understand. And I think a lot of it is got through. A lot of it is there in the new education policy. A lot of is there in pilot projects that have been initiated by various state governments, is there in stuff that the CBSE is looking at, is what the ICSE is looking at. IB has already been doing that for years. So yes, a lot of structural change which was needed in education is happening. The next 5 years or so will give us a good idea as to how how well set and how deep rooted it actually becomes, and does it become part of mainstreaming of education.
Right. Good you brought up education for school level also, because that's where the whole thing starts.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
So, I mean, in fact, we were also involved in CBSE, that's going to introduce design courses right from school level. That's going to start very soon. So that's really nice that you brought it up, and because that's going to change the whole thing from roots, right? So, Anisha, any comments on what you think syllabus changes could be especially if you think IIT Delhi in design education?
So during the curriculum change during COVID times, yes, we did a lot, because we were just doing firefighting with the kind of situation that we were in. Right. So a lot of structural changes were made, that gave us a lot of lessons on which of the things are the core. So the fundamentals to design education, it's better not to touch them and let them run as they are running. While the other advanced courses, one could change with the changing requirements of the non-pandemic period as well. And I think being in IIT, we have a lot of thing about including technological dimensions and perspectives to design quite a bit. Yeah, we are trying to look on how we can do that. But the thing remains the same, that the basic designer is carved out from the basic design curriculum. So that probably will remain the same.
So you're saying fundamentals just will not change, will remain as it is? And so, like, for example, I would just want to get to Shekhar. In your keynote speech, Shekhar, you were mentioning about sketching being important. Is it, so there are different schools of thought in this, and especially in design education. Some people believe that, it's really not needed. And some people say that, sketching is needed. So what are your opinions about it? Including basic things like, sketching, materials, and understanding all these things. So.
Right. Yeah, I think definitely learning never stops, of course. It's continuous, like, it's learning and unlearning and relearning. Definitely there is a need we are talking about from newer NIDs and with this. And imagine this campus which is on a highway supposed to be the new city called Amravati. We are calling it as a rural campus, and we are more closely connected to the local farming community. And our design thinking perspective is changing because space gives you a completely different connect there. Like if we say design education needs to connect in the context, and that is our immediate context. So what we are saying that definitely foundation, I agree with Anisha that the design fundamentals can't be replaced. And design is something what we are also ideate, that idea what we interpret primarily with the drawing. So any form of drawing, it is not like Sistine Chapel one has to make, but even the emojis or the icons, And then in drawing, we need to also know that why I'm drawing, what is my idea. So along with that, we get into observations, patience, talking to people, connecting, empathy, all these things comes. But drawing remains mainstay. So it is not necessarily, because drawing is a plan. Like drawing is a plan. Drawing is what I'm putting my first thought on a piece of paper. And that is more important because my experience is that because of the popularity of design education, there are a lot of design tutorials popped up. So a lot of kids are coming with a very homogeneous portfolio and they're getting into it. To make them unlearn, they are very good at drawing one beautiful tree, but they're not able to observe the pattern of the leaves. And then what we look at, like, if you say that undergraduate program, maybe it should be longer foundation, and then it will get into electives, and then there can be 5 years integrated program, because it takes time. And it can have different exit and entry model.
Right, so suppose you're saying foundation, right? So what was foundation 50 years back, and what is foundation now? So is there a difference between these? Do you think you have to add a few more?
Workflows keep changing. Ways of doing things and achieving the same result keep changing. So the core fundamental doesn't change. Like filmmaking, there was editing long before there were computers, and there will be editing long after computers cease to exist. And we use some brain-computer interface or whatever to give it instructions on how to edit. But if workflows change, if ways of doing things change, you have to make sure that that is part of the foundational learning. Also, as newer and newer content consumption platforms emerge. So for example, once upon a time there was just film, cinema. Then came along television, then came along digital. Now you've got the whole immersive industry. Fundamentals need to grow. Your foundation needs to expand. The broad spectrum needs to expand to make sure that you're preparing students to create content for all these content consumption platforms. Like I was just chatting before this, and somebody was talking about Unity, and I said, yeah, within 5 years, game engine will be a part of foundational education for everybody, because everybody will need to know how to use it. Just like 8th standard student now knows how to edit. Timeline-based editing is part of pretty much any content creation workflow. Very soon you're going to start seeing how to use a game engine as part of that. I mean, mobile phone, once upon a time, cinematography, shooting was considered a complicated thing. Now 4-year-old kids do it just intuitively and naturally. So a lot of foundational education needs to change, should change, and should actually change almost as rapidly as we see as we observe the world around us and the industry around us changing.
Saurabh, you want to react to that? I just wanted to know your perspective, especially because you're in the industry and you've been with Maruti for a long time. Have you seen differences in the way the new recruits are coming in versus previous? And do you think certain other foundation courses need to be added to this?
Yes, there is a change. There is a big change that we see in last 10-15 years, if the way students are coming in, especially younger designers, and the way they come. I was talking just half an hour back that we just had a new designer joining us, and we were just talking to him, and he said, I don't know about floppy disk. We were talking about that, right?
Yeah.
So he has no idea what a floppy disk is. Obviously, then he Googled and okay, now there was a floppy disk. He has absolutely no idea. For us, it's there. We have icons. We are talking about it. But there is, very fundamental thing. Okay, these are experiential part of design. These are man-made, created objects. But I feel as a human being, we all talk about change, and I love technology. I am big. We were talking about Unity, right? And we talked about how things would change in future. But there's one thing very, very fundamental, that as a human being, how much I am changing. I'm not. The world around me, how much is changing. The man-made part of it is changing. Is the natural part changing? No. So it's a balance, it's a balance of what is fundamental, what we call fundamental. Fundamental for me is I as a human entity, and the world that is natural, which is been there and will be there. And then there's a man-made part. So technology, I feel, is a tool and should be seen as a tool. Education system, if you look at 50 years back, all this engineering, medicine, science was taught to us, was said that, okay, these are the streams. Something like as a breakfast, lunch and dinner. Who has asked us to? There was no breakfast earlier. We used to leave the home, go out, do the work, and come back in the evening before sunset and have the food. The meal in the morning and meal in the evening is the Indian system. So I feel there's a need to look at, yes, there needs change is required, but change is required to look inside, look deeper inside and dig deep and found those roots and then build the new systems from that. Learn technology, learn all that softwares of the world, but those fundamentals of way things are has to be learned from things which are everlasting. It should not be learned from things which are created, because then that's the trap. I feel as an industry, that's the trap, because then you see students, as you rightly said, you have portfolios coming in and you have most beautiful car drawn. You ask the person, okay, can you slightly change the car, the view like this? He's stuck. Okay. Because he has learned so much to draw in one view, because there's a tutorial there which is teaching you like that, but he has no idea about the car. I remember as a student, when we were taught, our professor used to tell us, go and wash the car for 3-4 times. When you wash the car, you wipe the car clean, you experience each and every surface of the car, and then you build a connect with the car. You fall in love with that physical entity. Right. And then bring that the knowledge, and then use tools and softwares to help you do it faster. So I feel that, there has to be a fundamental connect, which was there, probably which got lost in the modern, so-called previous education system, and as rightly said, I think which is coming back. The experiential part of learning. Because that was totally missing in the last 30-40 years. We're just cramming things. We're just 1 + 1, 2. Who taught us 1 + 1, 2, and why it has to be 2? Why it's not 3 and why not 4? So those questioning was never there. So which I think is, I feel is coming back, and which is great. It should come back more.
So I want to take this discussion a little further. I don't know how we're doing on time.
We lost track.
Okay, right, sure. So, I'm sure some of you might have read the Asterix comics and, the Gaulish village, and the biggest fear was the sky is going to fall on their heads tomorrow, right? So, I mean, we're talking about education tomorrow, but then tomorrow never comes, right? So that's, but there is a fear amongst artists, designers, and teachers, especially in the morning sessions, in the last couple of sessions that we saw, they're going to be replaced, right? So I want to know your thoughts on it. I mean, because, you can actually sit in front of something and just type a description and it makes the artwork, right? So going forward, what do you think your thoughts are on such a thing? Are artists going to be replaced or designers are going to be replaced? Are we not going to be needed any further at all going forward? Or do you think we can survive?
So not even close, right? I mean, think of the worst movie that you have seen. It had a script which is pretty bad, right? The AI written scripts are worse. Not a problem, right? So in narrative thinking, no issues. In design thinking, also no issues until and unless there is an object or a color or a texture or something which is created already and has X amount of metadata. No AI system can do anything about it. Original thought is impossible for a computer to create, right? No matter how much generic AI claims to have, Mid-Journey and all these apps claim to do, cannot, not possible. Where it does have, not I would say replace, but can be more efficient, is in repetitive performance activities, in RPAs. And that's something which is human counting notes versus a machine counting notes, right? So in RPAs, yes, there will be workflows, there will be technologies, but then human beings have to then kind of do other things, right? Once upon a time, we were needed for a lot of calculation things. There's a fantastic movie about these bunch of women who helped with the American space program. And they were actually called calculators. A human being was called a calculator. We don't have those anymore. Exactly the same thing is going to happen. We're going to be needing to do more right brain, more creative, more original thought idea activities. And machines and systems and workflows will take over a bunch of the RPAs or some left brain calculation, mathematics based activities, which is okay. Because, we're meant to do more things. So I don't see it as a threat at all. In some cases, tech will actually enable us to create and imagine things which we couldn't, right? And hence you'll get movies like RRR and Bahubali and Avatar and Star Wars and God knows what else. So,
right. So interested to know what Anisha thinks about this. Yeah.
No, I don't think AI or can replace the human artist or designer. So if you think about Impressionists, Van Gogh drew about 100 sunflowers. He was trying to represent the reality. AI would have done it beautifully, but each of those 100 paintings that Van Gogh made was very different. The art is more about the artist's feelings being expressed on the canvas. So that the artist is more important than the art or the product that comes out. So I believe that the same is the case for a designer as well.
So we'll keep our jobs. So, right, so for some more time at least. So Dr. Pal, please respond.
Sir, if we remembered, when during the initially first computer introduced in the country, everybody's thought process was replace the human work. But nowadays, if you go through our working placement package, highest package gone to the computer engineer for any IITs or any professions. Because similarly, sir, AI is basically designed by the basic learning process, human activity, human trials, human errors, everything. If your human data is available, based on data, then we are only programming by machine learning. Then technology is created by human. It is never, there is no fear for the replacement of the designer or human, but by development of new technology.
All right. So, quick questions, maybe
But
one
sir,
round more.
But
I
sir,
think.
I want to share one thing. If it is not beyond my topic area, then this is a big forum. I want to share something.
Sure,
Sir,
please.
what happened related to design? Because I designer main thought process to fulfill the user requirement and needs. Based on that, they are thinking thought process for development of the any kind of product. It may be used in particular area, defined area, or any kind of area. But my suggestion and request is the all designer or the educationist, when their thought process for the design, they have to explore what is the different variety in terms of the ethnicity, in terms of the climatic, in terms of the terrain, why it will be used, where it will be used, when it will be used, how long it will be used. Because why sir I am sharing that, as I am very specific targeted population doing the army population, very specific target population. But my request is design should be considered user specific and user centric. Suppose sir we have very common example, we are design a product. During the development process, we have to consider who will be the users, very kids or very old age. All these human factors issues and environmental impact, environmental factors, how it will affect the product performance should be considered during the development process. This is my humble request and suggestion. Sir, why I am telling, as we are in the defense sectors, when we are developing technology or any product for the military applications, every time we have to follow MIL standard. But standard is developed by American soldiers, American, not for the Indian. But at the age of, very recently, we have designed one guidelines for the development of the military products. And critical issues is integration of the human factors during design of the any product or any design. Because user is the sir human.
Right.
During the design process, we have to consider all the human factor issues, so many factors, by used by the male, female, old age, different age group, special challenges, so many things. Because design process involves the cost for the development of the prototype and go to the market. This is my request, sir.
Sure, Dr. Paul. I think we'll take a concluding comment from Saurabh, and yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, just when we talk about, like you said, jobs, I feel it's very simple. If you are looking, there's a tool. Technology is a tool. Technology can never be the master. So as long as you're seeing the technology as a tool and using it to your advantage, and you as a master using it, it's absolutely fine. You will never ever lose your job. If you become a slave to technology, there are people who say, okay, I can only use that particular software. They will be out of job, as is rightly said, in a couple of years. So very important thing is all these tools, even though fine, they look wow, they look fancy, but you should remember that you are the master and you are using the tools. And if the education system and our whole learning system is designed around you, human being the master, and you use different tools. It can be as simple as a hammer and scraping on the walls, or artist as a brush, or as a creative person, or any educationist, anything that you're doing. That I am the master, I'm learning something, there's a tool available, tool will change, I know for sure. Now that thing is given now. Those days are gone when 20 years, 30 years.
Right.
Tool will change in another 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So, but my logic, the way I'm applying and way I'm looking at things has to remain. And that's my original thinking. So as long as I'm doing that, I think it's amazing and there's nothing to worry.
Sure. Yeah, Chaitanya.
Just to add to that, oftentimes, students who learn these softwares and they find out, they come and ask, sir, what do you use for editing? 1 square foot of real estate. Right? Because editing happens here, not on the computer. Same thing with cinematography. You see the frame first with your eyes and you build the gated box around the frame. Then you put the camera where you want it in order to recapture that. And that's basically it.
Right.
Right?
Sure. Shekhar, you want to conclude?
Yeah, I think the world is definitely much bigger place. So it looks like we will be living in our own planets anyway. One is the inner world, another is the outer world. And choice will be each individuals, and then we see different communities are living in different planets, and maybe it will lead to actual Star Wars. Some will be using super advanced technology, some will be using sledgehammer, but definitely I agree with Saurabh that we really don't have to worry so much, because I think the children needs us, you know, and
Right.
yeah, so I think it is exciting time. As I said that it is unpredictable time, but exciting time.
Worry means you have lost the battle. When you start worrying, that means already technology has taken over.
Right.
So just don't worry, relax, enjoy the process, and you know you are the master, just chillax.
So that's really nice. Had a great discussion. Thank you so much for your inputs. I mean, one is that my takeaway from this, and I'm sure our takeaway is stick to the fundamentals, right? Nothing is going to replace anybody. That's but it's a wonderful tool, and you know there can be a lot of things that can happen out of it, and change is constant. So I mean I kind of agree with all that you guys said. Thank you so much. That's been a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Fanny.
Thanks, Funny. I was just wondering, you know, the essence that for a lot of us is of what a designer or a cartoonist is someone who's lost in their own world, you know, sort of thinking of things which most of us outside can't. Now, as we move on and try to integrate design into, let's say, modern media or technology or the legal frameworks, as we're going to do with the next panel, how important is it? What is it that one step that a designer needs to take to integrate himself with the rest of the disciplines that exist as it may?
My reaction to that would be, I think, firstly, designers are taught empathy, and they're taught to sensitize themselves to things around. So that seems to be the basic thing. Like there's this question that was asked by a design teacher to the students. What is the color of the leaves? So everybody said green. No one asked at what time of the year, what time of the day. So because are there fresh leaves? Are there fallen leaves? Nothing. So they just assumed green. And but then you get deeper into your observation, and you're going to start asking these kind of questions, and then you get, it's not necessary leaves are green, right? So observation seems to be the first and foremost, and empathy seems to be the first and foremost thing that a designer needs. So, and design is also all pervading, like I was talking about. I don't think there's any subject around which doesn't have an element of design in it. So yeah, that's my reaction.
So a designer cannot stand alone in his own space anymore. He needs to integrate increasingly with the rest of the world to understand it.
It's vice versa also. So right. So no other discipline can stand alone, right?
Without design. So much the same thing applies for design. So let's call. So what does that mean to a legal framework, to legal education? I'll have on stage the moderator for our next panel, Dean of the Associate Dean for the School of Law, Abhishek Sinha, who's a corporate lawyer who can practice in England and English and Welsh corporate law as well as in India. He's worked in the corporate world on mergers and acquisitions. What is it that you take away from design, Abhishek? I mean, the legal framework, as one again says, lawyers often think only as lawyers. How important is it, as you are an educator now, to break that barrier and make them understand design and other aspects as well?
So, that's really the thinking of the past. If you look at how law has changed or how the legal industry has changed in the last 5 years, we don't have that flexibility of saying that lawyers only look at, the law angle of it. The way I perceive design, and design thinking to be more precise, is that it has two major components. One is the creativeness, and the Second aspect is the logical outflow. That's all, design thinking or design all about. And if you see how technology is changing, the law has to cater to that change. Therefore, law now needs to be creative, and law also needs to have a logical, some sort of a logical flow. Therefore, all the laws today, in relation to the new technologies, disruptive technologies, are catering to that requirement. So at the end of the day, technology is going to win. We may delay the technology by some sort of a legal interference, but the technology is going to overcome all these legal barriers. So it is the time right now to design the law in a manner that we are catering to the technology requirements today.
Interesting. I'll just indulge myself with one more question to you, Funny, before we move out for a coffee break again. Is that how much does the evolution of a legal framework affect the mind space and the thinking of a designer? In terms of your creativity and your abilities to think differently, how much does that impact?
I don't know. First of all, I'm a little scared of my own digital avatar, and I'm not too sure if my digital avatar will have to follow the same set of rules that I follow, right? So I'm just a little worried about it. It's very hazy to me. I don't know that how it's going to pan out going out into the future. So your question was more like I think I lost your question somewhere in the middle. So
how much does the evolving legal framework affect the creative space of a designer?
I don't see how I can connect that so immediately, but I do understand that there are a lot of connections between the two. I mean, my worry is intellectual property. My worry is who it belongs to, if I have an idea, or if so that's more my worry, and in fact that's something that we still need to teach in our design schools. I've had so many of my own artworks shown to me as my portfolio, as their portfolio. So this has happened so many times. I mean, they come and show me that, and I have no control. In fact, I went to Bombay airport, and I had a coffee there, and I saw that the whole thing, the panels out there in a restaurant were all my work, and I had nobody to call and do so. Whereas the same artwork was, I was contacted by a publishing house in Germany, asking me if they could use that artwork in their magazine. And they asked me how much do you charge for it and how much, etc. Right? So, and then I just gave them a number. I said, it's already been stolen out here. And I just gave them a number. And they promptly sent me the payment, and they also sent me some 5 or 6 copies of the magazine that was published. So my biggest fear out here as a designer, and whatever is the connection with law, is I need to protect my work, and I have no way to do it in India. So that's...
So just a quick response. I was listening to Funny, and as far as the design and law connection is there, it has always been there in some form. Let me give you a quick example. If you look at any contract, any old contract, let's say a contract which was executed a couple of decades back, just to understand that contract, you need a law lexicon or a dictionary. Certain words which are used, whereas, thereas, those flowery languages, we will not be able to interpret or even understand what are they trying to agree upon. But now, look at the way contracts are. Any layman, any person can simply look at the contract and understand why this change is there. Because of the design, because of that connect off or the construct of user interface. Everything has a logical flow now. And let me rephrase, not everything, but substantially most of the things have logical framework in law.
Right.
So that's the kind of connect which is there.
Yeah. So just like you have management and marketing courses that are happening in design, I think law has to be one important component for design courses. So I do agree, because none of the artists or designers are aware of this. Yeah, and they're really scared of their work being stolen. And so I think this has to come in at the design school. I hope the School of Law can do something for design students too. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, interesting. So we will, on that note, we will break for tea again, once more. It's been the second tea break. But we'll break for tea, and when we come back, Abhishek will be back with his panel. Just remember that when you see each panel on its own as a standalone, the sense that it makes just gets multiplied 10 times when it gets flown into another panel and the conversations of people who are beyond just that discipline. Perhaps that's what is first step towards moving, as educators, as you move towards tomorrow, which is what they're hoping to achieve. So anyway, we'll break now for a quick coffee break, and we'll be back here by 5:50 or 6, 5:50. 5:50 with Abhishek. Thanks.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the last session of today, the entire Education Tomorrow event. It's my pleasure that we have the Attorney General for India with us today. He's also our keynote speaker. Am I audible? Okay. The theme for the last session is legal education in this digital age. So for this, I invite Mr. R. Venkatramani, the Attorney General for India. So please, sir, if you can come and address us with your keynote speech.
UPS is almost like my alma mater. There are a long association with UPS. I remember when the law school in UPS was set up, the first inaugural meeting is still green in my memory. Like as they said, those salad days which are green in your memory, right? I am indeed delighted to be here and thankful to the university to think about me and demand some time from me to be with you today. There's a wonderful lecture given by Justice Muralidhar at the first Professor Shamnath Bashir Memorial Lecture. That was a couple of years ago. Professor Shamnath Bashir was a product of Bangalore Law School, and he became a legendary teacher in his own right. One of the deepest minds and concerns about legal education, and his very fond idea, which he nurtured over a period of time, was the idea of inclusion. There are literature all over the world today about how do we grapple with a digital tool, if I can use that very ordinary expression. You go to a country like England, a lot of literature by Richard Susskind, and in the past 2016 to 2018 or 19, many Commonwealth countries have started looking at the legal profession and the challenges in the legal profession, and therefore trying to connect legal education as part of the legal profession dimension. Like in several areas of our life, we begin to talk about the bullet speed advancements in technology. But why do we need to talk about legal education in the digital era? I think, in my view, that part of the subject is of a relatively lesser significance, if I understand it correctly. While all of us know that education is not only a public good, but also a private good. And all of us know that for the private good to be meaningful, it has to come through a very accessible means, and it is not meaningful only for the purpose of securing a professional avenue or an engagement, but much beyond that. And it is commonplace for legal education historians to look at the evolution of legal education from university-affiliated law colleges and a 3-year course, and thereon to my great mentor, Professor Madhava Menon's brainchild of a 5-year law course. We keep talking about it, and a lot of a lot of debates as to where this 5-year law course has taken legal education in the trajectory of what Professor Mann again fondly used to call, and I think is a very important expression which is coined, so justice education in our country. So many of us were grey-haired enough to understand the scope of legal profession in our country in the past 40, 50 years and even before independence. We looked at it from a very, what called, crypt-capped and confined angle. We looked at it as a passport to education to be a professional in a court of law. But I think things have changed and things need to change and need to change much more. So in this Shamnath Bashir Memorial Lecture, I find Justice Muralidhar has drawn out a very beautiful landscape of the challenges of legal education internally and what kind of roadmaps can be laid. Few thoughts, of course, you shared with us. There are lots of things that can be discussed. But for today's purpose, if I think, if access to education is a fundamental value of any civilized community, and there are any number of impediments, obstacles to access to education for a larger section of the community, there is something which is deeply problematic somewhere. Therefore, it is not access to education in general. Maybe compared to a few decades ago, one can draw a graph about our access to education and say it is on the upswing. Of course, any number of educational institutions, hundreds and hundreds of them all over the country, and the whole idea of a university itself undergoing a change. If you go back to the old universities of Madras, Calcutta and Bombay, and you keep talking about those nostalgic days when the departments of mathematics and pure sciences would have produced the greatest of scientists in our country. So we are no longer there. But then we are in a different terrain and a different era altogether. And I think it's good for us. But despite all that, the huge growth in the number of universities and educational institutions, and regardless of the fact that both through the constitutional process and social processes, access to education has become more, extended to a large sections of the community. When it comes to legal education, we still have, I think people may get offended when I use the expression, the creamy layers of our community have the most easy access to legal education in the premier law schools of our country. I'm not saying that it has to be abandoned, but if access to legal education itself has a fundamental value and integral to justice education and justice administration, I think inclusiveness has to be kept on the high end of our goals to be achieved. And how do you go about it? And how do you really connect it to the digital era? All of us know that during this lockdown period, schools and colleges working with the digital platforms. And it facilitated a wide range of endeavors and engagements, despite all the other drawbacks we were talking about in our times of leisure as to how the human mind, by reason of being engaged in the virtual screen, has got into other issues. I think that need not be a matter of big concern for us. So if the digital era has made it possible to open up to a large section of the community access to education, but still you find, because the way law schools are structured in our country, at the same time, one need to talk about, today there are more than 1.7 million and odd lawyers in our country, and maybe 15% of them are women. And I wish more, this percentage swells more and more as times to come. So we have a premier law schools in our country, on the one hand, and the deep divide between these premier law schools and very well-endowed universities such as UPS. On the other hand, we have any number of 1,000 and odd law colleges in our country, which one can say probably facilitate access to the semi-urban and semi-rural or partly urban, partly rural parts of a community. I think there is a divide. How do we really bridge the divide? I don't wish to go into those questions as to whether Bar Council of India can play a role. They should move out of legal education. That's other set of questions. And they are very, very important questions. My friends in the Bar Council of India, many of us, when we talk about it, may look askance, but we will talk about it at a later point of time, and they're very important too. So when you're talking about access to education in the digital era, how do we really bridge the gap between the premier law schools and the law colleges? Or is it going to be chasing a mirage? I keep asking myself this question. Because very often when you talk about legal education challenges, there are about 5 or 6 questions which keep coming up. Lack of adequate staff, then we're talking about library, or the difficulties encountered in the admission processes, and the disconnect between the social sciences subjects and the pure legal subjects, or the methods of teaching. The case law method of teaching goes back to early, I think, 1960 or so in US, and probably even earlier. So those issues are slightly different. I only want to focus on how every one of us can think about, and if every educational institutions, such as universities, which have grown fairly well in their infrastructure and their financial strength, to be able to contribute to inclusion. I found in Justice Muralidhar's lecture something very, what do you call it? A compassionate heart talking about inclusion. I'd like to pick up that sentence and then go further. He says, a generation of daily workers, clerks, workers in stone quarries would see the next generation clear the CLAT, successfully navigate the 5-year course in a national law school, and become legal professionals. A very concerned statement. So is it within the competence and the reach of existing law schools and universities to think on the subject, or we need to fall back on the governmental processes or some other extraneous pushes to get us engaged on the subject? Maybe there is a mixture of both. But since we are assembled here today, both academics and professionals and other concerned individuals here, I think let us look at the possibilities and the scope for inclusion to be drawn and to be made a greater reality by universities and law schools themselves. You don't require probably a planning board to push you into all this thinking. Having said that, I mentioned about Professor Madhav Menon's idea of looking at legal education as justice education. That idea, I think, is yet to really get rooted in our psyche of understanding legal education. A paradigm shift from looking at legal education from serving certain sections of the interests of the community to serving to begin with, the most deprived sections of the community, I think will be an important paradigm shift. So for those of us who want to grow in the profession through the court litigation model in an adversarial system, this may look very challenging and may look very doubtful too. All of us know the kind of competition which is involved in moving up in the ladder in the legal profession. There are so many highways and bylanes and through which we try to navigate, and by reasons of luck or your destiny or other factors, so things happen. So when you talk of inclusion, I think it's important for us to draw a roadmap where what Justice Muralidhar is talking about can be made a reality in the next 5 years, and how do we go about doing it? Perhaps this evening is not an occasion to go into the details of mapping all that, but I just want to share this idea. In the reports given by the Commonwealth countries in 2016 to 2019, we're talking about the legal profession and the challenges. One of the ideas which is tossed about is about the digital, tool and how that can make education, and particularly legal education, more easily accessible. I am not very sure that this can work in that very simplistic understanding. Because if you have to look at legal education as justice education, it means transcending the existing frontiers of our understanding about law and administration of justice. So when we studied law, we just picked up a few subjects here and there and looked at some case law, some precedents, and probably we thought we were equipped. But now I understand that our equipment is very defective. Why is it defective? Because I do not know how persons who are in most need of administration of justice feel about the deprivation of justice and how they really look at their own situations. So there is a school of thought almost across the globe which says that a student's encounter with the reality cannot be through a mere textbook or the printed, letter. It has to be through an actual encounter and engagement with the reality outside. So when you talk of digital tool as a tool for engaging oneself on an encounter with the reality, I still think there are some both potentials and issues. Potentials in the sense that the physical need or the constraints moving into the physical space and engaging oneself with the reality and understanding it can be to a large extent circumvented and avoided when you use a digital tool. I am not again talking about the online, dispute resolution, ideas or the mediations, etc., which can be very well fostered by the digital tool. I'm not talking about that. But so the engagement with the reality when law will get transformed itself so fundamentally, and if in that process the digital tool can be used, I think that will be a great endeavor and engagement. I'm sure with universities like UPS with their manifold disciplines, and disciplines including schools of design and management and so on and so forth. So if they are able to collect a pool of experts who can probably think in terms of reality engagement software and connect it with justice education. Now, I'll just give a few examples. We have any number of, after all, law works through statutes, and statutes get thrashed out in litigations in courts. So any number of statutes which deal with economic, social and political issues, and there are statutes which deal with social justice issues, and there are statutes which deal with pure economic and technology issues. So we can classify all of them. But I think all of them get connected in one way. In the sense, if I understand it again, given the post-Soviet era collapse and neo-colonial, expansions of not physical, geographical, but intellectual mind colonialism, and the current global trends on war, Russia and Ukraine, for an example, God knows after a decade or so what will be the global position on global power equations. It's very difficult to anticipate all that. But all that also have some relevance to even a domestic legal education context. So when I talked of the various kinds of statutes, and I say they're all connected together, I mean it in this way. One of the biggest challenges which humankind now faces. Now we have seen a great promise of socialism and its failures somewhere, and the neoliberal, again, expansions of market economy. Professor Michael Sandel talks about the market economy and the marketization of a society. So with all this, what one may call uncertainties about global ideological positioning and their onward or forward movements, one big challenge seems to be that after all, for a human open society to be an open society, which is very important, and I think many of us would agree that notwithstanding the great promises of equality and egalitarianism through the socialist route, we think an open society is a much more safer and a comfortable place for all of us to live. In order that we know that we don't have midnight soldiers walking into our homes and picking up away, not knowing when and where our liberties will be curtailed. So an open society is something which will no longer negotiate with any ideology. But an open society cannot survive by itself. It must be an open society only there is equality. I'm not talking about equality in the abstract sense. The concept of equality itself has so many aspects which need to be unraveled. So in an open society and equality, the third component is innovation and creativity. All of us would like to innovate something, think new about certain things. And I think creativity and innovation is the engine, the prime engine of human societies, ever since we've probably thought about agriculture and moved on towards that. So innovation and creativity and open society and equality, how do you really enable a fair marriage between all this? This is a very important challenge, I think, in contemporary times, both in terms of political ideology and economic experiments. It's in that context, I think, legal education will now undergo a tremendous change. In the sense, it will begin to look at these global and domestic challenges. It will begin to look at lawmaking in different ways. It will begin to look at governance also in different ways. When it all begin to look at to the legal education, then of course our justice system will also become different. So because we are entangled differently today, our justice system has its deficiencies and drawbacks. We look forward to the courts, and particularly the apex courts in different parts of the world, for resolving the most intricate and complex solutions of a problem of a day. But we're able to look at legal education, justice education, where by a process of understanding cooperation and mediation at different levels, the challenges get minimized as much as possible, and only the residue of challenges which cannot be handled within the subject, within the limited human conditions we have, then those go to a court or any other forum. I think we need to have a roadmap on these lines. I may look like talking too much in the abstract, but I suppose I'm trying to bring down my own thought process to a ground level to be able to share my thoughts with you. And one last thought which I found in Justice Muralidhar's lecture, I think every one of us should lead that. in our 3-year law courses, we were exposed to experimentally, and Professor Menon and some other great names, Professor Bakshi in Delhi University, were the leaders in the clinical legal education programs. And the clinical legal education programs were the tiny, minuscule exposure of student to reality. Just to give you an example from my personal life, I come from Pondicherry. I studied in the Pondicherry Government Law College, where Professor Menon happens to be the principal. And within 2 months of his taking over the reins of the college, he said, we'll have a legal aid clinic here. And every Thursday, the college will have a legal aid clinic. Some officers from the government will be assembling there. Then news spread around that the law college will be a center for doing some kind of tiny little justice exercises. So I was so impressed by what Professor Menon was doing, and I thought there's something, a process of learning for me. And as any adventurous young law student would have done, there was an issue about a woman who did not have her revenue record being corrected properly. So the previous evening there was this discussion, and Professor Menon said, why don't you go and get this resolved? And said, and the teacher's command, right? So next morning I took my bicycle, went to the village concern, and with a lot of passion in my voice, I told the Tahsildar, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing this? That man looked at me strangely and said, who is this? Some stranger from somewhere talking to me like this. But the thing worked. The thing worked, and that gave me a lot of courage to look at how one can boldly venture into experiments in doing justice. So experiments in doing justice, I think, is another way of looking at using the digital tool in contemporary times and in times to come. So if students can be engaged in experiments in doing justice and translate those experiments into real justice dispensations, I am sure that with very illuminating minds here and elsewhere in our country, this kind of justice experiments through digital tool and more of inclusion and transforming the very fundamental notion of legal education as merely a dispute resolution education into a more fundamental, radically different justice education idea. I think then we need not worry about the digital era as our master, and it'll be our slave. You know, all kinds of discussions about artificial intelligence and technology and law. We're all worried about where will artificial intelligence will take us, as if artificial intelligence will make human species extinct. I don't think we need to worry about it. Artificial intelligence will remain as artificial intelligence. Human intelligence will always remain as human intelligence, and we will be far, far superior to any intelligence which will be creatures of our intelligence. So I don't think we need to be too wary about that. So these are some thoughts I thought of sharing with you. But before I conclude, there's one president of the United States, John Adams, way back in 1780. I always keep quoting it in many law school lectures. It gives a lot of elixir, right? That's how he says. I quote, I must study politics and war, that my sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. My sons ought to study mathematics and philosophy, geography, natural history, naval architecture, navigation, commerce, and agriculture, in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture, statuary, tapestry, and porcelain. Do you really see the connection? From studying war, I must study peace. From studying war, I must study my liberty. What a beautiful connection. Therefore, from 1780, somebody who looked like that, I think we can look far, far ahead. So let our legal education we become a study from studying war and peace as we are doing till today, right? Let us become a study of peace and nothing but peace. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a thought-provoking talk. I'm glad that someone out there is talking about and equating legal education to justice education. And I'm also grateful that you have highlighted the challenges which we are facing today as in the legal education sector. And I don't know whether we have answers to it right away, but at least being mindful what all things we need to cater to the demands of today, the technology. At least we are ahead in some manner, so that we can try and in reality equate legal education to justice education. So thank you very much, sir, for your time, and we are really, really grateful that you can make it here. So thank you very much. Okay, taking things forward as a part of the larger discussion on legal education in this digital age, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Pradeep Rai to quickly share his thoughts on how technology has impacted the entire judicial system and what law schools can do to cater to this. To quickly introduce Mr. Pradeep, he is the Vice President, Supreme Court Bar Association, and a senior advocate with Supreme Court of India. Sir, if you can just quickly share your thoughts with us.
I'm really glad to be part of this program, which is organized by UPS. Actually, when we talk about the future of education and how it is going to impact to the legal education and further the practice and the profession of lawyers, we have to think so many other things. You see, initially, when there was a conference in Bangalore, I was part of that conference when Honorable Justice Venkat Chalaya was there. He made a speech and he referred that there will be a time when virtual courts may be reality. Council may be one side and court may be other side, and ultimately the justice can be delivered by using technology. 3 of the Supreme Court judges, sitting judges, they were also present, and most of them, they did not rely or give any credence to that idea that it may be reality of the future. And within 6 to 7 months, this COVID pandemic was there, and thereafter entire world started running to the virtual courts and then technology related to that, software development, etc. You see, earlier we used to say that economics is governed by law. Now we all have to say that law, economics, everything is governed by technology. If you fail somewhere in technology, you will lose the pace of the world, you will lose the pace of society, and gradually the gap, so-called communication gap, generation gap, that has been created by the technology only. If you see the families which has been 60 years back, how they used to behave, how they used to get education, how they used to deal with the society, one fact was obviously there, that nowadays there are so many educational institutes, they are going to be a kind of building less schools. Now the next generation university is that you will have a virtual classrooms, and thereby you will be educating entire world, and any number of persons can be coming into that without any expenditure in the building and infrastructure. That may be reality. But at the same time, what we felt when the court was running virtually, that there was a lot of depression. There was no human connect. Ultimately, we all are humans. When you send the kids to the school, you don't send them only to get education and read the textbooks that we all can do at home. You send them to deal with the society. You send them to interact with the society. At the same time, I will tell you that we should never ignore the importance of technology. I remember this Petium fellow, he used to come and used to say that at least one of the state governments should take payments virtually, electricity payments or something like that, which was, we did not even find it worthy to consider his request. Not only this, the first time when this social media, Facebook, Twitter, they all came to India, I was at Amitabh Bachchan's house when this first meeting of Twitter was happening. The idea of Twitter was, that was very interesting. I did not know that they are going to be so big very soon. It was around 2003-04. Exact date I have noted somewhere. When they were discussing this, they said that there will be a time when we will be controlling everything. We will be controlling the governments, we will be controlling the elections. And the first successful experiment of social media was to intruding into the politics was Libya. When they used Facebook to demolish a popular government of then, Colonel Gaddafi's government, and thereafter you see what's happening. So they used that. And that's how they realized that Facebook and Twitter and all these social medias can actually affect the kind of education and change the thoughts of the person. Earlier, even this scientific Galileo trial, we all know that what happened, a person who is saying that all the planets are revolving around the sun, and he has to face the trial and he has to die in the house arrest. That is not 16th century. So gradually, whenever you do something in future, we all have to realize that how this pace of education is going to be. Like even today, the United States and the UK, they are working on a software in which judges don't need to work. Judgment will be prepared, details will be prepared, and ultimately they have to just do minor corrections by which they can apply the principles. Those softwares are being worked upon. Even Honorable Justice Chanchud, who has recently taken over, today is his birthday, he is also working on something to improve the system by use of technology. Even listing process, that man, the human, this intervention should not be there. Even drafting, filing, so many kind of like memories. When you search any trademark, earlier to get a trademark registered, you need to work at least thousands of volumes of records to check, and then you will find a name to register. Now you have computer, you just type, you will know this trademark is not available. You have to go for some other trademark. All those examples are there. But I will ultimately say that despite all this technology, we all have to realize that without human interaction, without social interaction, any kind of education will not be fruitful. This is my personal opinion, but I have personally experienced that if you keep a person in the home or in a room, that person may not develop the way he should have been developed. There is a old saying that if you want your child to grow, either you send them to school or you ask them to roam around. Ultimately, the education inside the classroom or virtual education, that is important, or education outside the society, that is important. You will find so many persons, maybe high school fail, maybe intermediate pass, maybe BA fail, may not be very good student, but they are doing extremely well in the society. Education doesn't matter. I also belong to a family where we did not have the means to study properly. We got our primary education under a tree from my village. From there, first time we went to university in BHU. English we did not know at all because there was no teacher. From class 1 to class 8, there was only one teacher. So without even this virtual education, because of social experience and interacting with the society, we could gather something. So what I suggest everyone, that ultimately the future of education is always has been the technology. Earlier there was no book. We all used to write on the leaves. Gradually the books came. This is also use of technology. So we all have to use the best of technology. But that doesn't mean that we have to avoid the social interaction and everything is going to be completely run by the technology. Like UAE, they recognize one lady which is created by artificial intelligence. They have given her passport. Now they have also started recognizing the products created by those AIs. You may do all this, but ultimately the creator of those artificial intelligent products will be recognized and they will be honored, they will be respected. At the same time, the use of those technologies has to be done by the humans. And you all, if you don't have that kind of intelligentsia to use those artificially intelligent programs, you may be failed. So ultimately, your intelligence is more important. The education and future education is obviously, it is going to be more productive. Like today, you are running an institute, you can have a virtual classroom where you can hire a professor of Harvard. Otherwise, you had to pay for fly and going back and then his stay arrangements and all. Today, you could have a virtual classroom where you can invite him. He can give you 45 minutes to 50 minutes, he can interact. I have seen in Harvard, almost every year I go. And what I have realized that their informal education is the success of that university. Because somebody is coming with the baby in the classroom. Somebody is coming with their pets in the classroom. Someone is saying that I am going to attend a classroom in a pub because the professor has invited them there. They are having beer and drinks and all, and at the same time the classes are going on. So we all have to run the system with the society and we cannot lose the pace of society. If I start speaking, I can speak so many other things. I don't know my time limit, sir. I think 5 minutes, 2 minutes more? Okay, 2 minutes more. When we start talking about the history, suppose Taj Mahal or this iron pillar of Mehrauli, how it was created, how it was built, why there was no possibility even after 400, 500 years to create something like that. So many things, so many creations. They use science, but at the same time, like Aryabhat time, where was the computers? How he discovered zero, how he could narrate that what is the distance of the stars. Because they all used to calculate something on the papers and using their minds. Ultimately, now the technology is going to take over most of our time, most of our success. but the person who is going to be successful will be recognized. You see, you all know the Twitter owner, you all know Facebook owner, you all know that who is the owner of this softwares, who is the owner of these products, which is being used in the court or anywhere else. So what I say that technology is ultimately going to lead you somewhere where your performance will be improved. But that is not the only way by which you are completely, or you may feel that yes, technology is there, I can do whatever I want. It's like a book, it's like a product which you should know how to operate it, how to use it. Many of the Texas colleges, they have permitted students to carry the guns. What technology will do? You see what kind of system is coming, conflicting system is coming. One student is going to the class, he is carrying a gun because some incidents of firing has happened in the school. So all the schools have permitted students to carry gun, but they have to conceal it. They can keep the guns with them. We have to improve the nature of the society. We have to improve the kind of sociology and social knowledge of the society. At the same time, we have to educate them. Our country, personally, I feel that they are very practical. That's why there is no economic crisis. Most of the population, even today, they feel that taking loan is not a good thing. Most of the persons, they still feel that something where I am not convinced, I should not do it. But playing blindly something that is the art of technology. And they use something every day or other. We are going to in a new era in 21st century and thereafter in 22nd century. Even these brothel houses in Japan are, sir, being run by technology. Virtually. The girl is sitting there in Tokyo, somebody in Kyoto wearing this gloves, and he is talking and touching her. This is how technology is working. So all these things are happening. We have to use the best way of technology in law, or in justice, or in society. Everywhere technology is important, but we all should be understanding that whenever we go for education, we should have the best of the books, we should have the best of the persons. Honorable Venkat Ramani sir mentioned about Madhav Menon sir. He was very close to me, he was very close to our heart, and I am fortunate to interact with all three, Upendra Bakshi ji, Madhav Menon ji, and also Honorable Justice Venkat Chalaya ji. Whenever I get an invite for Honorable Justice Venkat Chalaya that you have to come with me, like recently I was in Sringeri last week for around 5 days with him, I never miss it. Because I know that knowledge is staying with him physically, that I cannot gather by reading books. I cannot gather by using technology. So I never miss it. I will always say you all that you must interact with teachers. Teachers may say that virtual education is good. You take virtual education if there is no other option available. But don't miss them. When they are actually teaching you in the classroom, don't miss that class. That is my advice. And you all are young people, you all are going to do much, much better. You all will be the foundation of our society and also the legal world. I don't know, some of you may be found somewhere at the place of Mr. Madhav Menon. Some of you may be found at the place of Honorable Justice Chanchud. I don't know that, but obviously some of you will be there. So my advice is that respect your teachers, you interact with them, and never miss a chance of meeting a teacher. Still I go to Banaras Hindu University where I got my education, where I did my LLB. My junior is dean there, but I touch his feet, I say you are sitting at the chair where my guru used to sit. So that chair is very important. You all have to respect them. Thank you so much, sir. I could continue, but I think that this is the time you all heard me patiently. I am really grateful. Thank you.
This fine? Okay, perfect. So thank you very much, Pradeep, for sharing such interesting thoughts. The key point, whether technology is really the master when it comes to legal education now, or it's just a tool. We'll try and deliberate that maybe in the panel. So I again invite you back for the panel discussion. Yes, please. if you can just take the seat. Just being mindful of the time, I'm quickly jumping onto the panel discussion, and I'm inviting all the panelists. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. G.R. Raghavendra, Joint Secretary, National Mission for Justice Delivery and Legal Reforms. Thank you very much, sir, for my good friend, Mr. Mayank Singh, who's a partner with Khaitan & Company, a corporate law expert. Dr. Charu Wali Khanna, former member, National Commission for Women and also an advocate with the Supreme Court of India. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Ms. Jyotika Kalra, former member, National Human Rights Commission and an advocate on record, Supreme Court of India. And last, Mayank Arora, of Council Chambers of Bharatchok. So all of you, first of all, thank you very much for taking out time and coming here, and also agreeing to share your thoughts. Because this topic of legal education in this digital age, or how technology is, trying to either change or evolve the entire construct of legal education, is very close to our hearts. We're all aware that how technology is really the key driver now in every aspect of our life, and legal education is no exception. So I'm going to ask certain difficult questions on this very subject. And the very first question, which is open to all the panelists, is that given the restrictions which we have from the Bar Council of India, and the Honorable Attorney General for India also touched upon it, given these restrictions in the curriculum, what do you feel is the time correct now to change the entire curriculum, take the entire law degree program maybe away from the Bar Council of India, or bring in those requisite flexibilities so that we can cater to the need of all the changes which are being brought by the disruptive technology?
I should respond?
Sure, please go ahead.
Sir, you said about the Bar Council. What is my opinion is that Bar Council should also be educated. They should also be trained. The office bearers or any association, they are not the person from the education. They are not person from the science background. They all are bar leaders. They go for the elections, ultimately they become successful. But they all are clear on one thing, that their job is to improve the system of education. That's why Bar Council of India is there. Similarly, MCI is there, because you need somebody who has expertise in the education. Nowadays, there are so many branches of law, it's already being developed. You see, so many tribunals has come, like TDSAT is there, for Consumer Affairs, Consumer Competition Commission is there. You see, NGT is there. Those days, Madam Jyotika Kalra will appreciate, and Charu Wali ji will appreciate, that when we started practice, all these tribunals were not there. These all were actually evolved by the judgments and then the deliberations of the Supreme Court, by which these tribunals came to place. Otherwise, one green bench was there when the Chief Justice of India, whoever was there, was the head of that bench, and some amicus, they used to handle those green matters. I always say, my students and I always say interns, that you see, this is the only profession where there is no limitation. Wherever you go, whatever you see, you are learning something which is going to come back, and that subject may come back to you. Like if you give a key of chopper to someone, any one of the other profession, and say that you take this and fly, they will not fly, but a lawyer can. Because similar matter will come and they will say, yes, I am appearing, I will argue. We appear in the medical matters, we appear in this economics matter, we appear in airlines matters, and we learn, we just read that. So I always say that education should not be restricted. It was never restricted. Even from the Gurukul days, If you read whatever, I don't know the history that whether it is correct or not, but even Lord Krishna used to go to Sandipan. Even Lord Ram had to go to Vasishtha and Vishwamitra. Because the purpose of that is that you can learn anything. You have to go to forest, you may get to a kingdom, you may go to some kind of good people, bad people, all kind of experiments. That has to happen, and that was the complete education to make you a successful person. So what you are saying that curriculum, whether curriculum means that at least this much you have to read. It doesn't say that other than this you can't read. What I suggest that when you are going to for a legal education or medical education, if you know something new or you are experimenting something, that is not restricted, sir. I am saying that this is the minimum education what you have to achieve, what is available in the curriculum. What extra you want to read, nobody is going to restrict.
So in short, if I summarize, you feel that whatever curriculum which is, as guidelines put forth by the Bar Council of India is good enough, but law schools, maybe should look at training the young law students on certain more aspects and increase the academic rigor. That's what your point is.
What I did not say Bar Council. I said that Bar Council should be more sensitized.
Sure.
Because what they do, they come with a curriculum depending on the earlier legal education experience. But nowadays, after this Bar Standard Board of the UK, then the other universities, even this Attorneys Examination Council, all these abroad experiences are also being incorporated. I am not saying that they are not modern. They are doing something. They are trying to do something their best. But what I am suggesting, sir, that minimum education is that. Other than that, there should not be any restriction. Anybody can study anything. So the faculties, the responsibility comes here in the universities. They have to open few other programs. They have to open few of the training programs, few of the other expertise programs, because all the lawyers earlier, we used to study law and then we used to practice. Nowadays, there are so many expert forums. You have to go to NCDRC, different kind of litigation, NGT, different kind of litigation, TD said different kind of litigation. So IBC code is there. So many of the lawyers, they are practicing only in IBC. So
Correct.
You all have to select one area. So that's what my advice is. Other panelists, they are senior to me. They will be guiding and advising more than this.
Yes, please.
Abhishek, I think we have to focus on technology, not legal education per se, but technology and legal education. And I would like to add, as far as Bar Council is concerned, the syllabus which the Bar Council prepares, or it has to be looked upon, controlled by the Bar Council. As Mr. Pradeep had rightly said, the members of the Bar Council are based on the election process. So while sitting over here, we can say, but whether it's going to happen, whether it is going to include certain persons who are well versed with education, that's, I think, far-fetched. We may not be able to comment upon that. But as far as technology is concerned, apart from the syllabus which the Bar Council has prescribed, or even with this continuing legal education, there are certain areas where the technology has really encompassed the entire space, and I'll just mention a few of them. First, research. Research is an area which is totally virtual as far as research is concerned. We know when we were studying law in Campus Law Center, we used to go to library and then an index, find out that research was really very complicated. But as of now, the research is an area which is quite a lot virtual and people are comfortable with it. Our Attorney General was referring to the inclusion, and I feel like quoting an example from my own life. A boy I know whose father is a gardener and a mother is doing petty beautician things, with help of an NGO, he graduated from Delhi University, and now the financial support is still continuing from that NGO, and now he's pursuing his law from Law Center 1. And why I'm quoting so, I was a member National Human Rights Commission. I had an access to SCC because of being a member, but when I demitted office, I was not given that access. But that boy from LC1 who is interning under me, he has an access to SCC. Supreme Court cases, he has an access. I think we should have a round of applause for that, for Delhi University providing to each of the students an access to Supreme Court cases. And that makes him so powerful. So that is one of the areas. So we at the universities, as far as research is concerned, we must we must have given access to our students so that they are enabled. And there are pretty more areas where with the existing system of law, we can still improve with the help of the technology. One is research. The other thing is that automation. Because in many areas, the applications, for drafting an application, like as a member National Human Rights Commission, for a complaint to be given to NHRC, it is entirely automated. You just keep on going on that sectors and your application would be formed. So we have to work out, and then the security, you can verify, as Pradeep ji had also said that for trademark. So there are, in the existing framework, there are areas where we can give an access to automation, we can give an access to digital things. So as far as the syllabus, because it's a very, very wide area. Technology is something, it's an entire ocean. Legal education itself was an ocean, but technology is something you just can't think of it. You just can't think of it as to what extent can it go. But in the existing scenario, there are certain areas on which we can have, with the help of the technology, we can really improve ourselves.
So what
legal education.
So what I'm hearing is, the curriculum, the syllabus, the traditional construct of legal education, which is out there and being followed by all the law schools in India because they're mandated to follow it, is all fine. Let's add few more things to it, and then it's all fine. It's all okay. Chalta hai. Because that's the way it has been working. Mayank, we have had several, corridor banters on this, that do we need to bring this change now? Do you feel that, whatever we were discussing like 10 years back, now is the time, given how disruptive the technology has become?
So, thanks Abhishek. So, I remember as a law student, I think my journey has been sort of similar in terms of, sort of referring to hard copies of texts and judgments, etc. And when I came back, and joined the law firm, I think I realized that the expectations that were asked of me, to know some very sort of specific rules and regulations, which are governing foreign investment, for example, in India, or, some very specific matters which I don't think as a law school or a law student one touches upon. And at that point in time, one felt that, if I were taught, Foreign Exchange Management Act in law school, my life would have been so much simpler, but it hasn't been part of the curriculum for some reason. And I think that conversation is just evolving because, you have Ubers and you have, online pharmacies and you have all these new disruptive businesses that are, so coming up with things that, the current legal sort of regulations perhaps don't, sort of address them. But where does in legal education, sort of how does that sort of help and sort of bridge that gap? I think in some areas, to the extent that there are elective courses or things that, equip you better for a certain way of practice, perhaps, if you want to do a corporate law, what you should be looking at, maybe those can definitely be considered, because as a corporate lawyer, I think anyone can tell you that 5 things are more important than, other 5 things that you would study. For example, today I find very limited applicability of Indian Penal Code to the practice that I do. But does it mean that, as a law student, you will know when you're sort of joining a law school that you're equipped, or rather that, you want to be a corporate lawyer? I don't know if anyone will have that answer. They may want to, take up education going forward. They may want to become a researcher. So to that extent, should it be any different? Perhaps slightly. I don't know if entirely.
So Mayank, I'll come back to you and keep your thoughts ready. That what should law schools do then? So keep your thoughts ready. I'll come back to you. And thank you very much for highlighting this, the very much talked about phrase on bridging the gap between academia and industry, which takes me to the, next question. And I'm placing it before Dr. Charu and Mayank Arora. And apologies if it's a little bold question, but what do you feel in this age, do we still have any place for traditional law schools, which is not catering to the requirements of the industry?
Yeah. I just, I think this question is linked to the first question which you asked Mr. Rai. There are some subjects which I think really are outdated. Now, the one being contract law. And it's all very well for the Bar Council or for anyone to say, no, this is a minimum, but you can add on more. I mean, is it humanly possible to complete the course? We always have this issue of not being able to complete the syllabus. So how much, firstly, you want to give some outdated law and contract, and even the case law is so outdated. I mean, they refer to some British cases, and contract law has changed. Mayank will know, I mean, it's totally the whole concept of offer, acceptance. I mean, the mutual discussions, conversations, negotiations take place before a contract is mutually signed. Even the language, that outdated language is no longer in use. So I would not say that the traditional law college has no place. It does have the traditional, you have to learn the IPC. Like there's some subjects like criminal, you have to know what is a fraud, you have to know. But some subjects are really outdated and need a rethink. The second point, from what my understanding of what Mr. Rai said, was that you need to sensitize the bar. You see, the Bar Council members are also, they're not educationists, they're also of a different generation, and they're not so in tune, maybe not in tune with the recent developments, so they need to be made aware. And that's what universities have to have conversations with them to make them aware of what is in and what is outdated and maybe not progressive any longer. The third and last thing I want to talk about is, which Jyotika ji spoke about, technology, and Venkat Ramani ji spoke about the creamy layer. He said, he expressed his anguish or his doubts about the creamy layer because the law colleges, especially we're having this wonderful seminar on, you've taken a lead. I must compliment your university for taking the lead on technology, talking about technology of tomorrow. But yes, it is an elite. But the inclusion is taking place due to technology, because during the pandemic, which kind of, gave a boost to virtual hearings, and small law colleges from Jharkhand, Jhumri Talaiya, Kodarma, they are, their professors are leveraging their contacts, and virtual seminars are being held. Like Mr. Rai said, someone from Harvard is addressing someone in Koderma or Jhumri Talaiya. And it's amazing the kind of inspiration it's giving the young students who are so aspirational, which maybe in normal course they would never have known. Apne gaon ke kuएं, they would have been like a frog, Apne kuएं mein jo mendak rehta hai, usko bahar ki duniya ka nahi pata. But the kind of exposure and access, the virtual, in fact, initially when the pandemic started and the universities, especially government-funded universities, were having conferences and seminars and virtually inviting professors, there was a rule, the Government of India rule, that you have to take permission for any foreign any foreign professor coming to India and but they were trying to impose that. Then the government themselves realized that this is an amazing opportunity. So now, at least for virtual hearings, there's no permission required. So, the market is open for everyone.
So, Mayank, what do you feel about this?
Thank you, Abhishek. An honor to be amongst the kind of panelists that I always dreamt of being. I'll rather start by first quoting the outgoing CJI, the earlier outgoing CJI. He said a lawyer needs to be an all-rounder, a leader and a change maker. And I quote, he said, remember that new ways of thinking may invite criticism, but do not allow such criticism to bother you. He further added, law school education must turn graduates into social engineers because the law is an instrument of social change. And to add to what you said, it's a bold question, but a rather important one. I was excited to talk about it. Therefore, did some research. So Dean Heather of the Yale Law School had a similar problem way back in 2018. Decided to travel across the country, meet more than 3,000 scholars, teachers, academicians, industry experts, and ironically, arrived at the fact that we have to make a sensitive shift. And I use the word sensitive because not everything is redundant. So she said we'll have to make a sensitive shift from a Socratic method of teaching law graduates. There has to be something beyond law in the curriculum, and I'll come to technology a little while later because the both are inextricably linked. So I'll rather talk about both. She said, we therefore started a program called the TSI Leadership Program at Yale, which added a couple of courses, and I'll spell out for this group on what those courses were. Numeracy. It covered accounting, corporate finance, statistics, for lawyers as a subject. And I bring it down and trickle it down from what Justice Ramana also said. Then ethical decision making was introduced as another subject. And thereafter, practicing empathy, a large focus on interpersonal skills. These were some of the things they just clearly added.
But sorry to interject, if you look at all these things, it's nowhere there in the curriculum.
Beg your pardon?
It's nowhere there in the curriculum.
It's nowhere there in the curriculum. Your question is, do law schools really need to exist? So
No, my question is,
the traditional ones.
the traditional ones.
Yes.
Where we are not catering to the requirements of the industry, or even doing something, to cater to the changes being brought by the disruptive technology.
So then I'll respond to your first and second question together, if you may.
Yes, please.
Permit me. I think it'll be unwise to say that whatever conventional system that exists has to go away and we have to take out the sheer foundation to build something new. And I'll tell you a story, a joke rather, that we share in our circles. If you get a time machine and get a 17th century person to this century, he'll clearly be surprised. But if you get a lawyer from 17th century, he'll just be fine. What's changed? We're doing exactly what we did then.
But is that okay anymore?
No. So I'm coming to that. So there is a lot of, and why will this be? There is so much insistence on precedent, culture, convention, that the system has to move in a certain way. But I borrow a few wise words from Pradeep sir, and would want to quote this, that while that edifice remains, there is a lot of block building that we have to do. I think he's rightfully opining that a little bit of sensitivity, forums like these are a starting point, is important for every maker or identifier of the curriculum. Because, the problems today, and I will not talk about law or curriculum at this stage, I'll talk about problems a little moon gazing. There is a self-driven Tesla or any other car for that matter, and let me not name a brand, a self-driven car. Driving down a cliff, the brakes fail. The car has to take a critical decision. My owner has to survive is how it's programmed. So it'll swerve down a valley where there are 5 people, 5 children playing. But for it to protect the owner, it has to take that turn. The car decides in that moment, I'll protect my owner. 5 children have to perish. For the owner to survive, it's a self-driven car. Now, who is liable? Is the owner of is the maker of the factory liable? Is the programmer liable? Is the owner liable here? Now, who will answer these questions for us? Self-executing contracts are coming up as the talk of the town now. So
absolutely, Mayank. All these contracts which are coming up, we don't have sight as lawyers as to who is liable, right? Therefore, the question is, do we need to prepare the law students of today so they are ready for the next gen kind of issues which we are talking about? Because if we move ahead with the same type of construct on legal education, where is the change happening?
Absolutely bang on. I think the Socratic method has to go, and a new experiential method, a more forward-looking method, clubbed with a more precedent-oriented method has to come in.
Correct.
I think it is not just the curriculum, but also the pedagogy.
Absolutely,
I think
absolutely.
we cannot just say that, okay, the curriculum itself needs to go through a makeshift change, but I'll also say there is a lot of pedagogical change that needs to be brought about. Telling students to only read precedents of the higher courts and understanding it may not be the only way to teach, and the method involved. I think a lot of moon gazing at this stage has to happen. If I am borrowing and I'm laying down some examples just to evoke these thoughts, and rightfully so, I'm completely in agreement 100%. Now, if there is a self-executing contract where the loan-giving company gives me a car on loan, I fail to pay the EMIs. Now, after 2 months, they have the right through a machine learning method where they can seize the engine of my car and it will not start.
Yep.
Now, my mother has a medical emergency. Now, and this is where, the car won't start because I've not paid the EMIs. Now, where is so there is an ethical dilemma here, and there is also a legal dilemma here. Now, a conventional court or a conventional legal system would have allowed it in that circumstance and still made me liable for making that payment. But I think these are some of the questions, unless we moon gaze into the future, who would have thought that 15 minutes without a cell phone feels like a century today? Who would have thought? So I think a lot of moon gazing has to happen. The curriculum has to go through a change, but even the pedagogy, to my mind.
Absolutely. So just taking cue from what you just articulated, and this question is specifically for Raghavendra sir, that on the pedagogy, content delivery, what law professors are doing now, do you feel the way content is available on every aspect of law? You just go online, you can understand IPC, Constitution, everything is available online. And on very simple platforms like YouTube, you don't have to subscribe to anything, you don't have to pay for anything. And these contents which are available are absolutely brilliant. Very innovative ways of teaching all these subjects. So, sir, what do you feel with all these technologies being there on pedagogy, content which are available online? Do you feel in near future law professors like me will even exist, or it's game over for us?
Yeah, Vande Mataram. Thank you, Professor, and thanks to all my brothers and sisters. Gave me a lot of thoughts by listening to them. One of the important things came out about the contract law. Lot of content available, lot of changes have taken place. Whether, many people think that everything available in the internet is in the public domain, it is free. No, most of the content is intellectual property protected, unless until you have a permission and you can't take. And during the COVID times, 2-year pandemic and lockdown conditions, thanks to the technology already available, and many things came out, many intellectual innovators came out with the disruptive platforms like Zoom and Meet Google and all that. And a COVID baby came, that is the NFT. And the contract law she was talking about, Honorable Prime Minister Modi has given a mandate to the Law Ministry that the old colonial laws have to go. So whoever dealing with the IPC, CRPC, evidence law is the baby of Home Ministry. They have to see not only removing the number 1870, 60, etc. As you said, the self-executing contracts, the entire contract framework in the digital, education for tomorrow and legal education in the digital age. So the lot of disruptive things are happening in the contracts, whether it is offer, acceptance, and the next step, consideration, and all that. I remember the beautiful case of Kapil Chopra versus the Vishesh Films, where this guy writes a script for the Jannat 2 that been misappropriated by them, despite having 6 months email, email, there is an offer and acceptance and consideration which was not implemented and Jannah 2 came, and even Supreme Court said that, you know, the author, the script writer has to become compensated. No, it is changing. Then I tell you my own experience. When I did my archaeology MPhil, I had to write each chapter by hand, no computer and nothing. And then my professor used to change that. Now when I came to civil services, thanks to Mata Saraswati, intellectual properties goddess, she put me as a registrar of copyrights and director. My boss was Mr. Kapil Sibal at them. I had to given the responsibility of amending the copyright law. The 2012 amendments came, so already all these things were happening. We have to match our provisions with the digital environment so that education, not only the legal education, other education suffer. Whatever amendments we have done, totally in harmony with the WIPO Internet Treaties. And also WIPO Internet Treaties, while negotiating, my seniors have put a great agreed statement to the Article 10 of the exceptions and limitation. We call it fair dealing because of our English law, which inherited, American call it fair use. That it says clearly in the digital environment, whatever new technology comes, now the new platforms have come, the education, so that should pave the way for easy access to education. You know, the rights should not stop the access to education. Now I'm coming to the next level, the AI technology which Venkatramani sir was talking about. You know, my PhD, for which I'm waiting for my defense maybe the last week, the intellectual property protection for the text data mining, which covers the AI things. The talk he was giving about the authorship and ownership, and when the text data mining algorithms readily gives affidavit prepared for Advocate Jyotika or a reply to our affidavit for my friend Pradeep, other side, all automatically is giving who is going to be the author and what should be the rights, whether this technology is going to take over the legal sector. No. The phase 3, which thinking about introduction of artificial intelligence, I'm talking about phase 3 of the e-court services, which DPR is now already final, and that is going to introduce a lot of disruption in justice delivery, all the stakeholders, whether it is lawyers or the judges or the administration sector.
Right.
So, you know, I'll continue my many things to talk about this.
Sure.
And one thing just about continuous education, which I am learning because thanks to the 3 years law, so I got my degree. So why can't we have these facilities, continued 3 years law, like civil servants like me can learn, help policy making, you can support to the legal community and also to the judges.
Right. No, thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. You know, just being mindful of the time, one last question, and I'm going to restrict the response to, 10 seconds per panelist. I know it's very difficult for, lawyers to summarize it, but I'm giving it a try. The question is very simple. Given the disruptive technology age we are in, what do you think, a law school should do to cater to the need of the industry now? How do we really become the new age law school? So we start with, Mayank. 10-second rule applies.
It's a tough one for a 10-seconder. But I think what a law school needs to do is, like I also touched upon before, is at least if the curriculum is a restriction at this point in time, change the pedagogy.
Understood.
Change the experiential learning.
Understood.
There are a lot of students who go out to lawyers for interning every year, right? Is there a way that there can be a
So I'm taking up the point, if the curriculum you can't change the pedagogy.
Pedagogy, yeah. One last bit if you allow me, sorry, I'll just late. 10 seconds is really cruel. Yeah, I'll just improve it to 30 like sir said with this permission. I think the second thing is the internships and the experiential learning that the law school students go to can be a little more broad-based. They
Understood.
don't necessarily be restricted to only law chambers or law firms. There are a lot of other experiences that if one gets, I think probably will build into something
Got
more
it.
meaningful.
Okay.
Since I am going to talk from my experience, I'm a human rights, activist, and I think it's very important because we're talking about technology, and technology is going to taking over a large part of our life. So, very important is that law schools should make the students aware of the dangers of technology, algorithm, transparency, regulation, and also because you see companies are not going to be investing so much in AI. So the bots, if a rogue design can create havoc, can create bias, bias, whether it's caste bias, racial bias, security issues. So I think they all need to be aware because we're all, kind of idealizing technology and the algorithm, but there's a big danger which we really need to be aware of. Thank you.
I will say that this law colleges, they must teach them the difference between information and misinformation, because both are available at the same time on the internet. Other than this, I will tell one thing, that when you start teaching them about the drafting, judgment writing, or even this laws and everything, where there should be a comparative software, it's already available. But again, I will say that unless you have the traditional knowledge, unless you have the foundation, you cannot apply your mind suitably as if you have applied without having this knowledge. So this is my advice, that first foundation should be there. At the same time, you should modernize it so that students and other legal professionals, they go far to have their more abilities and capabilities.
Understood. Yes, sir.
Again, technology. I remember when Swapnil Tripathi and Matthew Nedumra and Indra Jaisingh, three together filed PIL for introduction of live streaming in Supreme Court. At least for the constitutional matter in the court one, to rush to the Venugopal and drop the guidelines, get it done, but they didn't do. But the High Court with the Gujarat, 10 High Courts have started now. Recently they took up. This is going to, this digital disruption going to help in the legal education in the law colleges. Hitherto they didn't, even being a joint secretary, I can't enter the court hall number 1 unless and until registrar gives me a pass. So how would a law student get education? How the arguments, today only one lawyer said, I want a date. And Supreme Court judge said, at this age, why do you want a date? Very difficult to give it.
Practical
They're
exposure
having
you are
a fun.
talking about.
Not only this fun aspect, the legal aspect. Number 2, continuous education that the technology has to give.
Sure.
Not only to the teachers, because new laws are coming. When IBC came, any other new laws are introduced. The amendments to the Patent Act, the copyright introduce the new things. It is a learning mechanism. And then the lawyers he was talking about, when he passed the law in BHU, he must have not read many laws. The continuous education, the research project we have done, that should make use of this technology imparting that.
Got it.
And then number 3 is to access to information and equal access. We should not leave behind the physically disabled and also print challenge and visually disabled people. For them, exceptions we introduced in the Copyright Act 12. We took up to international level. We negotiated, and finally India is the first country to sign the Marrakesh Treaty. Books in the hand is important. So law schools should make use of this facility in the digital environment.
Sure.
Forget about the audio description, the high-level technology which makes the video description for the blind. So these kind of technologies to be used to equal education access
Sure.
to the marginalized
Sure.
community,
Sure.
which Mr. Venkatraman was talking about.
Sure. Mank, your quick thoughts on it, please.
I think research papers need to change in a way that it's more meaningful today. I've seen the topics, at least when I was a law student, were very, sort of basic and repetitive in nature. And I just want to correct that, I've found the contract law not lacking at all in my practice at all. In fact, and I didn't mean that IPC is redundant for me. It's just that there's another specialist I rely on. So perhaps the tools to just sort of understand and know when to reach someone who has the skill sets, rather than a very in-depth knowledge on everything. So more electives, more different projects.
Sure. Thanks.
I have a different viewpoint. So I was just checking, there are about 5 crore, 50 million cases pending all over India. And those are the cases concern Family Courts Act or Negotiable Instrument Act or eviction matters. So it's not one car of Tesla, where there can be a program that whom to save the owner. That's a very far-fetched situation, my dear. And there would not be any solution for that. You can't plan for a solution sitting here. When that car would come, whatever is the program, we would not have any control over there. So my point is, it's not only for the corporate that we are thinking, there are laws and the entire system which is going is actually revolving around those laws. We must improve the system, add technology with the existing legal system only, add technology and make them more, because every court is not complete online filing. High court, district court. So we must train our student very practical aspect of online things, technology based things.
So thank you very much, all of you. With this, I conclude this session. I'm taking the liberty of concluding this session, and we will continue with our discussion over dinner in some time. So thank you very much for your time. With this, I call Veera up on stage.
Lawyers charged by the hour, but we're going to keep you trapped for a little while longer because we'd like you to listen to what others have to say as well. Since they've been speaking from the morning, we had a... Okay. No. I shall stay outside of the law. So I request you listen in to this, because since this morning we've had conversations on technology, you had a conversation on media, you had a conversation on design, and you finally had conversation on law. And I think there was a broad consensus that no one can stay in their cocoons. One needs to break over. But the question is, what are the challenges in evolving a framework for such integration at the education level? How does a law student understand design, social, modern media, and technology, and how do the others do this, vice versa? So I'm just going to invite on stage the other 3 moderators for the panels, for the benefit of those who are not, who weren't here since morning, who were busy with their courts and their cases in courts. I'm just going to invite Fani, Ravi, as well as Nalin, who were moderators for their respective panels, which was on technology, to give their quick thoughts, and also invite Ram Sharma, our Pro Vice Chancellor. On another stage, I think you can mistake him for a rock star, but Ram is a very distinguished academician who's been trying to lead transformation in education. He's played leadership roles in universities like Shiv Nadar before this. He's a Fulbright scholar, a PhD from the university, from Berkeley, and he's now the Pro Vice Chancellor here trying to lead the transformation. So you have Fani, you have Ravi, and you have Abhishek. I don't know where Nalin Mehta is. Given that you heard all of what everyone spoke about today, what is the one fundamental learning that you're going to take back as Associate Dean to show to your students? I mean, how is it a psychological breakthrough? Because when you talk disruption, you're not just talking technological disruption, you're talking of human disruption. COVID was a fascinating example of human disruption. How was the law prepared for it? So what is the learning that you're going to take back to your student?
See, that one learning out of all the sessions which we have had during the day is that that question whether technology is the master or technology is the tool, though we may not have the answer up front, or I don't know which one is the correct answer, but the learning is whatever happens at the end of the day, technology is going to win. So it's better that we start preparing for it. So at the end of the day, when technology actually, crosses that legal barrier, we are all prepared.
So the question then goes to you. Ravi, the Dean of the School of Computer Science, started today with discussion on technology. So does technology itself need a framework to govern it? And more importantly, how are you going to establish the transparency and the transfer of knowledge? And you guys spoke about that. Transfer of knowledge from the technologists and the technocrats into other fields.
That's a googly, okay? Because if I had the answer to that, I wouldn't be sitting here, probably enjoying my billions. So having said that, that's work in progress. That's something that you're going to learn over time, because people are still discovering how these transfers are going to take place and how are we going to, one of the questions we had raised then was regulation, right? How do you put in regulation? How do you ensure that in an environment like the metaverse, how do you regulate interactions? How do you regulate transactions? It's up in the air. Nobody has a solution for that. That's one of the areas I think is worth researching, but far more important is getting inputs from others and learning on the job.
And as the creative genius, the designer in this whole game, where do you see all these conversations in your design of things? Where does it all fit into the puzzle?
My takeaway was, it's always,
You can use this one. You can use this one.
Thank you. My takeaway was that, and it's always been my takeaway actually, that fundamentals are required. I mean, all students have to be taught fundamentals. I mean, I don't think we can escape from that irrespective of what the technology is. There is no software that has ever been written that does not look into the fundamentals. And you have to make a software based on how the processes happen traditionally. And that's how software have been developed. So I don't see any, I see that, it's absolutely necessary for us to understand that the fundamentals have to be given to the students. Having said that, there's another, I really enjoyed all the discussions and all the panels, and education tomorrow is a wonderful topic to have a discussion on. I feel if a university wants to get into discussions in this, I think we have to start looking at more grassroots level things, and maybe start not just for the university, but also take social impact and social responsibility as a factor, and so probably start at school levels and see if we can sensitize them towards all these things. That's
right, and Nalin, the last word for you on this panel before the final last word goes to the Pro-Vice Chancellor, and then the last word goes to the Vice Chancellor. How do you put all these brains together? What do you think is the real challenge? More as a social scientist, as somebody who studies society, what do you think is going to be the real challenge? And also, as Dean of School of Modern Media, what's really the takeaway for you?
I think 2 or 3 takeaways. The first is that, look, the technology changes, it disrupts things, but technology is ultimately a tool. Fundamentally, the core challenges remain very similar. In media, for example, what do? You tell a story, whether it's in journalism or non-journalism, you take it to an audience and you find a business model to make it viable. Now that business model has been disrupted completely because of technology. The scale of that disruption now is far more cataclysmic than it was with some previous technologies, like with television or with radio. It is on par with what happened when the printing press came 500 years ago, which led to the Renaissance, which led to Reformation, which led to changes in Christendom, which eventually led to nationalism. Now we are seeing that kind of disruption now with technology, where there's a complete democratization of technology around the board, which is making everybody a content creator. For example, it changes politics. Today's politics today in this country or in the US, the kind of shifts you are seeing in politics and so on are fundamentally catalyzed by new forms of technology at the moment, right? Now, what does it mean for us as educators? Now, what it means is much of what we are teaching was designed for an older way of doing business or an older way in which society worked. In the media schools, for example, the curriculums were designed 15 years ago when it was like comparing apples and oranges. The curriculums were designed when print was the predominant medium. Print and then television came. Or today, we did a survey with our students, we were talking about this earlier in the day, we asked our students, what do you want to be, which industries you want to work for. Not one said they want to work for television channel, not one said they want to work for newspaper. But our curriculums in most media schools, not just here, but in the best Ivy League universities in the world, are designed for an older world where they teach you to work for a newspaper or teach you to work for a television channel. So it means the fundamental of storytelling remains the same. How you do it, where you do it is different. So it needs a complete retooling of how we think, but also you have to train students, or not training is the wrong word, because often they train us, often they know the technology better than we know it. You are working in a world where the primary thing they'll be working on has not even been invented right now. So how do you ask the right questions?
Right. I think maybe Elon Musk has the answer, and maybe only he does. We don't know. But finally, to you, Ram, as you close this conversation, you've heard all of them speak. Now, as the Pro Vice Chancellor of a university where you have all these fascinating minds who run their own independent schools, what's really the challenge that you face in integration? Is it human egos? Is it lack of information, lack of awareness of the other? And how are you going to evolve a framework potentially to create that university of tomorrow that will help tide over all this? Yes, you can go up to the podium as well.
Okay, thanks, Veera. I think, first of all, it was a great day. Heard so many enlightening conversations, a lot of takeaways. I have a long list of takeaways. In fact, in addition to what we are doing already at the university in terms of what all can we do. I think, I would specifically or particularly like to touch upon two things. One is why this event and why this title, Education Tomorrow, why are we doing it in the first place? And then maybe I would talk a little about where this conversation started, how this conversation started, and what all have we tried to do already at the university. I mean, you asked so many kind of intellectuals and maverick school leaders that we have. So how do we kind of bring everything together, integrate everything at the university, and then also find synergies, complementarities, and also at the same time kind of keep the uniqueness of every discipline and every kind of specialization in that sense. So I think, when the pandemic had started, maybe a month before that, we had started to relook into everything that we were doing. And also, I think, also fundamentally started to relook into the model of the university itself. I mean, whether as a university we are relevant, and if yes, then how do we continue to remain relevant? And if no, then what is it that we do so that we become relevant, or we kind of become more relevant, so to say. And then, I mean, the moment we started this conversation, unfortunately, after a few days or few weeks, this pandemic started, and that then kind of accentuated the conversations. It fast-tracked a lot of things. It also kind of brought that sense of urgency amongst academia, which is notoriously slow, and so on. So, fundamentally, the challenges were that, or the questions were that what is the world today? And kind of the world was then uncertain, and today it is kind of even more uncertain. The tech disruptions have, of course, continued to happen, but the kind of pace at which the tech disruptions have started, and the kind of connectivity and the speed, 5G, and kind of all those things now coming in. Also, kind of wars at micro level as well as now kind of at major level. That time, of course, there were local conflicts and kind of covert wars and so on, but now kind of even more in overt manner, direct wars and kind of a lot of geopolitical shifts and so on. And also pandemic and kind of pandemics, because one after the other things kept coming, newer variants and kind of
again local variants and so on. So that's the kind of uncertainty in the world and the entire kind of social, economic, cultural and the mind space that was going on. Also, we looked at the universities, so to say. The universities, the good ones in India also and the good ones maybe outside India also. And also we also looked at not so good ones in some sense. And then we tried to see that what were the business models, how they operate, what provides them leverages over the other ones, at least the good ones and so on. And of course, interestingly, universities possibly are the longest surviving institutions in the history of humankind, possibly similar to church. I mean, the longest surviving, the living university, which is also one of our partner universities in Europe, University of Bologna, was set up in 988 or 1088 AD, which is like almost 1300 years now. And as I said, I mean, no other dynasty, no other government, no other institution in the human history possibly would have survived except maybe religion and the church. So and the universities have notoriously slow, as I said. They have not changed significantly what they were maybe a few hundred years back. So somebody mentioned that if a lawyer comes from 17th century to today, they would possibly not be surprised. But similarly, if somebody comes from 16th century university system, even they may not get surprised by the way the universities are working and so on. So the top universities, of course, they are basking in the glories of the past. They have a huge kind of pool of resources, both human and capital, at their disposal. I mean, one keeps saying that if Harvard were a country, possibly their economy would have been top 10 in the world because the kind of endowment that they have and so on and so on. And therefore, they have a lot of inertial advantage, so to say. I mean, they are a brand, everybody wants to go there, great network that they provide and so on. And also for kind of institutions like us, UPES and several other private institutions, or even for that matter public institutions in India, we are kind of tend to get into a race which we are bound to fail. In the sense, historically if we look, if I today want to compete with let's say a University of Oxford or a Harvard University or Stanford or Berkeley, I cannot compete in a game where they are the champions and they are the champions of hundreds of years. They have, as I said, inertial advantage, the kind of faculty members that they have, Nobel laureates, field medalists, and kind of endowments that they have, the kind of money that they can continue to pay to keep leveraging that inertial advantage, and the quality of people and so on, the infrastructure, resources and whatnot. And therefore, if we get into that ranking game, that we would beat them into ranking game by doing this, that, it's not possible. And it's simply not possible. And even if we are able to do that, maybe one institution from India is able to do that, there could only be 10 institutions in the world which would be top 10. So no matter what a university does or what we as a country do, we are kind of in a zero-sum game, so to say. So unless we create cadres of institutions which are unique in their own ways, which specialize in certain things and then still provide holistic education to students and so on, we are bound to fail. That was another kind of framework in which the universities were operating. And also, I think there is a tectonic shift in terms of possibly for the first time in the human history, such a large number of first generation students are coming to the fold of higher education. I mean, people from lower middle class, parents were farmers and so on, and they are coming to universities. And the expectations are that higher education, that university education will make their lives better, will provide them good jobs, which provide them good income. And several of them, especially if they are coming to private universities, they would also expect better ROI, so to say, the return on investment, because they'll have to pay a reasonably large amount of fee in comparison to if they were going to public institutions. And therefore, the expectations are very, very high from the universities in terms of what do they deliver, what kind of value addition do they do to the students who are choosing them and so on. The third thing that we put in front of us was, the context of India. And the context of India is also somewhat similar in the sense, of course, again, we also have a large number of first generation learners coming to university fold, a large young population, demographic dividend was spoken about and so on. And therefore, the point, and then also the framework which recently has been laid out by the National Education Policy and so on. I mean, converting essentially National Education Policy envisions universities which are fundamentally multidisciplinary, which are investing and focusing a lot on research and whatnot. And essentially it would need a lot of money to be invested into the entire higher education ecosystem. Where would that money come from is a separate challenge, because government has limited funds, of course, and those funds are not even sufficient for public institutions. So private institutions cannot expect to get eventually a lot of grants from government the way I think maybe 50 years back US government pumped in that money into their public institutions and also private institutions and so on. So that reality exists, that there is a great vision in terms of NEP and in terms of making our universities great and so on, but in terms of the resources which would be on the table, we know that they would not be sufficient if we want to create that cadre of universities. And therefore the last question for us was that what is the role for us, for UPES, as a self-funded private university, so to say. And also we are a kind of reasonably large institution. We wish to become even larger institution so that we can achieve our mission of providing access to a large number of learners and so on. So therefore, with this context, and I chose those words carefully, that we are private, we are self-funded, and we are a university. So university, I mean, of course, as a university, we have certain commitments to the society and the nation. We want to provide access, we want to provide quality education, we want to be relevant to the society, we take up problems which are relevant to the society, we carry out research, we disseminate knowledge, and all those things, of course, which are fundamentally a mission of any university. And because we are also self-funded and private, and therefore there is a kind of conflicting, I would say, obligation on us for survival as well. In the larger scenario of the world, of the universities and of the country that I just described, there is also a challenge of how do we keep relevant, how do we grow our endowment, which most private Indian universities do not have. And also, unfortunately, we do not have the kind of giving culture in Indian society that, for example, a lot of Western countries, particularly the US, has, and so on. And therefore, this entire conversation started that what is the future of the university itself, and therefore what is the future of education tomorrow? How do universities survive, and how do universities sustain in order to provide an education which is relevant and right for tomorrow? And that was the context. Sorry, I took a little long time, but then after we kind of raised this question, then we felt, okay, these are the challenges, but as a university, what do we do? And that was the question. Then I think, again, we studied several models across the world, top universities, not so top universities, and so on, both in India and outside India. We also studied a lot of revenue models, funding models, how do universities survive, generally how much dependency on the tuition fees that the universities have, particularly those which are private universities, because public universities are still kind of supported up to a great extent by their respective governments and so on. So, I think one of the ideas which kind of remained struck with us after a lot of conversation internally as well as with external stakeholders is that can we disrupt the way the universities work? Right? Because as I mentioned, if we try to play the conventional game, we are never going to compete, or will never be able to compete with the players which are already established, and therefore it's a lost race even before we begin, or even if we make a mark, it would take at least 100 to 200 years, and therefore again it's not of interest or value to me or to a group of people who are working at the university right now in their lifespans, right? So therefore we felt that it would be interesting to start looking at a university as a startup, right? it's quite oxymoronic, I know, that on the one hand, there is a large mammoth organization which hasn't changed in like maybe last 1,000 years, and then we are talking about a startup which kind of changes every day. And therefore, we tried to describe or write certain attributes as to what should this university be. And then we said, because it is working in an uncertain ecosystem like startups work, it should be agile. We are already a young institution. Startups are also young. We are a great bunch of enthusiastic people, hundreds of them, and startups also are like that. So we wanted to be a cool place. Startups are also cool, edgy, agile, fast paced. Universities again are notoriously slow paced, but we are fairly fast paced, or we at least wanted to be a fast paced institution. Ambitious, ebullient, I mean, we really want to do something. I mean, enough of pedantic research, so to say, but we also want to work on the ground. We want to involve our students in that work. Also provide access to a large number of students and provide access to quality education. So therefore, we wanted to scale with quality, which is again quite oxymoronic. And therefore, have a purpose that we are a startup kind of university having all these attributes. And also excite students in the process, because startups is what our students these days are getting excited about, because this is what they think they want to do. They really want to create an impact. They want to create value for others, for the society. They want to solve problems for the society, and therefore in the process they make money also. I mean, making money is not a sin, which at some point in this country was, I mean, maybe looked at in that sense. So solving problem, providing meaningful solutions, and therefore in the process make money, and that kind of excite students, and also provide them holistic education, not just providing them or prepare them for the job, immediate job that they would get once they complete the education from us, but also provide them a larger view on the life. I mean, holistic education in the sense, even if you are making money, how do you manage your relationships? How do you find happiness in the life? How do you become a better human being? What are the fundamental values that one should not put out of the sight while you chase money in life? How do you balance your work and your personal life, and so on? So, I mean, all those fundamental things which of course prepare better professionals, but also allows them to enjoy the journey of life while they are learning or while they are working. And all those things, I think, we again kind of tried to write down. And also one last point was that, is there a ability by all these conversation into our students that they are able to see the constant in the change? And that's where, in fact, in the morning also Professor Karmesh's slides showed that some McKinsey or some company had written down certain fundamental skills that industry wanted in 1970, and then the industry had written those skills for 1999, and then those skills are written in 2022. And essentially, if you see, more or less all those 15 skills were common: communication, teamwork, leadership, collaboration, critical thinking, and whatnot. So essentially, this is something which is constant, no matter what educational framework or what curriculum or pedagogy or this thing we adopt, but those are the constant factors, I think, no matter what technology will come and go, but this is the constant. And then the change is that, you know, the technology, disruptions, new things, new curriculums, new courses, new syllabi, all those things, of course, they should become part as well. And therefore, we did a lot of interesting things which universities would, I would say, feel morbid or really scared of doing. For example, one of the first things that we did was we dissolved all the departments at the university. So university with no departments. And what we did therefore was that we reorganized the entire university in terms of problem areas which we named as clusters. Because a problem in the real world does not come and say that I belong to so and so course, BTech Civil Engineering, so and so structural engineering course, chapter number this and page number this. Here is the solution and this is the real world problem. No real world problem belong to that particular in that particular order of a degree or a program or a course. And therefore, we defined the programs such as, for example, one of the programs is BTech Sustainable Engineering. And the cluster also is, the offering cluster is also sustainable engineering cluster. And that cluster involves people from civil engineering background, mechanical engineering background, all kinds of backgrounds which create or which helps the students to create sustainable solutions for the future, right? And therefore this kind of method we adopted across the university. We created interdisciplinary clusters which are more problem centric rather than the discipline centric. And then we kind of started to put students at the center of everything we do. Conventionally, again, a BTech civil engineering program, for example, was prescribed, a program structure was created, and the students were told, if you want to earn a BTech in civil engineering, you finish these 40 courses and you will get a degree, right? We kind of flipped the situation, again, not really something that we did originally, but by adopting best practice from one of the leading engineering institutions in the world, Olin College, which is in the Boston, which again started to reimagine engineering education by involving students into curriculum designing their pathways, what specializations do they want to earn, and so on. So we've tried to incorporate that approach wherein students carve their own learning journeys and pathways, which is also quite interesting. Then we launched, I spoke about holistic thing and holistic learning and integration and development. So we launched a concept and also an organizational structure by the name of School for Life across the university, which again had 5 pillars, which had life skills. So there are life skills courses that every student studies, which includes learning how to learn. Again, Professor Karmeshu in the morning mentioned fixed mindset versus growth mindset. And the growth mindset is which kind of continuously keeps learning new things, and therefore the synaptic connections, neural networks keeps getting formed in the brain, and therefore your brain remains active. He in fact picked up this phase that even at the age of 80 you remain mentally as a 20-year-old, and vice versa. I mean, if you don't keep learning newer things, then even at the age of 20 you kind of might become an 80-year-old person. And therefore this course, learning how to learn, living conversations, leadership and teamwork, design thinking, working with data, and persuasive presence. So these are the kind of 6 life skills, important life skills, which encompasses on several of those basic things that that were described, were introduced as courses. The second one was what we named as signature courses, which again is to provide a breadth of knowledge to students, again including critical thinking, environment, climate change and sustainability, and so on. Several courses were created under that category. Then we created another category which was exploratory courses as part of this initiative, which again allows students to explore outside the discipline that they study, and which allows therefore them to earn majors and minors and all kinds of interesting conversations. They can earn dual majors, they can change their majors, which were later, in fact after a year, incorporated into and kind of enshrined into the national education policy and so on. Lot of conversations happened on the real world learning and also kind of discipline agnostic internships. So even for lawyers, for example. So we have started a mechanism by which at end of every year students are required to go and work with different sectors, different entities. So end of first year, every student is required to go and work with NGOs. We have now signed MOUs with 700 NGOs across India. This year summer we sent out 4,000 students who did 6 to 8 weeks long internship with these NGOs. And as a university we kind of committed 2 lakhs men and women hours to the service, 2 lakhs men and women days to the service of this great nation. And this is a small contribution, because as an institution, this number every year will keep growing. Every year we'll keep sending out 4,000 to 5,000 students serving the society. End of second year, they go and work internship with startups or government sector. End of third year, they go and work with industry. End of fourth year, they go and towards the end of fourth year, they pick up a capstone, which could be a research capstone or a startup capstone, or maybe an industry capstone, and so on. So end of every year, there are exciting opportunities which kind of exposes students to a different dimension of world, a different dimension of exploration, and so on. And of course, last but not the least, we also introduced the concept of sports-based learning, cultural activities-based learning and service-based learning, which was all again integrated into the curriculum using this initiative of School for Life. Also then, very interestingly, and sorry for digressing a little from the topic, is as I mentioned that while we were studying the revenue models of different universities in the world, at least the top ones, we figured out that no good university has more than 1/3 of revenue coming from the student tuition fees. I repeat, no good university in the world generally has revenue which is more than 1/3 coming from the student tuition fees. Whereas, if you look in India, almost all the private universities would have 100% dependencies on the student tuition fees, right? And this model is not good, because unless you diversify your revenues, if you do not hedge your risk, in 1 year if your enrollments fall for some reason, you are prone to the risk of closing down certain departments, you are prone to the risk of firing certain faculty members and so on, because that's what the real world is. And therefore, it is very important for the universities to have a cushion in terms of having those endowments and so on. And how does a private university in India create an endowment? Because we don't have a gifting culture. Today, if I reach out to rich people in India and ask them that please give endowment to UPS, why would they give it? And first of all, I don't think anybody would start giving money to a university just like that. Some IITs have now, after 50 years of existence, have started to get those kinds of endowments. Some schools are being renamed, some money is being given by some corporates and so on. But private universities are not receiving that kind of money. So therefore, the question for us was, how do we diversify our revenue? How do we reduce our dependence on student tuition fees? And one of the interesting things that came up was that we diversify our risk by investing into startups. And how do we do that? So we created a model, a business model. We said we have 13,000 students. What if we start 200 startups every year? And we provide them all the incubation support in terms of forming the company, in terms of exposing them as to how to form a startup, how to form a company, what kind of company they should form, connect them with investors, and everything that an incubator would provide. And in lieu of all those services provided, and then we also started to giving them some grant money, which is like just a gift to those startups. And then in lieu of every service that we provided, we said we will take 2% equity in every startup. And therefore, the business case was that in next 5 years, we would have 2% equity each in 1,000 startups. And by way of randomness, and by way of the success rate, generally 2 to 3% startups succeed. Right? So out of 1,000 startups, there is a finite probability that 20-30 startups will succeed. And by way of 2% equity, you imagine IIT Delhi having 2% equity in Flipkart. And that money will create endowment for UPES. So that was the business case that we felt, because see, I mean, again, as I said, we studied several models. So Cambridge University, for example, almost 35% revenue comes from Cambridge University Press, the books and those copyrights and those things, and also the IELTS exam that they create or they conduct. A huge revenue of IELTS exam also go to them, and then this Cambridge Assessment Board, school board, so they charge that evaluation fee and so on. Similarly, lot of big universities, Johns Hopkins and Harvard, and they get lot of money through technology transfer. One drug was discovered in some university, and that drug kind of is generating billions of dollars, and therefore the university is also getting part of the money because they had transferred the technology. Now for an Indian private university, that is far. I mean, it's not out of the sight, but I think something which we felt was tangible, which was doable, the kind of ecosystem that is now right now in the country, the vibrant startup ecosystem, we felt it was quite doable, and there is a reasonably high probability that it would help us create the kind of endowment that we need. And therefore, and this is just one example, the other things that we do, I mean, we're doing several large scale things. 1,000 full-time PhD students fully supported by the university. All kinds of things. And therefore, and then special hiring spree. We again studied lot of models. starfish model or hub of spoke model of Seoul National University of Singapore. KAIST was mentioned, Korea Institute of Advanced Science and Technology, and so on. They had all tried, even China did that they tried to get back Chinese experts, Korean experts, Singaporean experts back to their country, those who were working at MITs and Harvards and Stanfords of the world, and then hired them. They came back to their respective countries, and around those high-flying researchers and scholars, they started creating those academic groups and so on, and that's how those institutions eventually started flourish. And that's what are generally known as hub spoke or starfish models and so on. So at UPS also we felt that at least let us try to do that, and I'm happy to report that in last 2.5 years we've hired close to 300 faculty members from any top institution that you can think of. And therefore, I mean, as I said, we wanted to be a startup university, and we are I would proudly claim that like a startup university, other than a kind of conventional university, and therefore also kind of creating the kind of partnerships. I mean, this kind of narrative that I'm sharing really excites the old and the mammoth and the large ships, I would say. The moment you tell them these things, it sounds music to their ears, because this is something that they crave to do. Right? They want to be agile, they want to be fast, they want to be like startups, but because of their legacy and inertia, they can't do that. And when they hear that a young Indian university is trying to do that, they are very happy. And therefore, we are getting a lot of good partnerships. We got partnership with the University of California, Berkeley, which is like one of the best in the world. We got Queensland, New South Wales, Bologna, Gothenburg, all kinds of very good institutions. And also then top industry partners and so on. So essentially, anything which can help us fast pace our journey, we are kind of grabbing that opportunity with both the hands. And therefore, I think, therefore every school has kind of freedom and leeway to create their school specific strategy. For example, Nalin talked about, we are the first school in India which is teaching only modern media. I mean, which is digital essentially. We are not doing print, because we know that it's not possible to beat the IMMCs of the world in print game, right? So we said we would do digital, and we'll become the best in digital in India. And I can again proudly claim that we are very well on the path of becoming one of the best in India. I mean, we are the only one, in fact. Similarly, the law school has adopted a motto that they want to become a law school for the new age, in the sense, again, technology and law, wherever the amalgamation happen, if people want some legal view or a policy view, UPS Law School should be the place. Similarly, design. So if there is a sustainable design, if there is something which is Himalayan design, cyclical economy, circular economy, design which is sustainable, UPS should be the place. Computer science. And so every school adopted their own unique kind of way of liberal studies school that we launched. The kind of data that is being produced from India, which is being used by, unfortunately, mostly foreign players and monetized. How do we as a society leverage our own data, right? And therefore that data to solve our own societal problems, which are quite unique in our context. So every school, as I said, has picked up their own strength or their own motto or vision, mission, and therefore we are marching kind of very, very fast in a very agile way to kind of become a very, very new startup-like university. And also periodically, therefore, it is imperative that we engage with thought leaders from different kind of areas like we did today. And therefore we learn from them, we hear from them, we reflect, we introspect, and then we incorporate those things into the things that we are doing. And at the same time, we also shape the way things are going on in the practicing field and so on. And therefore, there's kind of a two-way traffic that goes on both ways. And as a result, I would say, of all these things, to sum up, is that though we did not start chasing the rankings and accreditations and so on, but because of the things that we are doing, they have also organically started to fall in place. So, couple of years back, our NIRF rank in India was about 200, I would say, which within 2 years have become now 65. So we are possibly the only institution with such a large improvement in the ranks. Our research output, as I already mentioned, has grown 12 times in last 5 years alone, and 4 times in last 2 years alone. Our average research output is now similar to some of the top IITs, better than many good institutions, BITS, Pilani, and so on. As a result, as I said, so I returned tonight only from Indonesia, attending a QS Asia Pacific event, QS World Rankings, and happy to share that we participated in the exercise for the first time. We are only a 19-year-old institution, so that way not a very old institution. Participated for the first time, and we had a great debut. We got 243 rank in Asia, third private university in India. We were ranked as the third top private university in India. Interestingly, if we look at the academic reputation, which is like one of the parameters in the ranking with the highest weightage, 40% weightage is for academic reputation, which essentially is dependent on the number of foreign academics which vote for you, saying that you are a good institution. So in academic reputation, we were ranked 9th in India, ahead of almost all the top IITs. In fact, I can read the list: IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Madras, then it was DU, IISc Bangalore, then DU, then IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur, JNU, UPS, and IIT Roorkee. So these were the top 10 institutions from India in terms of academic reputation. Now, what better I think achievement or outcome? Now again, coming back to the same point, that if we try to catch up with IISc or IITs, it's not possible in the conventional game, or it's not possible in the conventional way, I would say. But the kind of things that we are trying to do, it would take a lot of time for those institutions to do these things, even if they want to, because there will be a lot of internal inertia and the threshold energy that they will have to cross and overcome. So I think with that, I hope I tried to cover the question, but essentially the point was that there were two things. One is that as a university, why should we do, what should we do, and how should we do, so that we can provide education for tomorrow and we remain relevant for tomorrow. And secondly, therefore, what were the things that we tried to do, which have also started to yield some results now, which are kind of quite tangible and feel good factor, I would say. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thanks very much, Ram. I think now for the last act for the day, I'm going to call a former naval officer. He served in INS Vikrant amongst the other ships. Dr. Sunil Rai, Vice Chancellor of UPES. He was, before UPES, he was Vice Chancellor of MIT Arts and Design Technology, University of Pune, Director on the board of Maharashtra IT Corporation. I think the other panelists can go on. It's all yours, Dr. Rai.
Thank you very much. I have few acknowledgements and few announcements. One acknowledgement is that when Ram was talking all about what we did in last 3 years, and many times Ram and I, we had been actually discussing these things one-on-one, also with the team, and then executing this, we could have gone on to hear this account till midnight without any problem, because it's so exciting and answers a lot of questions about what is education of tomorrow. So thank you, Ram, for covering the journey of UPS, which already is, if I may make this bold statement, the university of tomorrow. And we are doing things, so I think this deserves and for the reason why those kind of accolades, rankings, which we are receiving, and every 3 months we are just kind of doubling or improving our position 2 times in every aspect of the education activity. So this is the first acknowledgement. The second acknowledgement is, I think you will agree with me, we had an enthralling day of exchange of top ideas of what could be done, and these 4 panels, let's hear it for these 4 panels that we had: School of Engineering, Ravi and all the panelists. Then of course School of Modern Media, Nalin and the entire team of the panelists, School of Design, Funny and entire panelists, and of course lastly the School of Law and all the panelists. And of course all of you for participating in this beautiful extravaganza of exchange of ideas. So many congratulations for this. That's another acknowledgement. Closing remarks, just to summarize, Ram has said it all.
But from whatever I heard today, I am a commissar of three, so therefore three things that I will talk about, what I have gathered, and all of you would agree. One is, which Sharad started in the morning. He said the education of tomorrow, lot of things will change. What will not change is purpose. So my first letter is purpose. The second letter that I can think of from whatever I had been gathering is person, and third one is technology. On the first one about the purpose, of course, the main purpose is to make this world a better place. And that's the purpose for which we should prepare educational institutions and prepare these students from. Purpose is again at three levels, at the international level or at the world level. The purpose is to make this world better. It can only happen through sustainability. So the first purpose is in whatever we do, and we do this at UPS, is that we are sustainable as far as the world is concerned. As far as the purpose at national level is to make all the assets available to every Indian, every citizen of this nation, making it reachable, making it affordable, and that's as far as the nation is concerned. And the third purpose is about how do you influence all universities if they start influencing the realm where they are working, that is the local area. So whatever research we do, we say we do it for here and now. Whatever we do, it should influence the society today, because what others did in 1,000 years, we have got to do it in 10 years. And it should actually help the local people. So the university works a lot in trying to improve things in Uttarakhand, the local state. So about the purpose. Now the person. The person is, Ram mentioned, at university we totally focus that the students, that person in them is that person who has found the purpose of their life. As we transcend as human beings the higher levels of economical and social maturity, it becomes important. It was great shakes to have better machines, better technology, better this, better that. Today we are coming back to the full circle. Let's become better human beings. So it is the first purpose, the person is a person who is found the purpose of life. Then it is the person who contributes. The person who is contributing in whichever way he or she is, and that's what our alumni are doing. And finally, they have to create. Everything will happen only when you have created newer life for yourself, and that's why entrepreneurship, what Ram had talked about. So the three things for the person, and finally for the technology. So technology, I will go top down. First, we said in technology we should always be exploring the best in the world, and that's why UPS is already talking about metaverse. UPS is already, as Ram mentioned, all schools have actually regrouped, and they have found out as to what is the technology and practice of day after tomorrow that we will start teaching today, so that students, when they come out tomorrow, are able to contribute. So the technology, starting right from top, the best of the best, what the world will talk about tomorrow, and that's the niche which Ram was finding. Having said that, the other aspect is the use of technology for whatever we do in our day-to-day life. UPS, we are very highly digital, right from admissions till placement. Everything happens on apps. There are apps and digital dashboards, dashboard for me, dashboard for deans, dashboard for our students. So completely using technology for day-to-day life. And finally, the technology, which will be what some of the panelists mentioned about the Jugaad, which the dean from the NID, the director of NID talked about. Technology has to make things work, in our way. Our problems, we have to find solutions our way using our technology, and we need not actually think of, and the COVID has proven that we have used our own technology and practice to solve our problems. So with these three PPT, purpose, person and technology, that's my take from this beautiful day that we have had. I think we all deserve now excellent dinner which is being served. So I invite you all for two things. One, short term, I invite you for the dinner today. And are you impressed with whatever happened today? इतना धीरे वाले यस में डिनर नहीं मिलने वाला है. डिड यू लाइक ये तो ट्रेलर था, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. पिक्चर आपको दिखाएंगे 20 और 21 जनवरी को. On 20th and 21st January, we invite all of you and your friends that what is really the education of tomorrow. Please come to Dehradun at UPS. Who you will be meeting, of course, you found the stalwarts today on the panel. There are at least 3 Nobel laureates who are going to address that particular event on 2021st. The top of industry, the top of the academic thinkers will all be there. So welcome to that extravaganza, that outstanding and the best opening event of 2023 is going to be the Education Tomorrow event being hosted at Dehradun. Welcome all of you to that event, and that is the real picture. तो picture देखने आइए 20 और 21 को. And now thank you very much, and please I invite you for the dinner this evening. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the team that has put together this program. Stuti, I think she needs a standing ovation. Please, Stuti, and entire team of Stuti, all the faculty colleagues and everybody who has actually contributed to this, all the people on the camera, because this was all put, the technology people, because this was made available live on YouTube. And so thank you everyone for making this day a great day. Thank you. Jai Hind.